Hello everybody, Borada, and welcome to your Alpha live stream of round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championships, coming to you live from Glan Y Gors Park in North Wales. My name is Howard Mitchell, alongside me is Andrew Mather. We're Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it is our pleasure and privilege to once again be with you to talk you through the action for what promises to be another enthralling day of racing here in the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. This one is a bit of a driver's favourite, this one actually. Discussing with Andrew, actually, we haven't been here in a little while, but fantastic circuit here at Glan Y Gors. Obviously, Llandough as well, the other Welsh circuit that we visit on the Club 100 calendar, but this one, as I say, very popular with the drivers, is GYG, 1.1 kilometres, and you know what? We've been pretty blessed with the weather as well. It's absolutely gorgeous conditions here today in the county of Conway. Sort of just on the border actually between Conway and Denbighshire. And the famous thing of this circuit is as you're going down the back straight, you can see Snowdon itself off in the distance, and you certainly can today. Beautiful clear skies over the circuit as these drivers will be competing in their sprint heats and trying to set themselves up as well as they can for the finals. It's going to be the heavyweights out first today, and then we'll be moving into the lightweights this afternoon. 9 heats in each of the classes with the 3 trophy finals then. We'll get through all of that. Right now though, it's time to look ahead to heat number 1 of our heavyweights. Let's take you through your grid then for the first race here today at Glan Y Gors. Tim Hill is going to start this one from pole with Steve Bosley alongside. Steve Lindley and Stephen Netting are on row number 2 with Kai Crawford and Jacob Harris on row number 3. It'll be Calm Bennett and Samuel Bensley next, with Anwar Barul Smith, championship leader, coming into today in the heavyweights, and Miguel Hall rounding out the top 10. Harrison Wedgbury and Luke Pullen will be next up, and then it will be Jonathan McLeod, Lewis Ridd, that's your 7th row. Andrew Cherry and Lawrence Cheer are next. Richard Newton and Luke Elliott on row 9. Tom Stalker and James Radovich round out the top 20, and then Cody Richards rounds out the 21 karts that will be contesting this first race of the day. Not the first race of the weekend. Club 100, of course, running its standard package of the SP60 format and endurances on the Saturday. Myself and Andrew contesting the endurances yesterday, having fun driving around this circuit. As I say, it's been a while since we've been here, particularly been a long time since I was driving this circuit, and it really is a fun one, this. The long, fast straight of the first sector gives way to quite a technical finish to the lap. Plenty of height undulation as well, as is befitting of the rolling hills and slopes of this part of the world. Really beautiful part of the world, this. If you've never been out here, I highly recommend it. Say Snowdonia National Park off in the distance there. Lots of lovely places to stay in the area as well. So really, really nice to be here once again. And yeah, a difficult lap, I think, to string together. And I think at that point it's a good time, because we're also live on our Double Dash Motorsport Media channel, as I'm sure we're about to be informed. Time to welcome Mr. Mather. Hello,
Good
sir.
morning, everybody.
You're right.
Hope you're all doing well. We're back here again, another Sunday at GYG, and the weather's a lot better than we had this time last week for Super 1, and the drivers will very, very much be liking that. No wet conditions here today, and none forecast. I can't quite believe I'm saying that, but
No?
There are the drivers ready in pit lane, or just about ready in pit lane to go out for the first heat. And we are live as well over on the DDMM YouTube channel, so if you particularly want to look at our faces and Darren and Morgan working hard in the background, I'll do that so you can't see him waving. There he is. Yes, we've got that facility for you today. Proved very popular a few weeks ago at the Buckmore Park 24 hours. And if you're tuning in once again, it's your first time back with an Alpha live stream since the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing and joining us here on the channel for some more karting action. And if you're completely new around here, even bigger welcomes. Great to have you on board. So make sure you've clicked that subscribe button and the notification bell as well. And to our regular viewers, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Lots going on today. Some different streams going on. We need your help. Push the stream. Share it out, because we want to get everybody watching this one. And then they can watch British Championships later. And they can watch Rotax Max
it's all on
Switzerland at Franciacorta later on.
This is the great thing about the Alpha Live channel, right? You can watch it all back. So,
shall we talk through some kind of notes and where we are so far?
Absolutely,
This is round 3 of 11 for the full season. The last time we had a live streamed round was round number 1 at Buckmore Park, but we've also been as a series to Whilton Mill since. And as we are going into, what shall I do next? No, I'll do a last time out. So last time out in heavies, we had Anwar Barul-Smith winning the round ahead of Adam Wright and Johnny Elliott. That was your 1, 2, 3 in C1. Kurt Holmes took the win in C2 ahead of Dan Underhill, who I was in the restaurant and bar with last night watching Formula 1 qualifying. I was very pleased to see an Aston Martin get into Q3. But he was second place in C2. Steve Lindsay was third. Your top 3 in C3 were Andrew Hicks, Richard Neal and Tom Stalker. Championship standings as they stand at the start of proceedings here today, still very early in the season of course. Anwar Barul-Smith leads on 377 points. Kurt Holmes is second on 368. Richard Allen third on 367. Reigning champion Joe Holmes is fourth on 361. Chris Alcock completes the top 5 on 359. Adam Wright is next up on 356. There's a bit of a drop of 18 points back to Johnny Elliott in 7th there on 340. Steve Bosley and Mikey Nichols close there on 339 and 338 as well. And just to mention the 3 C2s, Kurt Holmes already mentioned as a C2 leader. Bosley second, Nichols third. Super heavyweights, we should mention their situation at the start of the day. 11th overall in points is Bill Taylor, last year's super heavyweight champion. Leads at this stage of the season again in super heavyweights with 36 points. He's got an 18-point lead as we start here today over Nicholas Walker, who's 15th overall in points. Lee Henderson is currently third in super heavyweight points in 276, 26th overall. And your top 3 at the moment in C3, Richard Neal on 262, Andrew Hicks on 255 and Benjamin Wootton on 254.
Absolutely, and just as a reminder on the classes as you're watching the stream today, if you're seeing red number plates out there, I think they're running red ones today, that is class 1 within our heavyweights. Classes 2 and 3 are running the blue number plates, and if you see a green number plate, that is our super heavyweight subclass. They're all scored together, so each position counts, but come the end of a round, come the end of a season, we have champions and winners to crown in each of those subclasses. There is Anwar Barul-Smith. This is just the warm-up laps at the moment, if you think we're being a little bit disinterested. This is not racing action yet, but we are getting very close to that. In just a couple of laps time they will fall up into the rolling up laps. And I suppose we should mention as well, reigning champion Joe Holmes has not yet had the momentum in this championship bid that we have become over the years used to seeing him having by his very high standards. It'd be interesting to see if he can pick up a bit today and take the fight to the likes of Anwar. I say that only because he finished 6th back at round 1 at Buckmore and 5th in the final race at Whilton Mill. Don't get me wrong, I'd be very happy with that as a season, but it is going to be interesting today, I think, to see if Joe Holmes can move on up, taking some wins. Yesterday was Joe in the endurances with the G3 Pro team in that. So how's he going to be around here? Can he start to get some real momentum behind his championship bid?
With some more stats, some GYG stats.
Okay.
Joe Holmes is beatable around here because the last time we had a sprints visit to Glan Y Gors was the 17th of June 2018. We were sat, well actually no, at this point on a Sunday we were probably just lozzocked and keeled out in Le Mans for the 24-hour. But yeah, on that day, now this was of course in the previous era of sprints, so this is going back fair bit. So you didn't have C1s, C2s and C3s. You had the elites and clubman sprints separate to the lightweights and heavyweight opens. But for what it's worth, on that day, on the 17th of June 2018, the elite sprint final result looked like this. Robert Newman was your winner ahead of Ian Blake, the GOAT, and Joe Holmes was third that day. So he is statistically beatable around this circuit.
There we go. So it really is going to be an interesting one, and a lot of drivers, because of where this round is in the UK, you get a lot of drivers, and because of how nice it is in this part of the UK, you get a lot of drivers coming up and making a real weekend of this. So a lot of the drivers competing today have already got their eye in by taking part in those championships yesterday. You know, I expect this to be, right from the get-go, quite a high standard of pace and racing here, as we would come to expect a standard from this Club 100 field. But I think this could be a very tight, I mean, the qualifying times in the endurance round yesterday, for example, extremely tight on pace. So this is going to be an interesting one, and it's about to get going right here, right now. Tim Hill on your left, driver's right. Steve Bosley running very well in Class 2 so far this season on your right, their left. Away we go. Engine notes rise as they head through turn number 1 and onto this long straight. And this is going to be a real feature today, is slipstreaming down this straight as they head towards the top of the hill called Spoon. It's been a good start there for Steve Lindley. He's been able to get up into second place as they all swoop round up to the top of the hill now. And the braking zone, to get it right, the first major braking zone here, and they head onto the back straight. We've got, I think that might have been Jacob Harris taking to the grass here there as they head down the Dragon Straight and through the carousel. And then they'll come into this technical section here through the compressions and the complex known as Devil's Elbow. Through they go, and then they'll be braking into this left-hander through this dip you can see there through that corner. That's a real, quite a height change when you're in the kart, and through this tricky last corner to maximise it onto the start-finish straight. And at the end of the first lap, it's Tim Hill in first, and as I say, Steve Lindley, who managed to get himself up into second place. And early on here, we've got a bit of a breakaway group of 4. Steve Bosley and Khan Bennett are in third and fourth place here. Bennett there trying to get the switchback out of the Spoon complex and down towards the carousel. Is he going to have a run on Bosley? He's going to be on the outside. This is the 22 on the 20, but he can't find a way through there. He'll have a tighter line coming out of the carousel, and this might set him up nicely for the compressions. And Samuel Bensley is not too far behind them. Penalty for Harrison Wedgbury in 7th place. That is for an ABC bump and pass, ABC being advantage by contact. So at some point he has got by in a way that was deemed a little bit too rough and ready for the clerk of the course. On to lap number 3, and Lindley is in the slipstream of Tim Hill, but he positions his kart well, does Hill, just to deter any moves on the right-hand side. But it really is going to be, I mean, we talk so often about sort of pack racing when we're talking about Club 100 sprints, you know, working together, as there is, that's Harrison Wedgbury trying to get by on Samuel Bensley and has got the job done, and actually that's going to give the opportunity to the likes of Anwar Brule-Smith and Lewis Ridd as well. So that was a costly moment there for Samuel Bensley in the number 88. I know he's managed to keep Lewis Ridd behind him actually for now. You can see Anwar Brule-Smith there in the number 2, now trying to find a way by on Wedgbury, who's carrying that penalty for bump and pass. So 4 positions will be added to wherever the 105 driver finishes at the end of this race. And once again, Lindley's going to get his nose alongside Tim Hill, but Hill's going to position his kart on the inside. Blind braking point that you come into here for the Spoon. It's over the crest of this hill, and that's a move by Wedgbury on Bennett, I think, there, and Anwar Brule-Smith's going to take advantage of that as well. So actually, good stuff here from Harrison Wedgbury. He's absorbed the pressure well. He's putting moves, putting karts between himself and the pursuing Class 1 drivers behind him. So it's now Wedgbury in 4th ahead of Bennett with Anwar Brule-Smith and Lewis Ridd. Ridd has got through on Bensley there. So you can see that the red-plated number 9 kart is now once again on the tail of Brule-Smith in the number 2. That's in their battle over 6th place, but I think they're working together for now to try and move themselves up towards the top of this field as they go on to lap number 5.
Everybody having a little bit of a wave each other so far this morning here in heat number 1. Very interested to see how Steve Bosley gets on today. Another driver who has a good record around this circuit. Going back to that previous visit in 2018 in the old style of competition. Steve Bosley was second in the heavyweight A final on that particular day of history. As Wedgbury looking to the outside, cut back. Is there going to be a move on as they come out of the carousel? No, Bosley deals with that very, very well. But he's having to defend now. He's losing touch with Steve Lindley.
And everyone back to Miguel Hall in 9th place is now a part of this pack. In fact, there is Bensley trying to fight back against Lewis Ridd, and that's going to lead to contact, and it's going to put Anwar Brule-Smith out wide through Devil's Elbow. And that was a costly moment for both Samuel Bensley in the 88 and Anwar Brule-Smith in the number 2. And we will keep an eye on whether there's a contact warning that's just been shown to Bensley, which would suggest that that's all that's going to be. And there's a penalty coming for Harrison Wedgbury for radiator flap. So, and that's a big moment for Wedgbury trying to get by on Bosley, and that's going to allow Khan Bennett in the 22 to get all over the back of them, and actually Lewis Ridd is the main beneficiary of that, reads it brilliantly and gets by. I think it was about 3 karts he got by in about as many corners there for Lewis Ridd, so brilliant moment there. That's allowing these two to get away at the front, and I'm not sure I finished the thought a moment ago that this is all going to be about racing as a pack and working together because of the long straights here at Glan Y Gors and that slipstreaming effect that you get right from this next corner they're going through now. The final corner is basically the start of the next lap. It determines how well you're going to run onto this long straight, and with the top 2 now breaking away, it's going to be difficult for the likes of Lewis Ridd to catch up onto the back of them and make something of it as the front. You've
got to be patient around this circuit because you can lose so much so quickly, and if you do lose that toe, it really, really does cost you. Steve Bosley and Miguel Hall fighting there. Interestingly, Lewis Ridd, even though he had to make that slight detour onto the inside line through carousel, still set the fastest lap of the race so far, 51.103. Now he's in clear air. Let's see if he can work himself up towards Steve Lindley.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, though, Tim Hill's positioning of his kart throughout this race, just to deter Lindley from making a move, has been brilliant. You can tell that he's familiar with this circuit and knows where the risk points are. Just keeping a tighter line over the crest of the hill and breaking into that spoon complex. That's serving him well. That's serving him well. And we're only going to have this in one more lap. But Lewis Ridd has reeled them in 3rd place. You can see now it is actually a 3-horse battle for the lead. And you can see there Tim Hill taking that shallower line. But Lewis Ridd is now trying to get the switch back to give himself a better run down this next straight.
Tim Hill has not had a heat win so far this season. Steve Lindley and Lewis Ridd behind him have had 1 apiece. Lindley's the last time we were in front of the Alpha Live cameras at Buckmore Park. Down through Devil's Elbow we go then. Tim Hill and all of his experience has kept a lid on this one very, very well. Can he get down through? In fact, no. Is this going to be the final lap, or are we going to have a little bit more time on the clock? We are. We're going to have one more lap then for the drivers. Last lap board is out. Tim Hill leads by 1/4 of a second or thereabouts over Steve Lindley. Lewis Ridd is there as well. Steve Bosley is coming back into play. Hill will surely go defensive again as they come over the rise into Spoon. Does that well. Ridd's up the inside there of Lindley. Goes for 2nd place. Brilliant move there by Lewis Ridd. Now what can he do about Tim Hill? Down into carousel. Very tricky to get side by side if you haven't got the run off of Spoon. Tim Hill will go defensive again as they go through compression. He's just got to pick his line here and control this one and not give Lewis Ridd that opportunity to get by. He's done that very well through the initial part of Devil's Elbow. We have seen moves into the final corner. We saw some last week. Is there going to be one here, or is Tim Hill going to take his first victory of the season? It is Tim Hill who takes heat 1 in the heavyweights. A very nice drive indeed ahead of Lewis Ridd, Steve Lindley, Steve Bosley and Harrison Wedgbury, but there were some penalties involved in that provisional result.
Yeah, particularly for Wedgbury there. I think I saw another penalty for contact there, so that's 2. That's an ABC bump and pass, a contact and a radiator flap. That could be that's going to be a costly result for Wedgbury there, which is a shame because he was looking racy and attempting some good moves, but really good drive there from Tim Hill. And immediately we're going to have to look ahead now to heat number 2 for our heavyweights and super heavyweights. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 2 of round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. Darrell Lowe will start this one from pole with Simon Kavanagh alongside Lenny Wood, and Gerard Moore are row number 2 with Joe Holmes and Stuart Kirk on row 3. It'll be Alex Pritchard and Jack Cameron Drayton next, with Dave Pethers and Adam Wright to close out your top 10. Anthony Ridd and Alexander Lamin are row 6. Then it's going to be Richard Allen and Mikey Nichols, Tim Dorr and James Antwis. And then it's going to be Shane Cotter and Toby Sutton on row 9. And Ben Wotton to round out the 19 kart field taking to the track here. So if you're somewhat new to this and you're going, why did I not hear person's name there? Not everybody contests every single heat in this format. We're going to have 9 heats. Each driver will take part in 3 of them. Across those heats, they'll try and accumulate as many points as possible, because championship points, but also because that helps determine the grids for the trophy finals. We're going to have the 3 trophy final races. We're going to have finals C, B and A. And if drivers have a terrible time of it in their heats, they also have an opportunity for redemption by being promoted up through those finals. Grid positions for these heats are random as well, so across their 3 heats, each driver will have the same average starting position.
Some big hitters in this one. Reigning champion Joe Holmes, as mentioned, Richard Allen in there as well. But also in C3, we've got our driver in 3rd place at the moment in C3, Benjamin Wotton. And also good to see, I saw Darrell Lowe very briefly in the paddock this morning. Good to have Darrell back after a while away.
Yep.
Keep your comments coming in. Good morning to Trevor Randall. Can Tim Legend Hill keep ahead of Steve Lindley? Well, we definitely can say yes. Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
The race win. And he managed to avoid the commentator's curse as well, which has been very potent recently. So all drivers beware. We did test this theory 2 weeks ago. Cake stops it. So we are turning this broadcast into test match special. Bring your cakes, make your peace offerings, and you won't get cursed. Because someone will at some point today.
It's spreading as well. Our be racing later today. Our endurance teammate Andrew Ward, he was doing them on the road over here. It may have been because I was in the car. I don't know. It's spreading. We've come out with in earnest with the commentators' curses so far in 2022, as the drivers get bedded in here. Lovely shot with Snowden in the background. And, yeah, I'm trying not to say it too often. Really do like being in this part of the world. It's great to be back at this circuit. Really nice weekend that everyone's been having.
Thank you very much to our DDMM stat man, aka David Whitehouse, who's just informed me on the YouTube chat, over on the DDMM YouTube channel, that was plus 10 positions in total for Harrison Wedgbury in heat number 1. To Ben Bennyworth as well.
Pre-penalties?
Of everything that came through.
Oh,
Flat,
sorry.
Cone, contact, etc.
Oh, sorry, right, I see.
Yes. Ellough to Ben Bennyworth. In fact, Dave's just answered your question there, Ben, of how many penalties. But yes, that is how that's panned out, and we'll keep abreast of the situation as we go across the day. Grid now forming up behind the pace cart for heat number 2, 7 minutes on the clock. And I don't know if we've mentioned this already, 9 heats in total for both the heavyweights and the lightweights today, so not the normal 12. Hello to Alex Pritchard, who's giving us a wave. Actually, no, he's not giving us a wave, he's giving Barnaby a wave there. There you go. But yes, no, everyone's just moving into the correct position. Stuart Kirk moving through there in the blue and white suit. And right as well. We might just about have everybody in position for the start of this one. Very quick mention, a few weeks' time, we'll be back with more Club 100 action and historic Club 100 action for the start of the Club 100 Cadet Championship. We'll also have coverage of the Juniors Championship, their second round of the season. That's at Buckmore Park on May 21st. Do make sure that you tune in for that.
Yeah, very exciting new venture for Club 100. Really interesting and looking forward to that. Right here, though, if we can all stop bumping and barging, I think we're good for the start. Darrell Lowe will lead them away in the number 36. It's a good start from Kavanagh on the left-hand side of the grid, though, as they come onto the Dragon Straight for the first time. And look out for Lenny Wood as well, the number 12, as who's that going across country? That's an unusual place to end up off the road so early on, as they swoop through to the top of the hill And that looked like the number 23. Yeah, that was not the right start for Anthony Ridd at all there. I really didn't catch what caused that. And there's that Stuart Kirk as well.
It was, yeah.
Off as well. Meanwhile, Joe Holmes here making early progress by on Lenny Wood. That's for second place. As they come in, there's a bit more jostling in this one. That's a moment as well there for the 85 of Jack Cameron Drayton.
And out on the grass there.
That's Cameron Drayton
again.
Cameron
Drayton, number 85. And the trouble is, quite clearly see on the camera, the level of the land slopes away there down. So once you go beyond an off track there, it's very, very tricky to bring things back. Contact warning for Joe Holmes. See Lenny Wood there in the number 12 with the black suit and the light blue helmet.
Holmes a man on a mission here though in the wheel tracks of Darrell Lowe in the early parts of this lap. Alex Pritchard a bit of a distant third at the moment, but he'll try and recreate what was done by Lewis Ridd in the previous race. And here's the move for the lead into the carousel. Nicely judged there from Joe Holmes. Takes himself past Darrell Lowe and to the head of the field.
It's been a strong season so far for Joe Holmes in terms of heat results.
Yes.
Finals where he's not had the final positions that he would expect, as the number 69 of Moore looks down the inside there for a move, and that's the problem. It's a very tricky area of the circuit to get a move done there through Devil's Elbow.
Side by side though between Simon Kavanagh and Moore there, and I think that did go the way. It did. Kavanagh got through and so too did Mikey Nichols, so definitely an unusual place to see the moves. But they made it work as Richard Allen is looking for a way past Gerard Moore.
Very interested to see how Simon Kavanagh does today, because this is a driver who's very tuned into the circuit, because he was here last week as well. He's racing in Rotax 177 in Super 1 last weekend.
Allen's got by there on Moore, and it allows Dave Pethers as well to take an opportunistic move as well just before they get to the carousel. But Pethers has also picked up a penalty for forcing a driver wide, so that's 2 positions, I believe, to be added to wherever he finishes in this race. You'll see that one on the digiflag as they come round this time through, as they head through Devil's Elbow again. This is the 12 of Lenny Wood having to defend here against Simon Kavanagh in the 83. And there is a move into the final corner, but are they both going to hold each other up? That's like Christmas come early for Mikey Nichols, and it's very wide as well there for Kavanagh. That was a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment, and he's lost out heavily there, and that's exactly what I mean about this Dragon Straight here. It's a critical part of the lap, because it's all about the slipstream, and it's all about setting up opportunities for this corner here at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and you just lose so much time as Dave Pethers has a little clip of Colin the Cone there. The number 69 goes around the outside, that's Gerard Moore. It's been scrappy this one so far. Penalty for Lenny Wood with an ABC bump and pass. So it is kicking off a little bit here in the top 10. Richard Allen has managed to weave his way through this. Good move there by Adam Wright in the number 4 down the inside. That's the thing, you've got to be very brave, early commitment, getting the move down the inside on that left hand of that initial bit of Devil's Elbow.
In a way, this feels like quite an Adam Wright drive. He's sort of slowly but surely, quietly coming into it here. Yeah. And this is what we expect from him. He's that consistent, both in terms of racing and in the championship as a whole. He's always there, is Adam Wright. Very consistent driver, and so too we see here. He's just worked his way gradually up this one. He's bringing Mikey Nichols in the number 10 along to the party as well. I guess the only thing now is with 3 minutes to go, have all the sort of ruckuses that were going to happen. Probably not, but I think he needs to just have the drivers in front of him come back to him a little bit more if he's going to make more progress. Joe Holmes still leading this one. 1.5 seconds is the gap. Actually cancel that now. 1.9 seconds the gap he has over Darrell Lowe, who's running a relatively quiet one here now. This is going to be the opportunity for Anthony Ridd to get by on Lenny Wood. You would have thought he's going to be in the slipstream up the Dragon Straight here.
Got to be brave over the hill. The kart goes light, and then just as you go to that brow, you've got to get on the brakes. You'll see the kart squirming down the inside goes Ridd. Has he got the move done? That's very good. That is very, very nice from Anthony Ridd.
Yeah, that's the textbook move for GYG. To have that slipstream, good run out of the last corner and stay in the slipstream all the way up that Dragon Straight to the Spoon Complex. And so long as you block off and have good momentum down towards the carousel, you can usually deter a counter-attack.
Can indeed. New fastest lap of the day so far from Joe Holmes, 50.359. This lead is now 2.4 seconds over Darrell Lowe. Alex Pritchard in third. Easy battle for 7th place now. Rid really is on the move now. Moore definitely knows that he's there. Rid's going to move to the inside and try and do it as they rise up over the hill. That's brave, but very well done again from Anthony Rid. Nothing that Moore can do on the outside there. And Rid's got it tidy off the corner as well. That's another position for him.
Yeah, really good driving here. Did we see what happened to Dave Pellers to put him that far down?
I think he's pulled off, actually.
Ah, okay.
He's pulled off.
Okay.
The circuit. It's that situation there as well. You've got to put a lot of trust in the driver on the outside. It is a very, very quick corner where you pull the kart in, and if the driver on the outside does put the squeeze on, there's quite a nasty curve on the inside of that corner. So it was well done between Rid and Moore. There is Simon Kavanagh. Very different conditions. I say he was here last week for Super 1. Very different conditions. We didn't see weather like this at all last week. It was very drizzly, a bit damp in places.
Just to give a case study here for how costly it can be to fall off the back and not have people to work with. Jack Cameron Drayton, who we saw having that drama early on, you can see him quite a way down here. For given he's a Class 1 runner, this is exactly what we're talking about. If you have a costly moment in the first couple of laps and you fall off the back, you've lost that draft at the Dragon Straight. It's really difficult. So he'll be looking to have a better time of it in his 2 remaining heats ahead of the finals. Meanwhile, Joe Holmes on the final tour of the circuit.
Yeah, and it's been classic G3 Joe so far. Got to the front of the field and has just pulled that gap out, keeping himself fresh for what's a long, long day here of racing. 3.5 seconds is his lead. There he is. He was in fine form yesterday in the endurance race. Took the round victory as part of the G3 Pro team. Sending down, sweeping down through Devil's Elbow. Brilliant complex of corners. Absolutely perfect line. Absolutely perfect race for Joe Holmes, who takes heats number 2 convincingly. And that's a bit of a mark down to the rest of the competition so far here today. Darrell Lowe takes a very good 2nd place. Alex Pritchard in 3rd. Richard Allen recovers to 4th. Adam Wright to 5th. Mikey Nichols strong there in 6th place, 2nd in C2. Anthony Rid with some good moves finishes P7. Gerard Moore is 8th. Lenny Wood and Alexander Lanning complete the top 10 in that heat. Simon Kavanagh 11th. Toby Sutton in 12th. James Antwist 13th. Jack Cameron Drayton will be disappointed with 14th there. 15th for Stuart Kirk. And then winner of the C3s in that race was Sutton, then Antwist. Then we find Ben Wootton 3rd in the C3s, 16th overall. Tim Dorr there across the line, 17th. Shane Cotter and Dave Pellers were completing new runners in that race. We're going to move swiftly on. We'll be back in a short moment with heat number 3.
Here's your grid then for heat number 3. It's going to be Dominic Valance on pole with Adrian Ray alongside. Row 2 is going to be Daniel Jenkins with James Bate alongside. Lee Barrow and Chris Alcock are row 3. And then it's going to be Vinod Hirani and Matt Griffiths, Simon Lloyd and Callan Sigafus to round out your top 10. Johnny Elliott is next with Damien Smith alongside. Kurt Holmes and Vijay Patel are row number 7. Paul Williams and Josh Pettit are row 8. And then it's going to be Riccardo Vitali and Jonathan Riley on row number 9. Richard Neal and Leon Depries to round out the 20 karts in this one. And I'm going to say this next bit as much as a reminder to myself as Andrew, as to those of you watching. Because we're doing the 9 heats, this is going to be our last race where they're doing warm-up laps.
Yes.
After this, all of the drivers will have raced at least 1 heat. So this is the last time that we're going to see drivers going around and having the opportunity to get their eye in on the circuit ahead of racing, at least until the light race this afternoon.
If you're watching on DDMM Cam, you will have had a very quick shot that the lovable, the wonderful Jacob Harris, our colleague in the BUKC, just popped in to briefly say hello. You probably didn't see as well that there was some more former Cardiff people. So it's a very Cardiff room.
It is.
About 20 seconds there. Was there as well. But yes, this will be the final run in this first rotation.
Yes.
Go around again. If you're just joining us and you're new to this, each driver races 3 heats, and they start one from the middle. Why have we gone with middle first? What's going on with my head today?
Why not? It's
one
still
from the
true.
Middle, one from the front and one from the back. Or it could be one from the front, one from the back, and one from the middle.
They could.
Middle back.
It is random in that way.
But what it works out is across the races that everybody does, everybody has the same average starting position on the grid, unless you're in C3, and all the C3s as novices start to the back of the field. Very similar to owner racing at cadet level. Honda Cadet, for example, do this at a club level, where if you're a novice, start at the back for your heats. But similarly, within those novice grids, you have a front, middle, back of the 4 or 5 novices that you have on your grid, and you also have the opportunity to race up through and get into a B final and possibly even an A final. We have seen it from C3 drivers before. Why do we do that, you may ask? Well, for novice drivers, particularly if they are very inexperienced, you wouldn't necessarily want to stick them on pole position with a bunch of angry C1s around them.
As somebody who raced in British University's Karting Championship, Rookie Championship, whilst during the period they still did random grids, I concur with this decision. It's a little bit nerve-wracking starting on the front row if you're a bit inexperienced. If it's your first time, at a circuit, for example, bit difficult going into turn 1. And this actually, I think, Andrew, not sure we've really mentioned it so far, but I feel like this is a particularly difficult track for the start, in a way, because it's not the conventional sort of run towards braking zone or run towards a corner.
It's a long way up to Spoon Corner.
It really is.
Under pace kart conditions for the start of this one.
But you still do get people trying to put a move in turn 1, and it can be a very hero or zero stuff early on.
We saw a little bit of that a week ago. The number 30 of Chris Alcock towards the front of the order in practice, at least. So watch out for him coming through. There's the 53 of Dominic Valance. Adrian Ray on the outside in the 97. Under starters orders for 7 minutes here at GYG. Heat number 3 of the day for the heavyweights. Away we go. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Chris Alcock in the yellow and black helmet, already cut into the inside on the run. The long run up to Spoon Curve we go for the first time in this one, but that has been a very good start, Howard, for Dominic Valance.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. I have to say as well, you mentioned Alcock just there before they got going. He read that brilliantly. He got over to the pole side of the grid as soon as he possibly could for turn 1, as the cone has gone flying there. Not sure quite who collected it, as it's a bit of pod-to-pod contact between Daniel Jenkins and Chris Alcock there through carousel. And behind him, I think it's that Matt Griffiths trying to make early progress as well. But yeah, brilliant start, as you say, mate, from Valance in that number 53, as it goes 3 wide here into through the compressions and into Devil's Elbow, and that looked like it went the way of Paul Williams there, Andrew, who I think has had a really good start there.
Yeah, really good stuff from Williams. A couple of penalties on that first lap. Vijay Patel has received a bump and pass, +4 positions at the end of the race. Matt Griffiths has been the driver adjudged to have taken out the cone on the exit of Spoon. That'll be +1 for kart number 18, but it's Valance from Ray, Bate, Jenkins, Alcock. Griffiths is off there.
That's Matt Griffiths.
That is Matt Griffiths. Going for some rallying, which is popular in this part of the world, but not in a Club 100 piece of kit. Let's come to a stop there, just by the marshal post. That's him very much out of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can technically go into the next field if you really want. I mean, I don't fancy your chances having a discussion with JV of Club 100 after that happens.
They are working on an extension.
They are,
yes. At GYG, but it's not quite ready yet.
No, not unless we're going into Rallycross. This is Kurt Holmes on the tail of Callan Sigafus for 6th place.
Yeah, really interested to see how Kurt gets on today. He's had a really strong start to the season as he looks down the inside there of Sigafus. Bit of pod-to-pod, but that's fine for me in my book. 3 second places, sorry, 2 third places. I've read my notes correctly so far this season. But as I say, he was 2nd last time out in the A final. He's really put a bit of a statement of intent on the C2 title battle so far this year.
Yep, I thought I was going to give the opportunity to Johnny Elliott as well in the number 54. Oh, and there he goes through. That was perhaps not how he planned to do it, though, as he goes 3 wide there through the penultimate corner. That's going to get a little bit tasty as they come through the final corner. It's gone the way of Sigurfus there, and that was opportunity as well for Simon Lloyd in the 73 getting through, but that was a bit of the heart-in-the-mouth moment through Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, I really liked how Simon Lloyd read that situation as a bump and pass has been given to... I did wonder whether there was a little bit of contact there in that phase of play with Johnny Elliott, and that's been adjudged to be the case. I like that from Simon Lloyd. When there was that 3 wide moment, he could have easily slung it in there and be a bit gung-ho. He just held back a little bit, knew that the gap was going to open for him to get one position. That was the key thing at that point. You can always go and try and get the second position, you know, in the next lap or the lap after that. If he'd gone for it there, I think there would have been an incident, and he would have lost a lot more than he could have gained.
Yeah, patience, as you say, paying dividends around this circuit. Got to be aware of how important, for example, this last corner they're just going through now is not taking too much of the curb on the exit, because that can get you a curb penalty. Johnny Elliott in the wheel tracks of Daniel Jenkins in that 1-2-2 up towards Spoon corner. Can he find a gap on the inside? He's looking for it, but can't find a way through. And is that going to give the opportunity to Sigurfus to counter-attack from a few laps ago? Probably not, because he's got his own issues to worry about, which is Simon Lloyd in the 73, hounding the back of his car as behind them it goes side by side between Josh Pettit and Jonathan Riley in their battle over 10th place. Riley at the moment the highest place of the Class 3 runners in this third heat of the day. As once again, this battle over 6th place comes down through the compressions and Devil's Elbow. Finish lap number 6.
Yeah, so easy to overcommit into a corner, especially through the second half of the circuit from Carousel onwards. Johnny Elliott trying to line up this move on Jenkins for 6th place. Knows he's got a penalty. So he's got to make it clean now, and down the inside there. That's nice. That's really nice from Elliott, and good from Sigurfus as well, taking opportunity. Oh, and that was a cone hit, I think, from Jenkins. Sigurfus placed his kart round the outside. I would have given that one up if I was Daniel Jenkins, because there's quite possibly going to be a cone penalty coming in that situation. Here's Riley having a look down the inside of Jenkins now. 2.25 minutes to go.
Still Dominic Valence leading this one, Andrew. I'll tell you for free, it'll be his first heat win of the season. I know that for certain, because it's his first appearance of the season in the senior sprints. And this is a cracking drive so far. 2 seconds to the good ahead of Chris Alcock, albeit Alcock has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.7. But the track or the field getting slightly faster in general, a 50.8 from our race leader that last time around.
Riley down the inside of Jenkins there as they go over the top of the hill. He's got the move done. Jenkins has received a cone penalty for hitting that cone there 1 lap ago. That wasn't a commentator curse, that was just an educated prediction.
And Lloyd through on Sigurfus as well for 7th as well through that Spoon section. So change for 7th as well as a change for 9th. Paul Williams there on the tail of Daniel Jenkins now.
Missed the B final. Loves a B final, does Paul Williams. Loves getting through them as well. Let's see how he can do here. Get into the, well, he's already into the top 10 effectively because of that penalty for Jenkins.
It's not too bad for him so far, because this is his rearmost grid position of his heats, I think, this one. So not too bad. We've seen him read a few exchanges really well this race, and yeah, I think he can be fairly happy with this so far.
Battle for 3rd place, Ray and Holmes. Adrian, I've got to say, this is a great drive from Adrian Ray, super heavyweight driver.
Yep.
Running up ahead of your C2 Championship leader so far. Always wide there, and that's going to open the door for Holmes to go through. Brilliant stuff. Really like that. Oh, contacted spin from Adrian Ray. I think that was the first one of the day. Last lap board is out for Dominic Valence. Chris Alcock is 1.6 seconds behind. This has been quite a drive from Dominic Valence.
It's easy for me to say a bit of armchair race engineering here, but that was too... He went too defensive there, did Ray, going into the compressions. If he'd have stuck to the conventional line more, he probably wouldn't have opened himself up to the attack that would have transpired as it did. This man, though, Dominic Valance. What a drive it's been to open up his 2022 season. Class 2 driver is going to come round here. He's controlled this one really nicely. Good pressure applied by Chris Alcock in the latter stage of this race. Has brought the gap back down to 1.6 seconds or so, but it's not going to matter because Dominic Valance is going to take the win for heat number 3 of round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Heavyweight Sprint Championship. Chris Alcock finishes second, Kurt Holmes in third, then it's James Bate, Johnny Elliott, Simon Lloyd and Callan Sigafus. Jonathan Riley in 8th, highest of your Class 3 runners. Adrian Ray, still the highest placed super heavyweight runner in that one, but it was a costly moment for him on the penultimate lap, and then Paul Williams rounding out the top 10. Good little race that. Everyone's now raced once. We look ahead to heat 4. Let's have a look at your grid then for heat number 4 of our heavyweights. It's going to be Richard Newton on pole with Richard Allen alongside. Jonathan McLeod and Andrew Cherry are on row number 2. Luke Pullen and Lewis Ridd are on row 3. Row 4 will be Stephen Netting and Steve Bosley. Then Tim Hill and Kai Crawford round out your top 10. Jack Cameron Drayton will be hoping for a better race from 11th, with Dave Pellers also hoping for a better run, I imagine, from row number 6. It's going to be Khan Bennett and Alex Pritchard next on row 7. Then it will be Anwar Brule-Smith and Ben Wotton, Toby Sutton and Tom Stalker, and James Radovich to round out your 19 kart grid for heat number 4 of round 3 of our Club 100 heavyweights, coming to you from a gloriously sunny Glan Y Gors Park here in Conway, North Wales, as we are ready to go again. Richard Newton on your left, there right, and Richard Allen going to be one to watch alongside in the number 26. Away we go onto the Dragon Straight, and it is a good start from Richard Allen. The best start I think we've seen from a second on the grid there, as they all work. He's through round the outside before they've even got to the turning point up into Spoon. What a run he had. Sort of just ignored it was the start of a race, and he went, okay, I'll take a slightly wider line there through turn 1 and made it work for him. That was a brilliant start there. And it's also been a good one for Lewis Ridd, up into third place immediately and trying to get by on our pole to Richard Newton, and he's through, and Steve Bosley trying to follow through as well through the second part of Carousel and has made it stick. But that was Andrew Cherry, I think, who's got through. It was indeed the 21 reading that one well and getting himself up into third place. Really interesting few exchanges. You can see Anwar Brule-Smith further down the order making early gains here as they work their way down through the compressions for the first time. Alex Pritchard as well trying to work his way up through from what looks to be his lowest grid position of his 3 heats as they come around to finish lap number 1. That saw a lot of change early on here. It is Richard Allen who leads ahead of Lewis Ridd and Andrew Cherry in third.
So a couple of contact warnings on that first lap for Alex Pritchard, one for Steve Bosley as well. That was really brave from Tim Hill around the outside. There was a moment where they were 3 wide heading towards turn 1. Tim Hill just held his outside line, carried the speed. There's not a lot of grip outside on turn 1 because we've had a bit of rain over the last week or so. It's a very, very slick line in these dry conditions where you wanted to get the tyres up to temperature. So that's very good from Hill, who's already got a win so far today. Richard Allen has had 2 heat wins so far. Sorry, no, hasn't had a heat win so far this season. So 1 second place is his best result of the heat so far.
Richard Allen starting to ramp up, turn up the heat on his pace. 51 dead. He set on that one, trying to pull away a gap, and he's got a gap of 1.7 from Lewis Ridd, but we have seen the way that Ridd was able to close up in his first heat of the day earlier on, so that's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch.
I'm going to correct myself. He has had a heat win. He's had 2 of them so far. I keep reading my notes the wrong way around. Apologies. Here's the number 86. Peathers needs a good result here. Did not have the kind of score that he would have wanted in the first race of the day, and needs a good one here. Otherwise, it's going to be. You can see final times Alex Pritchard down the inside there, going for a move, gets by. Good to see Jonathan McLeod back in a Club 100 paddock as well. It's a while since I've seen him. He's battling here. Here's Tim Hill fighting with Richard Newton. Here comes Peathers, who's going to brilliant. Love that. Takes advantage, gets 2 positions for free there, does Dave Peathers.
And McLeod will see the opportunity as well here. He's in the slipstream behind Tim Hill. He's going to get by surely on Richard Newton at least there as they come up the hill. He is indeed, as they come through onto the back straight here. Anwar Brule-Smith and Alex Pritchard have arrived on the scene, and there's a flurry of cars. That's well read by Pritchard. He's down to go down the middle into the carousel. Beautifully read few corners there by Alex Pritchard. And he's immediately on to the tail of Kai Crawford as well in the 128.
Anwar Brule-Smith lost out massively there, just got himself in the wrong position, and everybody who was on the inside line took advantage. I think I lost 3 or 4 positions there. Well read by those behind. There's Pritchard going down the inside of Kai Crawford. It's a little bit rough out there again. Richard Newton in the number 37. It already feels like a damage limitation day for Anwar Brule-Smith. He didn't have his best of results in heat number 1. I don't think he's going to get one here in heat number 2. He's getting through now. That's 2 positions in this lap so far. And penalty for Alex Pritchard. Well, that's going to help Brule-Smith's case, because that's the driver directly ahead of him. Multiple pieces of contact for Alex Pritchard. That will be a number of positions deducted off the number 7 at the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel sorry for people like McLeod there. You lose momentum in the midst of that fight, and this is the thing about the circuit. If you've lost your momentum, I know it almost becomes a cliche how often I say it, but here it's more true than anywhere else. You're going to lose 3, 4, 5 positions. You've got to focus on getting back on that momentum as soon as you can and not falling off the back of those who have just got by you, so that you can come back at them in the next few laps.
You're not speaking from experience, of course.
No, I'm not. Well, I am. I've learned from experience.
2.25 minutes to go. Here's Dave Peathers and Tim Hill. Now, there is a decent amount of time. I'd work together at this point from Tim Hill. Try and close that gap up to Andrew Cherry ahead. If you get Andrew Cherry, you might be able to catch Steve Bosley as well. 3rd is not out of the realm of possibility at the moment.
I'm not sure we've mentioned Andrew Cherry's drive too much so far, but going very well at the moment. In that 4th place, staying in touch with Bosley.
I mentioned Toby Sutton as well. He's currently in 12th place, but top of the C3 drivers at the moment, ahead of Stephen Netting. Chap Cameron Drayson's having an awful day so far, down in 15th place at the moment. There's number 41 of Ben Wotton. Has Ben Wotton got a problem there?
Just seems to be going slowly, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's just switched over. That's fine. Kept out of the way of the leaders. I think he has got an issue. He's probably going to be coming in to retire from this 4th heat of the day so far. Nearly halfway through the heat racing for the heavyweights. We'll have the lightweights running the same programme this afternoon, so do stick around for that here on your Alpha Live YouTube channel, and the plethora of Facebook pages that we're on here today as well. Pritchard and Brule-Smith now working together. There's the instruction from Pritchard to say, let's keep working together, let's try and catch up to Tim Hill and Dave Peathers. The gap between 4th and 5th is staying about around 3 seconds. Tim Hill's read the situation now. Yeah, he's got to get through, and he has got through. Peathers doesn't have the pace at the moment, and Tim Hill's thinking about the 2 drivers further behind. Doesn't want to lose positions to them as Brule-Smith's down the inside of Pritchard there. Pritchard out in the rough stuff. Just about recovers it quite well actually, as we're on to the final lap now. Richard Allen, supreme out front in this race. However, we've not seen much of him, but he's got a 5-second lead.
Yeah, exactly. Really well done from Richard Allen. Super experienced driver in this Club 100 machinery, and he's just one of those drivers who can just find the lap time, find the pace when quite a few others can't. As that's a bold move there from Brule-Smith down the inside of Dave Peathers, and that's going to leave him exposed to attack from Alex Pritchard, but Pritchard's going to have to go the long way around unless he can sell the dummy in some way. He's going to try and find the inside there. He's got to be careful because he's already had a penalty for contact, and I'd think about letting that one back through. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's thinking about doing that. He's got to make the decision quick though, because we're on the last lap, and there we go. There's the decision made. We have to look to the start finishing line, because already I can say Richard Allen has crossed the line to take the win here. Here's Lewis Ridd coming through for 2nd place. So it's a good win for Richard Allen. Lewis Ridd in 2nd. Steve Bosley holds off Andrew Cherry for 3rd. Tim Hill takes 5th place. Then it's Brule-Smith who, he has worked his way up well there with Dave Peathers and Alex Pritchard next up, Kai Crawford and Richard Newton to round out your top 10 Toby Sutton, the highest placed of the Class 3 runners, in 13th place. Already, we need to be looking ahead to heat number 5. Here's your grid then for heat number 5. It's going to be Josh Pettit on pole with Lawrence Cheer alongside. Anthony Ridd and Vijay Patel are on row 2 with Adam Wright and Joe Holmes making for an interesting row 3 there in our 5th heat of the day. Gerard Moore and Simon Kavanagh are on row 4 with Darrell Lowe and Lee Barrow rounding out your top 10. It'll be Lenny Wood and Miguel Hall next. Harrison Wedgbury and Chris Alcock on row number 7. Samuel Bensley and Matt Griffiths on row 8 with Cody Richards and Richard Neal next up. Tim Dorr and Ricardo Vitale to round out your top 20. And Jonathan Riley rounding out your 21 car grid for heat number 5. Already sort of getting up to and past the halfway mark here in our sprint heat. They're coming thick and fast here for us here today at GYG.
Yeah, Club 100 staff rattling through the turnarounds here. Ready again for all of these drivers having their 2nd heat of the day so far. This could be another good one. There's some big hitters in this one. Not quite sure what's going on there with the number 38, but away we go for the start of this one. Bit of confusion on the anti-pole side of the grid.
Is it a problem for Patel's kart? He seems a bit slow going along the Dragon Straight there. As it's still Pettit ahead, or it's not for long, because that to me looked like Anthony Ridd swooping through. Okay. Odd one that. It looked like people were generally in the right position, but something went a bit awry there on the anti-pole side of the grid.
So the restart flag, for those not aware, the green flag with a yellow chevron on it, that we can see on our timing screens, means that the grid will form up once again in the same order. Sometime maybe knocked off the race duration here. I just wonder, was there a little bit of loading coming from the middle of the trail on the anti-pole that pushed Patel out wide through the final corner? Because you could see that Joe Holmes was slightly perturbed by everything that was going on there, and was the 2nd kart on that side of the grid, and clearly didn't want to be, because he didn't want to get some form of penalty, and tried to let Patel back in, but wasn't able to be there. So we'll go again. That race start never happened in the history books, and we go once again for heat number 5, looking a bit better this time. Everybody in their correct position. The number 55 making sure that this time the anti-pole side of the grid have gone too early. So we'll see if anything's determined about that. On the way up to Spoon they go, 3 wide in places. Oh, Adam Wright being forced onto the grass a little bit there. Through and over the rise they go into Spoon. Your leader, down the inside.
Big moment in the mid-pat there, Andrew.
Lee Barrow's involved.
Yeah, everyone's okay, but that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for sure under braking. Just one of the karts got a bit light as they went over the crest, and that led to an incident there, contact on someone's right rear, and they were both round.
Yeah, Anthony Ridd has come through all of this and leads the race. Joe Holmes is up to 2nd place already. The drivers hopping out of their karts there, because Club 100 karts are not allowed to, and thought that was going to come, Howard. Jump start penalty for kart number 55. Lawrence Chair crossed, and it's a bit of a slam dunk one, this one, Howard, because there's a timing beam, the transponders trip. This isn't one that's done by sight. This is, if 2nd place breaks that timing beam before 1st, that is quite clearly a jump start, and it's a penalty, as we say there. Actually, no, it's changed now. Has it gone to Vijay Patel?
Both.
I think it's gone to both of them. Right, okay, so both of them have received jump start penalties. It tends to be, if I'm not mistaken, 2 positions for every row you jump start. So
Matt Griffiths, Matt Griffiths, the other driver involved in that incident with Lee Barrow at the top of the hill on lap number 1. So those two having a costly one. I do believe they are both circulating again now, though.
Yeah, it's not a good day so far for Matt Griffiths.
It feels so dramatic in the kart because the grass actually dips away from the track.
Yes.
So you've come over a blind crest, and if you go off there, it's like you've got off into the wilderness. It's almost like you can't see the track you've got to get back onto almost. It's really quite... it's not a nice area to go off. Not that there are nice areas to go off, generally speaking, but as Joe Holmes is trying to eye up a move here on Anthony Ridd. Anthony Ridd is sideways under braking, trying to brake as late as he dare. Joe Holmes not too happy about that, felt the space wasn't left, but I think that was Ridd just trying to defend as much as he possibly could. It's allowed Adam Wright to get onto the back of Joe Holmes, though. And Josh Pettit, our pole sitter, is along for the ride as well.
Pettit in this position, just sit tight. Just sit tight for a moment, because there's going to be an opportunity here coming up.
Oh,
Joe
no.
Holmes is going round. No, he saved it. What a brilliant save from Joe Holmes. All of them are still involved. Alan Wright's going to the outside of Holmes now. Somehow, in all of that, they've all held position 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, live timing shows that as a very uneventful lap, but we know different as they come onto a new lap, onto the Dragon Straight. They've come out of Club Corner. How much of a run can Joe Holmes get? Now, if you're Anthony Reid, you want to try and do a Tim Hill type approach here, I think, and keep it nice and tight. But I think he's actually trying to keep wide, because there's oh no, that's a slightly tighter line he's taking this time. There's a little bit more grip for braking on the outside as you approach that corner. So it's a bit of a difficult compromise act if you're defending, because it's like you have to brake maybe a smidge earlier, which leaves you exposed to attack, but you can keep it tight and defend against that attack.
And the crucial thing as well is keeping the revs of these Rotax Evo engines up as well. You can carry a lot of speed through Spoon and then out and onto the Snowdon Straight, but if you chuck it in there really hard, to say like you would with one of the big hairpins at Buckmore Park, for example, you bog the engine down, you just lose so much momentum. It's a very different style of driving that you have to do around this GYG circuit to many of the other circuits we visit. There's a penalty for an ABC takeout on Miguel Hall. That's
going to be on Josh Pettit, because he's dropped well down the order.
Correct. So the number 46 will have come to a stop, even if it was momentarily. And Hall has received a penalty. Reid continuing to defend here from reigning champion Joe Holmes. Adam Wright is playing a smart game here as well, just sitting there at the moment in third place. Knows that a gap may well be opened by the number 1. If he can hop inside that gap, get into position for himself and let Joe do all the hard work.
Speaking of penalties for Miguel Hall, significantly cleaner race thus far from Harrison Wedgbury, running well in 5th place, trying to make up for what was a costly Heat 1 where he raced, he raced in earnest, raced passionately, but accrued a lot of penalties along the race.
Yeah.
So far, a better showing in this one, in his 2nd heat of the day for Wedgbury. As once again over the rise comes our leaders. Once again keeping it tight is Anthony Reid to deter the move from Joe Holmes. Doing a decent job at the moment. Holmes might say a bit too... and there's a touch there on the rear of Holmes from Adam Wright, who just perhaps slightly misread Holmes' braking in that one, and actually that's held up Wright and maybe left him exposed to attack from Miguel Hall, though he'd do well to find a way through through this section. Adam Wright seems quite comfortable through the compressions and Devil's Elbow, but decent job at the moment. I know it's been a bit eventful and a bit argy-bargy. Oh, this is the move now, is it, from Holmes into the last corner? No, it's not. And that will leave him exposed to Adam Wright. Wright will definitely have a bit of a run here if he can find a way through on Joe Holmes, because that was, we've talked about how through both the last and first corner here, any moves are sort of 0 to 0 stuff, and that didn't work out for Joe Holmes. He's been able to catch up in the slipstream to Anthony Reid up the hill, but Reid can rest relatively easy on this lap in his continued attempts to keep Holmes behind him, keeping one of the best behind him. At the moment, it has to be said, even though there's been a bit of bumping and barging at certain points in this race. Should mention that Wedgbury's been able to catch up under the back of this, so this pack of 5 now, only Miguel Hall out of this 5 in the number 8 have a penalty hanging over them. And Chris Alcock is slowly reeling this one in as well, Andrew.
Yeah, this has been a much better race from Harrison Wedgbury, a lot cleaner, needs it, because he had a lot of penalties in his first heat of the day. Over the line they go then. 52 seconds on the clock. Just squeezing 2 more, fastest driver, and a penalty for Joe Holmes there. I think that is that multiple pieces of multiple contact warnings. I've not seen any come up, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, he has. There. He has had contact warnings.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, okay. So that's. Have we seen that come up on screen here? Or is that? I'm just going to hold on that one.
Not on our Alpha live stream. We've got it. We're seeing it on our timely screens inside the box.
We'll see if that holds
to go. You will sneak across the line with a couple of seconds left on the clock, so they'll get a 9th lap in here around GYG for heat number 7.
Chris Alcock has set up the opportunity brilliantly here to maybe take place on the last lap. Joe Holmes then, this is going to be his last one. He's going to try and tuck underneath through Club Corner, and he's got the run. Adam Wright's going to slip into the slipstream behind and see if he can cash in on this one as well. And they are both going to get through. Nicely done there by the two very experienced drivers of Holmes and Wright, and they've got themselves, after a race-long defence from Anthony Ridd, they have got themselves up into first and second. But does Joe Holmes, it's still shown on our time that he has got a penalty for multiple contact warning, and that would make our net race winner, net race leader, I should say, until they cross the line, Mr. Adam Wright.
Yeah, he's had 3 so far this season in the heats. He's had a second place in one of the A finals so far this season, still very early in the year, of course. Driver number 4 is going to come around the final corner. We'll wait to see if the penalties are confirmed, but Joe Holmes takes one on the road ahead of Adam Wright. Anthony Ridd, a battling third place there ahead of Miguel Hall, Hampton House and Wedgwood, that's the top 5. Chris Alcock in 6th, Simon Kavanagh 7th, Lawrence Chair in 8th, with a jump start penalty to be applied. Lenny Wood 9th, Vijay Patel inside of the top 10, also with the JS penalties to be applied. Jonathan Riley is your top C3, then it was Bensley, Pettit, Lowe, Neal, Richards, Griffiths, Moore, Dorr and Barrow. That was your 20 runners. Heat number 5, we're going to cut straight to, after this short little break, to heat number 6.
Here's your grid then for sprint heat number 6 of our heavyweights today here at Glan Y Gors. Mikey Nichols will lead this one from pole. Paul Williams alongside him. Damien Smith and Alexander Lamin are on row 2. Johnny Elliott and Kurt Holmes are row number 3. And I'm getting ahead of myself. There we go. There's the grid. Nichols and Williams on the first row. Smith and Lamin, Elliott and Holmes. Then it's going to be Jacob Harris and James Bate on row number 4, with Adrian Ray and Dominic Valance rounding out the top 10. Steve Lindley and Daniel Jenkins are next, with Simon Lloyd and Callan Sigafus on row number 7. Row number 8, we'll see Stuart Kirk start just ahead of Vinod Harani. Leon Duprise and James Antwis will be row number 9. And then it's going to be Luke Elliott and Shane Cotter to round out the 20 kart field for this 6th heat, after which all drivers will have finished 2 of their heat races. We really are cracking through the schedule here at Glan Y Gors.
As we are here in Wales, and, you know, we're very accustomed to seeing the Welsh sheep out there, some Welsh cows. Well, we've got a Welsh giraffe in this one, with Jacob Harris out there.
That's one of those classic, I didn't know where he was going to go with that one, folks. But yes, indeed. Lovely stuff. Going to be an interesting one, this one. Good opportunity for Mikey Nichols and Paul Williams to bag some good points in their heats. Can we get a cleaner start than the last time through? Looks a bit better to me. I think Paul Williams with a lot of experience there as they head along the Dragon Straight for the first time and up towards Spoon, and he's got ahead actually, has Paul Williams, and is that Lamin that he's taken through as well up into second place. So great start from the anti-pole side of the grid, and much like we saw from Richard Allen a couple of heats ago, just almost ignores the fact that there is a race start going on to their right hand side, and that's a moment there for Dominic Valance, who's taken that heat win earlier on in his first heat. Slightly more costly moment for him on this first lap, although I don't think he's suffered as badly as some have through first lap dramas as they work their way through the compressions for the first time.
Yeah, come down the hill. And saw there with Paul Williams' starts that he got it timed a lot better. Jacob Harris is involved in some shenanigans there. Steve Lindley down the inside there in the number 47 takes advantage of the situation. Pod to pod between Lindley and Harris is now in the wrong position on the outside. He's got Valance on the inside. They're all trying to sort themselves out. There's Stuart Kirk in the middle of it all as well. But Kurt Holmes, having this very good start to the season, leads at the end of lap 1, 8/10 ahead of Paul Williams.
I think that was Lindley going around the outside of Jenkins at the end of the Dragon Straight as well. That was a move by Lindley, and it's left him exposed to attack from Jacob Harris, who has also got through. So that's 2 positions lost for Jenkins at least there. Bit of a heart in the mouth. There may have been, though. We will have to keep an eye on. Here comes some of the penalties. Yeah, big penalty indeed for the race leader, Kurt Holmes, with an ABC bump and pass being issued. So that's 4 positions added to wherever he finishes. So he cannot win this race now. Makes Paul Williams your actual leader once all is said and done. He won't necessarily know this, though. I always stress that. Unless he's really au fait with everybody's racing number, it's not going to be obvious that that's happened. So the question will be, you know, is he trying to lay it all on the line to catch up and pass someone who he doesn't actually need to in terms of race result and points? at the moment, he's more concerned about Alexander Lamin and Johnny Elliott, who are hot on his tail as they head through the carousel. Difficult sort of double apex left-hander. Both the Welsh tracks have a double apex left-hander. The Landau has one as well. I feel like this is a difficult one. I find, Andrew, that the second half of the carousel feels like it's got distinctly less grip to it than the first apex.
You're working the tyres, the front tyres in particular, and those who were talked to yesterday are probably going to get bored of me. Oh dear, as the number 97 of Adrian Ray is off. He really has got hit by the box curse. We praised his efforts earlier, and it's been not so good ever since. That's why you need to buy his cake. Those who I was talking to yesterday will be bored already with me saying this. The front tyres take such punishment through the carousel because you go over this little rise. You can't quite see it on the camera. There's a little rise that you just drop over, so the kart goes very, very light, but the weight transfer goes all onto the front. You've really got to set the kart right and not work the tyres too hard, because you've got all that weight forward and then you're pushing through that corner, and you can just feel the fronts going, I don't like this, more and more as you traverse around that corner. And if you push them too hard, they then get to a point where they just go, no, I've had enough, and you scrub out wide. And then you've got that camber thing again on the exit of the corner. The track slopes away. It's a quite nasty bump. We saw quite a few of the guys in Super One having adventures with last week. And again, you just drop off a cliff. It's a really, really difficult situation for drivers. Good battle this, though, for effectively the lead of the race.
Indeed, they might not know it, but it is a six-kart battle for the lead as Johnny Elliott's trying to find a way through on Lamin, and behind him Richard Allen is sending one down the inside. No, I don't mean Richard Allen, do I? I mean Mikey Nichols, excuse me, sending one down the inside of Steve Lindley, or trying to counter-attack on Lindley, because I think Lindley had got by earlier on in the lap, and he has got through, and so too is Dominic Valance, having a good battle here as well. So I think it's been a bit of a costly lap for Steve Lindley there. I think he's down, he'll be down net one, but I think he had designs to get up to 5th place early on in that lap, and it hasn't quite worked out for him. He's now got Jacob Harris and Callan Sigafus catching up onto the back, as well as Lamin is now having a very earnest look here at Paul Williams, but I think he's, again, his experience is showing. You can see the title line that he's taking. Johnny Elliott trying to go around the outside there on Lamin, and it hasn't worked. It's left him exposed to Mikey Nichols, and there was a moment there, I think, for Valance there riding up on the rear bumper of Mikey Nichols, and it's held both of them up, and it's allowed Steve Lindley to get back through to where he was a lap ago.
That was wonderful from Lindley. He just went, oh, there's a lane here around the outside, take 2 positions, thank you very much. And he has now got his 5th place that he was endeavouring for a lap ago. There has been a track limit warning for Jacob Harris. It's probably through this corner here where the drivers are told that big scissor curb that you just saw to the right of your screen there, don't go near it, as, oh dear, we've got another retirement. Luke Elliott in kart number 101.
Meanwhile, Johnny Elliott is trying to find a way through here on Lamin. He's got the inside line this time, and Steve Lindley's going to try and stick it to the inside and cash in as well. In fact, he's going to try and go for gold through on Johnny Elliott, and that might be a little bit, we'll see if, keep an eye on the penalties for that one, Andrew, because I think it does look like a bit of a candidate for bump and pass, doesn't it? As is that Jacob Harris getting through on Mikey Nichols, who's not happy about something. It's all quite dramatic here. Yellow, that'll be for Luke Elliott, stranded in that part of the circuit. No, it's not. Is that Dominic?
It's still Luke Elliott.
Oh, sorry,
covering his kart.
Apologies. Gosh, it was a costly penalty that for Kurt Holmes. 5 seconds to the good out front as these all battle. But, can't win it. It's going to be 4 positions added on at the end. As Sigafus tries to pull alongside Mikey Nichols alongside the Dragon Straight this time.
There is the expected bump and pass penalty for Steve Lindley, so that'll be 4 positions for him. Daniel Jenkins also has had a penalty attributed to him for multiple contact warnings. As Lindley goes down the inside of Paul Williams, that'll help his case though. That moves him a little bit further up where the penalty will drop him to, of course.
But again, does Paul Williams know that that driver has a penalty? Is he going to go all in on trying to pass a driver he doesn't need to with regards to it winning this race outright? It's going to be an interesting one here as we come onto the final lap with this one, Andrew. The number 32 is leading this one, but I'm not sure if he knows that's the case.
Paul Williams is 1 lap away here from a heat victory, first of the season for him. are now on the last lap. Williams from Lamin, then Elliott. That's 1, 2, 3 without penalties. Sigafood's having a look at Jacob Harris there at the inside, and Harris shuts the door as they go over the kink. Williams to the inside, down the inside there goes Jacob Harris on Johnny Elliott. Elliott fights back, still side by side as they're going down the hill here into Carousel. Who's bravest of these two? Still side by side. Harris is going to be on the outside now. There's not a lot of grip there, and he's going to lose 1, 2, maybe 3 positions. Get just 1 in the end. This has been a great race. Paul Williams using all of his experience, just keeping things calm at the moment. He's got a bit of a gap as they run down. There is the checkered flag. Kurt Holmes comes over the line, but he has a penalty. Steve Lindley is going to be second on the road, but he has a penalty. Paul Williams, stand up. Heat 6 winner, first win of the year for Paul Williams. Alexander Lamin in 4th, Johnny Elliott 5th, Dominic Valance in 6th, Jacob Harris, Callan Sigafoods, Mikey Nichols and James Bates. That is your top 10 ahead of Simon Lloyd 11th. Top C3 was James Antwis in that race in 12th. It was Shane Cotter, Damien Smith, Daniel Jenkins, Vinod Hirani, Stuart Kirk, Leon Duprise. Those did not have a problem down to 18th. Adrian Ray and Luke Elliott had spins down the compression corner. Good race that. We're going to have to cut straight to Heat 7. The last rotation of heats is coming right up.
Here's your grid then for heat number 7 of round 3. Matt Griffiths and Alex Pritchard are your front row, with Dave Pethers and Calm Bennett on row 2. Miguel Hall and Lewis Ridd are next up. Then it's going to be Richard Allen and Lawrence Chea on row number 4. Josh Pettit and Adam Wright round up the top 10. Anthony Ridd and Kai Crawford are row number 6. Then it's going to be Lenny Wood and Joe Holmes on 7. Steve Bosley and Tim Hill on row 8, with Jonathan Riley and Richard Neal up next. And closing out the top 20 will be Tom Stalker and Riccardo Vitale, and indeed closing the top 20. Closing out the grid, for it is 20 drivers in this one.
Maybe it did not start for Vitale because he didn't start his previous heat.
Okay, good spot there. I have to say, you called Paul Williams someone who liked getting up through the B final. You won't have to with a performance like that.
The commentator's curse can work both ways.
Oh yeah, if drivers. So hang on, do drivers have to ask us to talk down? Okay, wow.
Yeah, it's opposite effect. Here we go then for heat number 7. Final chance for all of these drivers, and we're going to go around again because the grid is not properly formed up. The greatest of all time had a great saying. Very famous for commentators' curse. It's like he doesn't get things wrong. He doesn't get things wrong. He makes prophecies that instantly turn out to be incorrect.
Indeed.
That's what we're trying to do here.
Or, as we said earlier, bring us cake.
Bring us cake. Cake helps
that
as well.
So yes, full start flag just being shown to confirm that they're going around again. Always like it on our live timing screens. It makes the circuit map go like the earth wire of a plug. Which you can see over on live time, live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Club 100 and you can see live timing there. We've also got it on our Double Dash stream over on our channel. Do follow us along on there if you want to have even greater depth to your coverage of today's racing. Here we go though, ready for heat number 7. The last heat for all of these drivers as we go into the third rotation. Matt Griffiths in the 18, Alex Pritchard in the number 7. It's another good start from the anti-pole side of the grid, and I think Griffiths is going to take first position. He is indeed. Richard Allen this time doing the opposite of what he did last time and try and go up the inside, trying to do a pass on the grass, but can't make it work. It's 3-1-4-1, and that's a high speed off there for the number 55 of Lawrence Chea. And, well, I tell you what, that got quite dramatic. It's good to see that everyone gets through that one okay, as it's going to be Dave Pethers down the inside of Matt Griffiths, the pole sitter, and Richard Allen's going to follow through as well, as too is Miguel Hall, if he can at all help it. Although Griffiths will have the inside line there. Yeah, he's going to be able to stem the flow there of people trying to get by as they come down through the compressions. But it's a good start for Alex Pritchard to the head of the field. Again, it seems to be working really well. If you can time it nicely, getting away from second on the grid without doing a jump start, as that's a lovely move in the final corner from Richard Allen on Dave Pethers to take second place of him as they complete the first lap. What I will say though, Howard, and this may be in a realm of tolerance, it was very close. It was very, very close. I think less than a hundredth of a second between the two of them over the line.
It's not come up on our screen for any jump start penalties at the moment. We'll keep monitoring that situation. 4 minutes and 43 to go. The race time, no, it hasn't been reduced. I was about to say it has been reduced. It's just gone by so quickly, the first bit of this race. No, it has. No, it's a minute that's been knocked off, hasn't it?
Yes.
So it's a 6 minute heat now. Joe Holmes looking down the inside. Whoa, had to pull out of that one. Had to pull out. Miguel Hall was not in the mood for giving him space to try and make that work.
Not the first time we've seen him have to hold a drift through that corner today, is it? He's demonstrated very much how not to spin through Devil's Elbow.
So it's Pritchard from Allen, Pethers, Hall, Holmes. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Alex Pritchard. He's lost 6 kilograms since Whilton Mill. I saw him in the paddock yesterday. Mike Coppin was closer, and I was like, Mike, who is that svelte-looking man in Alex's race suit? Because it's not Pritchard. It's like, no, he's done some very hard work in the gym. And that was in trying to, as Richard Allen's looking down the inside now. Oh, bit of contact between them. But that was looking at the endurance events, really. But Alex made that work for him. Did them some good yesterday. 3.5 minutes to go. Great battle this. Richard Allen going for the big one down the inside. Can he keep it within track limits? Is Pritchard going to come underneath? Yes, he is. He just borderline for Richard Allen because they have been told to keep away from that scissor curve on driver's left.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Dickie Allen trying to do that move in the compressions as well. Obviously, he felt the opportunity was there, but very unusual place to go for it. And yeah, ultimately it's not paid off for him here, albeit it was a lovely attempt into the final corner. That is how it can happen. And don't get me wrong, if you're in a last lap battle, then absolutely that's very much a move you can do. But you can see how it compromised him all the way across start finish. And this has allowed everyone to buy into this. Dave Pethers, Miguel Hall and a certain Joe Holmes have all joined this party now to make it a 5-kart battle for the lead of the race. And I believe I'm right in saying nobody in this pack has a penalty hanging over them yet. So this is a legitimate battle for the lead of the race as they come around to begin lap number 5.
So Pritchard from Allen, Pethers, Hall, Holmes, 1.6 seconds clear of the next group behind, headed up by Matt Griffiths, who's having a much better race this time. Pritchard defensive again. Is there going to be an overlap for Richard Allen? He's going to be on the outside as they come down towards Carousel. This is going to need to be brave from Dickie Allen in the number 26. He's going to try and do a bit of a switchback. Well defended again from Alex Pritchard.
And Miguel Hall as well is doing a good job of keeping Joe Holmes behind him. He was under quite severe attack there, heading up towards Spoon Corner. Keeping a bit of an eye on Adam Wright. I think this is the lowest grid slot that he's trying to work up from here, up into the top 10, although he needs to be careful because he's collected a contact warning on the way. Our race leader does need to be careful as well. He too has a contact warning hanging over him, so he needs to be careful that doesn't get converted into a penalty. Courtesy of anything else.
Tim Hill's good day continues. He's just taken 6th place ahead of Matt Griffiths. Kai Crawford has got past Tom Stalker as well. Jonathan Riley currently the top C3 runner in this race so far. Pritchard will go defensive again. Allen to the outside once more. Is that going to be an opportunity for Dave Pethers to be up the inside? Holmes has got through past Miguel Hall for 4th place as well. This is what I love about this GYG circuit, that it produces great racing because you can defend without having to over-defend, if you get what I mean. We've seen some great races around here in the BUKC, in particular on previous Alpha Live streams of a Club 100 nature. Last lap board out then for this group. Joe Holmes looking up the inside of Dave Pethers there. It seems to be a group of 2 now ahead of the 3 behind.
Dickie Allen's going to try and get the switch back out of here and give himself the best run down the Snowdon straight to try and set up an opportunity into the carousel. He's been planning this one since the turning point, and I thought he had the overlap, but he doesn't quite. This, Andrew, is a lap where you might want to do a last corner lunge if you can set it up right, but it's hero or zero stuff, as we've been saying. Somehow Pethers has been able to keep Holmes behind him. Look at this. Dickie Allen goes for it down the switch, but what a beautiful move there. As I said earlier in the race, I was surprised to see him go for a move there. Not this time. That was beautifully read there by Richard Allen, who on the final lap, unless Alex Pritchard can return the favour through the final corner, I don't think he can. What a win for Richard Allen. Took it on the last lap in a very unusual place to make the move stick. Alex Pritchard in second. Dave Peathers doing well to hold on to third there. Highest of Class 2 runners, Joe Holmes and Miguel Hall. Andrew was mentioning Tim Hill getting by Matt Griffiths. He held on to that for 6th place. Then it was Adam Wright up to 8th. Steve Bosley and Josh Pettit round out the top 10. Jonathan Riley, your highest placed Class 3 driver in that one, in 11th place. That was a bit of a treat there. I really enjoyed that one. And we've got to look ahead now to more action coming up for you here at GYG in heat number 8. Your grid then for heat number 8 as they are taking to the circuit. It's going to be Vinod Hirani and Callan Sigafus on row number 1 for you here. Chris Alcock and Jack Cameron Drayton are row number 2 with Alexander Lamin and Andrew Cherry on 3. Row 4 is occupied by Mikey Nichols and Johnny Elliott, and Luke Pullen and Jonathan McLeod will round out your top 10. Lee Barrow will be hoping for a better heat race this time from 11th, Steve Lindley alongside him, and then it's going to be Jacob Harris and Gerard Moore on row 7. Simon Kavanagh and Darrell Lowe are row 8. Shane Cotter and Toby Sutton are on row 9, and then rounding out the 20 kart grid, it's going to be Ben Wootton and James Antwis. That's how they line up then for the penultimate heat of our heavyweights and super heavyweights here at Glan Y Gors for round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championship. A reminder, we're saying Senior Sprint Championship because in a couple of weeks' time, it is a couple of weeks, isn't it? A few weeks' time, we've got the cadets kicking off. New championship to the Club 100 portfolio. We shall talk more about that later on, because right now it's time for the race to get underway. Vinod Hirani leads them away in the number 24. Callan Sigafus trying to do what he's seen several do from second on the grid, and he's made it work again. Sigafus up into the lead, unless there's a fight back from Hirani at the turning point into Spoon. I don't think there is. So as they come into the first braking, it is the number 90 of Callan Sigafus who's to the head of the field, and a much better start from Jack Cameron Drayton to take himself up into second place. He needs a good result here to set himself up nicely for the trophy finals, as there's 2 drivers off to drivers left into the carousel on the grass. I'm not sure who that is, but they're recovering in the back of shot. No, they're not all recovering. There's a driver who's having to get out of the cart, and that might be a retirement, or at least a very long way back onto the tarmac.
Yeah, there was a bit of a cone pinball, pin cone, we'll call it that, going on as the cone on the exit of Spoon is taken out again. Chris Alcock looks to the inside there of Pullen and takes 4th place. Hirani out wide. Again, that's where the circuit's quite green at the moment. There's been not a lot of running, because even in the wet, you don't really use that far outside line. You go for a slightly earlier turn in to get your bite on the tyres as you go through in the wet. So you don't, unless something's gone a little bit awry, you don't see karts going over that piece of tarmac.
Yeah, it's not the kind of corner where a wet line principle applies at all. You've kind of just got to stick it on the rails and see how it goes. Chris Alcock finding a way through there. Oh, nice move there on Andrew Cherry, and takes himself up into 3rd place. A bit more confidence now, some of these drivers, to some of the moves I'm seeing them pull. We weren't seeing many moves through this section early on, but now we're seeing a few more coming through, as now Chris Alcock sets his sights on Jack Cameron Drayton in that number 85. Still Callan Sigafus in the lead though, in the green suit and the high-vis helmet. He's 1.4 seconds to the good over these two as they turn in at the top of the hill and head towards the braking zone of Spoon. As behind them, that is Andrew Cherry and Luke Pullen still battling away, but it stays as they were. And Lamin has arrived on the scene as well in the number 34, as Alcock has found a way through there into the carousel, beautifully judged down the Snowdon Straight, and that takes Alcock up into 2nd place.
It does indeed. He saw a little point there to say, don't fight this, we need to go and catch Callan Sigafus ahead. Contacts warning for Steve Lindley. Cameron Drayton needs a big result here. It's not been a good day so far for the driver in kart number 85. Andrew Cherry closing in as well. Luke Pullen continuing a really strong run so far here in 5th place. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Benjamin Woodland's had contact warning just there on your screen.
Micah Nichols, the driver at the back of this pack, and then it's 2 seconds further back then to Vinod Hirani. I think he's struggled a little bit to get on the pace, having started on pole in this one. And look at this, out wide there is Jacob Harris.
Oh, here he comes.
Trying to get the switchback, I think, there on Luke Pullen, but the gap isn't going to open up for him here, and he's got to be careful because he's got he has got through on Lamin. Apologies. Yeah, good move there. But it's Pullen. He was trying to do the double and couldn't quite make it work, but has been able to hold on to that. As ahead of him, that is Pullen having a bit of a look there at Andrew Cherry. It's not paid off, and that's going to give Jacob Harris the opportunity. Here we go. Can he make it through the last corner without compromising his pace too much coming onto the next lap? I think he can. And Lamin's going to try and have a bite of this as well. And look out for Mikey Nichols, who's just been sat patiently on the back of this and suddenly can see the opportunity, and he's going to pick a move on Alexander Lamin as they get to the top of the hill.
That was a great sprint move from Jacob Harris, because he knew that there was going to be a gap there. You've got to confidently throw yourself into that position. You can't be like, oh no, they might turn on me, because before you know it, the next driver behind is going to take advantage. That was really, really well done. You can see Jacob, he has got a lot of experience in the BUKC, of course, and he's watched a lot of racing in these karts over the years. You can see him growing in confidence here in the sprint series. He's now on the back of Andrew Cherry, going for 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to see, actually, and coming back into some Club 100 racing action. Not just the man who gives, I think, arguably the world's best grid interviews around. He's going to try and find a way through on Cherry here. It's going to be difficult because he's on the outside. He's got to be careful. He doesn't open. Oh my goodness me! He's through. He's through round the outside, finding that grip that we were talking about under braking as well. As that sends Pullen towards the cones, and he's done it. He's collected the cones, so that's going to surely be a penalty for him. It allows Cherry back through. It's going to put Mikey Nichols all over the back of him if he can finish battling away with Lamin. Brilliant reading from Jacob. That's my move of the day so far there from Jacob Harris. That was superb.
I can't quite believe I'm about to say this, but I think that's going to be a DDMM contender for overtake of the year. That was brilliant. The guts to take that as well, because that is a fast corner. We were talking about being squeezed on the inside if you're going side by side through there. Similarly, round the outside, you don't want someone on you inside to wash out and force you towards that grassy area. That took real guts from Jacob Harris. A brilliant move to get him up to 4th.
The cone penalty has been given to Mikey Nichols, maybe I perhaps slightly misread that one. It's Jack Cameron Drayton, who's now coming under pressure from the driver who, he might have made up the most positions in this race as Jacob Harris. He certainly had a good one. As we're looking here at the battle for the lead, which is coming together here as we come into the latter phases of this one. Chris Alcock, who's had, I think, a strong start to the day here, is on the tail of Sigafus, who's been controlling this one nicely, but with 1 minute left on the clock, he's surely going to start to have a run on him here up the Dragon Straight.
Are we sure it's not going to actually, Mish is just slap Jacobs? They are similar height. They're two very tall boys, you know. They just sneaked out there on track. I'm stunned. I'm stunned into silence here. That's this performance from R. Jacob. 35 seconds on the clock to go. This is your battle for the lead. Sigafus and Alcock.
He's even breaking our rule. He's not bought us any cake, and yet... No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. So, yeah, Alcock now very much in the wheel tracks of Sigafus. Doing well, though, is Callan to absorb this pressure from Alcock behind. Chris Alcock, part of the Applewood Independent effort that we're so familiar with in the endurance series as well. We'll be seeing, indeed we've already seen Alex Pritchard. We'll be seeing other stablemates of that effort in the lightweights later on as we're on to the last lap. Can Chris Alcock find a way here at the top of the hill? The gap is there, and he's going to take that gap. He's not going to need a second invitation there, and through goes Chris Alcock into the lead. Somewhat surprised to see Sigafus leave the door open that much, Andrew. Has he got anything left in the tank to fight back?
Yeah, because it's not like they've got a group of karts behind them. It would have been worth defending that. He's having a little look, though, down the inside, but Alcock carries the speed through there. It's been a mature drive from both drivers, but Chris Alcock coming down the hill. He's had 2 heat wins so far this season. Here is number 3. Brilliant stuff from Chris Alcock. That is a really good haul of points for the Applewood Independent driver. Callum Sigafus in second place. Third, what is happening here? Jacob Harris, third. I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. Jack Cameron Drayton in 4th, Mikey Nichols in 5th, Luke Pullen 6th, Andrew Cherry 7th, Alexander Lamin in 8th, Steve Lindley and Simon Kavanagh completes the top 10. Toby Sutton was your top C3 in 11th, Darrell Lowe 12th, Johnny Elliott 13th, Vinod Hirani, Shane Cotter, Lee Barron, Ben Button, James Antwis, Jonathan McLeod and Gerard Moore complete the 20 karts that were in that race. I'm going to catch my breath after what's just happened there. Heat 9 is up next.
Two heat races in a row where we've had the lead change on the last lap there as well. They're getting better as we get through the day here. What will the final heat for our heavyweights provide us, I wonder? Anwar Brulsmith and Samuel Bensley will be on the front row. Harrison Wedgbury and Stuart Kirk next up with Simon Lloyd and Kurt Holmes on row number 3. Row 4 will be Vijay Patel and Paul Williams. Richard Newton and Damien Smith round out your top 10. Then it's going to be Daniel Jenkins and Stephen Netting on row 6. James Bate and Adrian Ray on row 7. Then it'll be Dominic Valance and James Radovich with Cody Richards and Leon Dupreez on row 9. And Tim Dorr and Luke Elliott rounding out the 20 kart field. Last opportunity for these drivers to get some heat points on the board. It's 20 championship points, by the way, for a heat win. And progressing backwards through the field by 1 point, so second place gets 19 points, etc., etc. But the big points are on offer in the trophy final, so it is all about setting up the best grid position. So what can the drivers do in this final opportunity for them? After this, we're going to be into our finals. Anwar Brulsmith in the number 2 will lead them away. Samuel Bensley in the 88 on the outside. Doesn't look like he's going to try the tactic we've seen from some starting from second on the grid, but he is going to slot in nicely behind Brulsmith as they head up the hill. Looks like a decent, clean start from everyone so far. What about the turning point here at the top of the hill? Yes, they're going to stay side by side, but clean, crucially, as they head in. Oh no, there's a moment there.
They're huge amount of loading.
There was a lot of loading there, and that was a big. That was Simon Lloyd round in the 73, and frustration for him. Spoke a bit too soon, didn't I? As they came through Spoon, through Carousel they go. It's still Anwar at the head of the field, with Bensley alongside. They head through the compression for the first time.
Yeah, that was so unlucky for Simon Lloyd, because that was not his fault. Yeah. That was the, sorry to say it, the fault of drivers further behind, being too keen into the first big braking zone of the circuit, and he's had his race ruined as a result. Anwar Brulsmith, though, that's a big first lap from Anwar. Already a second out ahead of the rest of the field. He's thrown the gauntlet down now to Wedgbury, Bensley and Holmes to go say, come on, catch me if you can. Very good stuff. Track limit warning for James Radovich. So that is not good news for the driver in the 104, currently in 13th place. Holmes and Bensley going side by side, and Richard Newton's now on the scene then, the number 37, black suit, black helmet. ABC takeout. Penalty has been handed to Vijay Patel now. I've not seen, actually no, Leon Dupreez has fallen down the order as well.
But
so
Stuart Kirk as well had something costly happen on that one, Andrew. There's a few drivers here who will be licking their wounds slightly, I'm afraid.
So that's a big penalty for Vijay Patel there. He's currently in 6th place. 5 minutes of this last heat of the first session.
Kurt Holmes.
Yeah, Kurt Holmes down the inside of Bensley, going for 3rd place. Richard Newton's going to try and slip through as well. Oh, bit of a slide for Bensley, but he catches it, loses another position though. There goes Patel.
I honestly thought there was a risk Patel was going to collect him there, but it all worked itself out okay. Yeah, drivers, you can tell that, drivers who've maybe had a bad first couple of heats or feel they could have done better, really on the charge here. Throwing it in a little bit more, and there is an example of it. Stephen Netting trying to put a move here on, it's James Bate, no, it's Daniel Jenkins, I think that move was an attempt on, but hasn't been able to make it stick here. As they come through the last corner, and that might leave him exposed to attack from James Bate, actually, it is who's behind him.
Lap times at the moment, 51.067 for our race leader, Anwar Brulsmith. Harrison Wedgbury's pace is pretty good as well, 51.1. For Harrison last time around, as it's all getting a little bit rough and ready through Spoon there.
That's Netting realising he has to allow Jenkins back through, but it causes them to all check up behind, and that's allowed Adrian Ray through on James Bate. Well, it was the right thing to do there, I think, for Netting to go, no, that was a bit too boisterous, I'm going to let Jenkins back through. So they gave the opportunity, as I say, to Ray to come through, who he himself needs a better result, doesn't he? His first heat was good, his second heat, wasn't he? Stopped at the side of the road.
By the trackside first, got hit by a DDMM curse. 3.5 minutes of this one to go. Still 1.1 seconds the gap at the front of the order. Kurt Holmes in third at the moment. Seem to have the pace to catch up to the top two. So he's in a bit of a lonely spot at the moment now as this battle continues between the 1-2-2 of Jenkins, who's down the inside. Ray trying to get through also.
He's going to have to go around the long way. And actually, look at the run that Bates has there. That's brilliant stuff. He can get it stopped and turned in. He just about could. You could see the back of the kart fighting him there. But that was a lovely move there for James Bate in the 1-2-5.
Yeah, very good from James Bate. I thought he'd over-rotated the kart initially on the inside line into the carousel, but he managed to get it wrapped up and get the move completed. If these guys can work together, though, they can close in Bensley and Paul Williams. Bensley's coming back towards them. Paul Williams needs to get by quickly if he wants to get up the road.
I feel like it's a big if, though, at the moment, Andrew. These drivers don't look like they're about to simmer down and work together. Adrian Ray now trying to do a bit of a Jacob Harris, if he at all can. Going to try and swoop round the outside. Can he find the grip?
Yes.
He can. Another driver managing that move.
Oh, he's
wide, though. And that's going to allow Jenkins straight back through. And James Bate, again, will fancy his chances down the Snowdon Straight. And this time he is going to get the move done. So can't quite make the move stick, did Adrian Ray there. Went for it, and it was looking good, but couldn't get the thing stopped in time for the apex.
It's a really weird one. It's a frustrating one at times if you don't know this circuit very well, but there very much is a ribbon, a kart width ribbon of grip for breaking through that corner where you've got to do a little bit of trail braking and turning at the same time. And that was the example there where Ray just slipped off it. He just slipped a little bit too wide, and again, the camber of the circuit just goes away from you. You're carrying too much speed. You can't get that retardation on the brakes. You just lose so much time, and in that case, you lose positions as well.
Just looking at drivers who are having a bit of a recovery drive in this race. Andrew Stewart, Kirk and Simon Lloyd have all caught up to other drivers now. They're in a pack that's behind this battle, but they aren't yet able to make progress up through that field. So it's going to definitely been a frustrating one for them, I think.
Yeah.
As we're looking here at the battle over 5th place between Vijay Patel, Samuel Bensley and Paul Williams. Coming down through the compressions and Devil's Elbow.
New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Anwar Barul Smith.
Not a great line there for Patel. He's surely going to be exposed to an attack from Bensley. Well, actually, he's recovered it well, but Bensley is definitely going to be in the slipstream here if he can find a place to tuck underneath.
Kurt Holmes has found the pace, 50.801. So the top three fairly steady at the moment, about a second and a half apart from each other. Richard Newton similarly in a bit of a lonely spot, 4th place, but will take the points happily enough. Oh, not a great run off Spoon there from Bensley, gets it going down the hill. Paul Williams, I feel at the moment, you know, he got that fantastic heat win earlier. It just needs the points, doesn't need to be going absolutely gung-ho here, because I called him Mr. B final earlier. But there's a chance here that he's going to prove me wrong on that one and get in the 8, so I can very much get on board with this strategy. Bensley looking a bit more keen to get by Patel. You know, the two of them have a bit of a moment. He'll slip through and get 2 positions.
So you've compounded the whole commentator's curse experiment now, because you talked down Paul Williams' chances earlier and he went up, and now you've said he might prove you wrong.
Yeah.
I think we've cancelled out our effect on you, Paul.
Spiral.
So Anwar Barul Smith is on his last tour of the circuit, just coming out the carousel now. 1.4 seconds to go over Wedgbury. Good drive from Harrison Wedgbury.
Yeah, really good response from a not so good first race.
Yeah, and has done well to match the pace. You know, Kurt Holmes can be quite the charger behind. He's been able to hold that gap. Then Richard Newton as well in 4th, and it's these three then. Is there a change position between them? We'll find out in a moment, because Anwar Barul Smith will cross the line to take another heat win here at GYG. Harrison Wedgbury in a good 2nd place there. Kurt Holmes in 3rd. There is Richard Newton to come home in 4th place. And then it is going to be Vijay Patel who hangs on for 5th place ahead of Samuel Bensley and Paul Williams. Daniel Jenkins manages to hang on ahead of James Bate. Stephen Netting getting by on Adrian Ray on that last lap to take himself into the top 10. Dominic Valance is in 12th place. James Radovic is your highest place novice driver in this one, Class 3 driver in 13th place. Simon Lloyd, frustration for him, but did manage to recover a few places towards the end there to 14th. Tim Dorr in 15th. Stuart Kirk, frustration I think for him in 16th place. Damien Smith and Luke Elliott, Leon Debris and Cody Richards. And that is it for your heat races. Next up, it is going to be going into our C, B and A finals, which we will talk you through all in good order. But here at the circuit, there's going to be a slight pause whilst they work out all the grids from the points of those heats. And we'll be back with you soon here on your Alpha live stream of round 3 of the sprints for 2022 Club 100.
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream, so there'll be, as Howard's probably already said, just whilst I turn my head away, a little bit of a pause now whilst the grids are sorted out. In the meantime, though, keep it locked here on your Alpha Live channel, and we'll be back in a few moments' time after these short messages.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them academy days, so it's the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year, in fact here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a license to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit, so drivers will need a license. It will be the KX license, which is free of charge and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 3 for the 2022 Club 100 Sprints Championships. We're getting ready for our C final in the heavyweights class. This is your grid. Gerard Moore has pole position for the C final. Shane Cotter joins him on the front row of the grid. Damien Smith and Stuart Kirk are on row 2. If those 4 drivers hold their positions, they will progress through to the B final. On the outside looking in at the moment, with work to do, James Radovic starts on row 3. Tom Stalker joins him there 6th on the grid. Jonathan McLeod and Lee Barrow are on the 4th row of the grid. Then we find Tim Dorr and Ben Wotton on row 5. Leon Dupreez and Cody Richards are on the 6th row of the grid. Luke Elliott and Riccardo Vitale complete the grid here for the C final, and I imagine Vitale will be did not start again unless he's turned up in the last half hour and had a special force majeure driver's briefing. So we expect 13 karts in this one. Top 4 go through into the B final, joining the back of the B final grid, and this should be a good one.
Should be indeed, mate. It's always good to show a bit of focus on this part of the field. We always try and cover all of the battles that are going on, but it's quite difficult, you'll appreciate, across all of these heats, so it's going to be good to feature some of the drivers who maybe haven't had the best day so far, but as Andrew says, there is a means of redeeming oneself by getting up into one of those top 4 promotion spots, or repechage spots, as I believe the regulations call them. The chatter, hive of activity going on just outside our comms position here at the circuit is the sound of the lightweight drivers signing on. Don't forget that once we've finished all the fun in these heavyweight trophy finals, we are by no means done. We are merely halfway through the day's running here at Glan Y Gors, because lightweights are coming your way this afternoon.
No podium positions will be decided in this race, I believe, because David Whitehouse has already let me know that there are 2 novices in the C3 class in the A final, I believe, and I think we've definitely got some super heavyweights up there as well.
Yep. So this one is just about how do we look for positions overall and those top 4 golden ticket spots. And we always talk about tactics in this one. It's really important for these drivers who maybe they're in this final because their day hasn't gone to plan. Maybe they're in this final because they've not got as much experience as some of the drivers out there today. And if so, the question is always, do they know strategically how to work this to have your eyes on the prize of that top 4 spots, rather than going out and out for a race win? Everyone wants a race win. I want a race win. You want a race win. Everyone watching wouldn't mind having a race win, I'm sure. But more points are on offer in the B final if you can get to it. So if you're going to have it all come to tears in a hell for leather attempt at the first position here in this race, it can all end quite badly. So drivers have got to have their wits about them. And again, I refer you to the fact that the slipstream here at the circuit is quite pronounced on that Dragon Straight. You know, if a pack of 4 starts to break away at the front here, it could become very difficult for, you know, if you're in a pack that's battling over 5th place, don't battle over 5th place until you know there is no chance of you working together. Bump drafting. This is the circuit on the calendar, I think, Andrew, where bump drafting is the most prevalent, the most possible to do without, you know, causing a headache, unsettling the karts around you. There's a long enough straight that you can do it, and you want to do. If you're 2 karts battling over 5th and 6th, work together. Try and get yourselves back up into that top 4 spots. Penalties are also a factor here. We've seen that come in to play so often. You know, bearing in mind, if you get a bump and pass penalty, you ain't through. It doesn't matter how far you win the race by. It's a positions-based penalty, so you've got to keep it clean as well. So a lot of factors at play in what might seem a humble race, insofar as it's the lowest ranked of our 3 final races that we're going to do. But make no mistake, there's a lot to play for here in this one.
Have we talked about the length of the race as well?
Oh, we haven't.
So 12 minutes for these finals. The drivers in the C and the B final will not get a practice, so it's straight out there. See Jimbo there with the official timing sheets. running an efficient pit lane. There's Dan Underhill as well in a work capacity today. And I think we'll be seeing his little lad in a couple of weeks' time in the cadets. Yes. It's one of the things I'm actually really looking forward to. That there are quite a few entries for that who are
yes,
kids to drivers who've raced in Club 100 for a very long time. I think that's very much the ethos that's being put there into the Cadets Championship to give people the opportunity for the cost and not having to commit to some very high costs elsewhere in the sport. And so we're really looking forward to that in 2 weeks' time at Buckmore Park. It'll be the first round for the cadets, it'll be the second round for the juniors, and you'll be able to watch it all here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. Out go the drivers for the C final. 12 minutes will be on the clock. The grid will form up. To remind you that front four at the moment holding, at least on the grid, to the positions that would get you through to a B final. Gerard Moore, Shane Cotter, Damon Smith and Stuart Kirk.
I want to give an additional shout out for the juniors there, because the Young Drivers' Championship has been running. It's not the inaugural season for it, but you know, Club 100 tried to get the Young Drivers' Championship going at the hardest time, it turns out.
Yes.
You know, during the last 2 years, trying to get that championship off to a start. It is great that we're able to bring coverage of that championship finally as well in a couple of weeks. So do tune in to see some of the exciting talent that's coming up through and getting started indeed in the case of the cadets in this brilliant form of arrive and drive karting. Right here though, we are ready for our C final. Who can bag themselves a spot on the back of the B final grid? It's Gerard Moore in the 69, Shane Cotter alongside in the 70. Away we go. The 14 karts get underway, and it's a good start there from Damien Smith, who's tucked underneath our pole sitter there, and he's gone straight to the head of the field. That was a dream start there for Damien Smith. Can he hold it all the way up the hill? It looks like James Radovich, I think it is, trying to get a good start as well as they come through Spoonful the first time. Very wide, though, from Damien Smith through there, and it's opened the door to allow Gerard Moore back through again. And so too has gone James Radovich. I said he was having a good start. I think he's up into second place there as they come out of the carousel on that one. Stuart Kirk there in the mid-pack, a driver who I would have thought Andrew would really be looking to bag a spot up here. This is a little lower down than we would that we're accustomed to seeing Stuart Kirk. We know that he had some issues during his heats. We believe there was a takeout penalty for someone taking him off the road. So he definitely will be looking to bounce back in this one. At the end of lap one, though, it is Gerard Moore who leads. He's the only Class 1 runner we should mention in this C final. So he would definitely expect to, on balance, get through. James Radovich up into a very strong second place here, and in the wheel tracks, as behind them there's a good battle going on over third, fourth and fifth between Smith, Cotter and Tom Stalker as well is on the scene as their attempts and succeeds James Radovich in getting through into the lead. Nice little move there from Radovich. That is one of our Class 3 novice runners, Andrew, taking the lead off of one of our Class 1 drivers.
It was a good move, but they have lost time to the likes of Damien Smith and Shane Cotter behind. So we'll see whether that strategy plays out. I maybe would have erred on the side of caution and tried to push away as a 2. If you're in Moore's position now, I think you've just got to take that one on the chin and try and push along. The worst thing to do now in this situation is go for a move back. Got to keep the pace up, got to keep pushing on. There's a chance here that this field could split. Look at that battle going on for fourth place. There's a chance here for the top 3 to break away and book their places in the final, the B final, as Tom Stalker holding on there to fourth place, having a bit of a hard time with things.
Yeah, he was wide through club corner, and we've spoken about the grip out there before, and it opened the door, or opened the opportunity for Shane Cotter and Ben Wootton, but they've paid it back to him by having an right ding-dong there over 5th place, and that's costly for them, because 5th place is that critical one we were talking about. They want to try and work together here. So if you're Shane Cotter now, who's just been passed by Ben Wootton, the 41 now ahead of the 70, you've got to take that one as it is and try and work together here. There's a certain Stuart Kirk who just arrived on the scene, and he'd like his positions back, please.
Yep.
He'd like his points. So you've got to be careful here, and already I can see Shane Cotter dropping a little bit off the back of Ben Wootton. Needs to try and get back on it if he can, because the 41 of Wootton is now onto the back of this pack. He's the 5th driver in this train at the head of the field, as that's another wide moment for Tom Stalker, He is testing the limits of the track, and I can guarantee there is not more grip if you dip 2 wheels on the outside of the Snowdon Straight.
It's actually very easy to do that.
Oh, it is.
You just try and carry the speed. You're trying to reduce the angle of that corner, that little left-hand kink, and you just lazily go out wide a bit, and it's a drop-off. It's a real edge drop-off beyond the tarmac into the grass there. And yeah, Stalker very nearly got caught up in all of that.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about the crest that they go over to brake into Spoon, but there is also a crest as you come onto that straight. There's another blind thing at that left kink. So, yeah, as you say, easily done, but doesn't want to do it again, because I think if any more opportunities, and Ben Whilton will go for it.
A couple of changes of position on that last lap. Jonathan McLeod has got past Stuart Kirk, as has Cody Richards. Tim Dorr has also overtaken Lee Barrett. He's done it again. He's done it again there. Stalker needs to just maybe carry a little bit less commitment into the initial part of that left, because I think he's attacking it so hard that that's what's causing the washout on the exit. And will be a good sign if you're Benjamin Whilton, because he's seeing a driver under pressure here, making a few mistakes. This really is a tight C final. Yeah. Sometimes we see in these C finals, for those of you who are new, you know, your top 2, your top 3 race away, but nothing is certain at the moment, with this top 6 covered by less than 2 seconds, 7.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, uncharacteristic day, I feel, for Stuart Kirk here at the moment. In fact, there's a few drivers not in this top 6 who I'm thinking they would on balance expect to be up there. So it is an interesting one at the moment. Very interesting C final, as you say, mate. Radovic, though, holding very well at the front here. Gerard Moore seeing fit to hold station here and not rock the boat, which is the right strategy call to my mind.
Yeah.
I want to keep it nice and calm, and ideally you want the likes of Smith and Stalker, here they are, to try and battle a bit behind them. Ben Whilton there, the driver who's got all that opportunity in front of him in the top 4 places, and has he got a run this time on Tom Stalker? Now Stalker needs to be clean through this section this time, Andrew. We've seen a couple of errors from him on the last couple of laps. He's going to keep it tight to deter the move, but that will mean that Whilton will get a good run on that. It's a bad run for Damien Smith. What happened there? And that's now put him on the edge of the bubble. He's looking down. Is he looking down his brake pedal there, or just trying to spot his apex? I couldn't quite tell.
That was a very strange one. I don't know if we can get a quick replay of that. I didn't see any contact. The door's open there for Whilton to go down the inside. He's going to be on the outside. No, he's already got it done.
Yeah.
And Smith is really struggling here.
I wonder, Andrew, the one thing that you can do, we haven't really mentioned it yet, but that apex at Spoon, you don't want to hit it. It unsettles the car.
Yes, no, very good point.
So I wonder if he just touched that, and it's easily done because you're trying to come in to get the latest apex possible. It's easy just with the rear of the car, remembering that the rear of the car is wider than the front.
Yep.
It's so easy to clip it with that right rear, and it just compromises you driving off that corner.
It really, really does give you a rollicking, and there was definitely a bit of contact there between Whilton and Stalker.
He's slow off it again, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point now where if you are in Whilton's case, got to make a decision. Do you push on? Do you try and pull the top 2 back in? Or do you back yourself to overtake, get the move done, and then you've got to pull away? You've got to pull away at that point. You can't allow a battle to bring Smith and Cotter back into this. 5.5 minutes to go. Radovic and Moore doing a brilliant job at the moment. They're keeping their pace nice and steady, nice and calm. 51.9 for Radovic that last time around. Fastest driver on the circuit is now actually Damien Smith. So Damien Smith's found some pace. He did a 51.3 last time around. I've got the feeling now that this one's going to come together again.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and you could just see there, Tom Stalker just clipped that curb slightly, and you can see now how he's just under a little more pressure than he would ordinarily be.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. Just clipping the slightest kiss of that curb, and you'll unsettle the kart. As a penalty. That's contact warning for Ben Whilton. And you know, I did wonder, Andrew, when he went by on Damien Smith, I was like, it was a bold move. I wondered if it was a bit too bold. And and that's a look there, and that's disaster there for Smith and Cotter. And that was Shane Cotter trying to go for it into Devil's Elbow, and that's not. That was always going to be a hero or zero move there, and I'm afraid it went the wrong side of that fence for Shane Cotter, and indeed for Damien Smith. Just felt that he had the run into the braking for that left-hander. Maybe taking a bit of inspiration from what he'd seen Whilton do a couple of laps previously, but that has not worked well there. And what it's done is, well, I tell you who it's given the ticket for Cody Richards, because with Ben Whilton's penalty, Cody Richards, who we've not really mentioned much yet, and he might not know this, but right now he's sitting on the last of the promotion spots in 5th place, some 5 seconds down the road from this top 4.
So 2 positions is the penalty for multiple pieces of contact. It's like your persistent fouling in football. It gives you a yellow card. It's 2 positions. So if Whilton can get up to 2nd place, where the number 69 of Gerard Moore is at the moment, he'll still qualify for the B final. But as you're absolutely right to point out there, Howard, at the moment, if the result was to finish like this, Richards and Smith would be the beneficiaries.
Oh, well, no, only Richards right now.
No, because it'd be 2.
Yeah, I know, but it's still, that would still only promote Richards to 4th.
Yes, well, Smith would get up to 5th place, but it would be outside of the top 4. Yeah,
sorry, he is a beneficiary in terms of points and positions. You're absolutely right.
A real shame for Cotter as well, and now a penalty for an ABC takeout. Just to go, I mean, it's not going to affect anything because he's at the bottom of the table anyway. But yeah, that is the correct decision to give a +6 positions to Cotter. And the other problem, he drove onto the grass as well, came to a stop. Drivers are not allowed to restart from the grass because it damages the clutches on these Club 100 karts. So that's why you saw him having to push the kart back out of the weeds. Changed position for, well, I was about to say Stuart Kirk had got up to 7th, but he's just dropped back down again behind McLeod and Dupries.
Whilton trying round the outside, really earnest attempt there. I wondered how that was going to prove for him. It's not quite worked. He's got poor drive off the corner as a result. But yeah, so he's got to get, so yeah, as you say, Richards promoted to 4th and Smith to 5th as it currently stands. But yeah, so Whilton needs to get by Stalker and Moore in order to lock in his ticket to that B final, which at the moment looks like a bit of a big ask for him, to be honest.
It does, but it's become a very different C finalist. That normally, if these top 4, if none of them had penalties, it'd be like, yeah, bring it home, chaps, nice and steady. Yes, one of them will get a trophy, but in my opinion, it's far more important to get into the B final because you can get more points and more prizes. But Whilton in this situation is gonna make a race of this, and I think Stalker's aware of that as well. That he wants to try and get through because he doesn't want to have any kind of. It's almost like an attack to defend thing. I think he's feeling a little bit of pressure and a bit of risk of Whilton's situation behind. He wants to get himself up to 2nd place, maybe even into 1st, and just get away from that number 41.
I have to say the other key thing here is how is that battle going between Cody Richards and Damien Smith, because at the moment it's effectively a battle over the last of those promotion spots, and Smith has had the fastest lap of the race on a recovery now, of course. That would be quite the comeback if, in spite of everything that happened, you still got into the top 4. But he's only going to have 1.5 laps left to do it because these 4 are now on their final lap. It's been a great controlled drive from James Radovich, absorbing all this pressure. And Gerard Moore has done well to sort of sit in place. But there is the look. That was Stalker, I think, trying to defend there. I'm not actually sure that Whilton was on for making the move, but it's another poor drive off of that spoon curve either way for Whilton. And that might lock in his fate here unless he can find. We have seen him do a move in the next section of the track, but I'm not sure he's going to be close enough this time through.
Stalker did very well there. He got off that ribbon of braking grip that I've been talking about, and the back end stepped out, but he kept it together. James Radovich backed himself to take the lead early in this race, and he's going to get a C final victory as a result here at Glan Y Gors. Relief for James Radovich. He is through, as is Gerard Moore and Tom Stalker. Ben Whilton will not go through. He has a 2-place penalty, so Cody Richards crosses the line and will be classified 4th in that race. Damien Smith will be disappointed to be one of the worst spots of all. 5th place, 1 spot outside of the repechargees through to the next final. His day ends there. So Ben Whilton will be classified in 6th ahead of Leon Dupries, Jonathan McLeod, Stuart Kirk and Lee Barrow. That's your top 10 in the C final. Luke Elliott, Tim Dorr, 11th and 12th, and then Shane Cotter there across the line. He at least gets the solace of the fastest lap at the very end.
He does,
there, 51.298, but that's been really costly for him.
Somebody grab Cody and make sure he knows that he has made it into this final, because finishing, you know, quite a gap that was in front of him, and he may have clocked and seen further down. One of the things that you do get around Glan Y Gors is you can see quite far when you're in the last section of the lap. You can see down the hill, and he'll have seen 4 drivers ahead of him and could easily have just thought, oh, okay, well, 5th place was decent. No, you're in the B final, mate. Get in there. So we will see him again soon. In just a moment's time, when we'll have the B final for you here, and the 2 promotion spots up for grabs in that one as well. For the A final, it's all still to play for those drivers, and it's coming right up next here at Glan Y Gors.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the B final. Top 2 in this race go through to the A final. So Luke Pullen and Simon Kavanagh will be looking to hold onto those positions here on the grid. Richard Newton and Darrell Lowe are on row 2. Simon Lloyd and Dave Pethers are on the 3rd row of the grid. Matt Griffiths and Lenny Wood on row 4. Jack Cameron Drayton and Josh Pettit on row 5. Toby Sutton and Adrian Ray start on the 6th row of the grid here today at GYG for the B final. Then we find Daniel Jenkins and Lawrence Chair on row 7, Vijay Patel and Khan Bennett on row 8, Kai Crawford and James Antwis on row 9, and then Vinod Hirani and Richard Neal on row 10, Stephen Netting and Dominic Valance on row 11. And there, confirmed from the C final, James Radovich and Gerard Moore on the 12th row of the grid, Tom Stalker and Cody Richards on row 13. Big thanks to the guys here, of course, at Alpha Live and Alpha Timing for getting that information to us. And we didn't even need to check it. I don't think we've had to do that.
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah,
I was expecting to have to hurriedly put a confirmed C final result in front of you. But yeah, indeed, confirmed the top 4 then. Yeah, Radovich, Moore, Stalker, and Cody Richards with that penalty for Ben Wootton in that last C final.
What I have got for you though, mate, is what's our situation to have a little look at on A final and super heavies?
I agree.
And novices. Are we potentially going to see some trophies handed out in this B final?
Your highest placed novice from this race will be 3rd of the novices.
Okay.
2 Class 3 drivers who have very impressively made it up into the A final. In terms of Class 1 and Class 2, we've easily got plenty of those drivers up in the A final, so no podiums there. Your super heavyweights, I am just having this is the one where you've got to do it from memory, so I'm always a bit... I think I'm not spotting any obvious super heavies there, so I think we might be looking at your super heavyweight podium being determined in this one as well.
Unless we'll have one of the spots determined, because of course if say a novice gets through in the top 2, or 2 novices get through in the top 2, we'll have 4 novices in the final, so we'll keep up to date with that situation.
No, indeed. The super heavyweights was the last one I was commenting on.
And yeah, super heavyweights, we definitely will have some trophies decided in this one, because we can't get more than 3 of them into the A final now.
One thing I want to stress: the C final, because it was the 3rd tiered final.
Yep.
Had just 14 runners in it. We've had grids of between 19 and 21. I want everyone to bear in mind we are about to have a grid of 26 here running into this one. So a slightly bigger field, slightly bigger pack of karts who've all got to work it out up through the sweeping right-hander into that braking zone for Spoon. There could be a few tears here just because of the sheer number of karts. We've seen a few moments. I'm thinking of the moment for Simon Lloyd we saw earlier. Unfortunate for him. Everyone's got to play this sensibly, Andrew.
Yep.
Because this one is very much the mantra of you can't win it on the first lap.
Yeah, and there's quite a few drivers in this who I think at the start of the day would have hoped for an A final. They all can't make it because, as I say, there's only 2 spots open in this race to go through to the biggest final of them all here today for the heavyweights. We'll be back after oh dear, ooh, steady on there. That's Tom Stalker. Now, thankfully, he was on the back row of the grid anyway, because in theory that would have been a drop to the back of the field for spinning under formation.
Now that's very clever, Andrew. What he's done there is he's heard what we've said, taken it on board and decided to get the spin there out the way.
Ah, okay.
So now he won't spin on that one. It's actually very smart strategic play there. Right, 2 tickets for the A final on offer here, and also, of course, beyond that, everyone wants to maximise the points that they can take away from today's running. So here we go. It's going to be Luke Pullen in the 45. What can Kavanagh do? We've seen some good starts from the second on the grid spot today, and away they go into the 12-minute final for the B final, excuse me, in this one. It's a good, strong start from Darrell Lowe. He's looking to make up progress, but Luke Pullen, our pole sitter, has been able to retain the lead as they head up the hill for the first time. I actually think someone was just sweeping up a bit of dust there towards the back, but they have all been able to make their way through cleanly enough. Some people going onto the curb, but it looked to me, Andrew, to be a largely clean start as Pullen leads them through the carousel.
Yeah, I think it was Vinod Hirani who was running a little bit wide, the 2-3 wide as they come off.
Oh, there's
the
driver
carousel, and we've got one person off in the realm already. Kart's number 72, Toby Sutton, has had a contact warning, and it's absolutely ferocious there in the midfield. Everybody trying to find their way through. Cam Bennett's had a bit of a tough start there, but good start for Luke Pullen. He's got a bit of a lead here. Now this is good. This is a really good situation to be in a B final. It's the number 80 of Stephen Netting who is sadly out of the race. He's got that gap now, and we'll hope that second, third, fourth, fifth and everybody else will just start fighting with one another. Yeah. And you can have a nice relaxed B final, set some fastest laps, get that position locked in, and cause the uncertainty behind. There's Darrell Lowe having a little look at Simon Kavanagh. This is for third place, so these guys need to get themselves organised, because otherwise they're going to lose Richard Newton here, and they're going to be fighting over points only, and none of those spots available in the A final.
And I wonder, actually, Darrell Lowe there, you could see how much he was thinking about basically stuffing one down the inside of carousel. Yeah. He almost had 2 corrections of the wheel to go, no, I'm not. And I wonder if that was him making the decision point of, I've got to work together with this guy for now. It doesn't look like he's trying to pull to the inside of turn number 1. That's surely going to leave him exposed to Simon Lloyd. Indeed it does. And Simon Lloyd's going to leap onto that immediately. Dave Pethers as well is going to try and do that. And that indecisiveness, those half commitments from Darrell Lowe have not paid dividends for him there.
I just wonder, is that a little bit of race rust, especially in the sprints strategy and tactics department for Darrell Lowe? Because he's being ganged up on now.
Yeah,
you show that slight nervousness in trying to get through, and drivers at this level will pounce on it now. Let's see what Simon Lloyd does here. Will he work with Simon Kavanagh, or will he back himself to go through? He'll do the latter, through and into third place. Now this is a really interesting phase of this race. We know Simon Lloyd's credibility, always a bit of a bumping between the 3 of them. Simon Lloyd is off, and as quickly as that, his chances of getting in the top 2 have gone. So Simon Kavanagh back up to 3rd. Dave Pethers now in 4th place. Darrell Lowe 5th.
Oh, I'm slightly baffled by that one. I almost wonder if Lloyd had a problem with the kart there, as there seems to be yellow flags at the top of the hill. Because, I won't lie, Andrew, that looked like a very unassuming... Yes, there was contact, but I'm surprised that it left Lloydie on the grass quite to that extent. He has gathered himself back up again. We'll keep our eye out for any penalties forthcoming for Kavanagh, but it seemed, there's a swap there, indeed. Dave Pethers getting by on Simon Kavanagh. But that was an odd one for me, mate. I'm not sure quite how that one all concertinaed up.
So, still quite a long way to go in this race. Still more than the full duration of a heat. But at the moment, it's looking very good for Luke Pullen and Richard Newton, because they are out front and clear by 2.2 seconds between first and second, 2.1 between second and third.
But they're both. This is the one thing, though, mate. They are both lone rangers at the moment.
Yes,
you know, and that's the thing. If these drivers behind can start to work together, they will have the advantage. You know, it's been a great start for Pullen and Newton, but for Richard Newton in particular, I'm a little bit nervous from his perspective. But less nervous if I see this kind of stuff going on. Once again, Darrell Lowe going for the attack against Simon Kavanagh. He's backed himself. But look at this. This is losing time. This is going to allow Lenny Wood to have a look as well. All of this is allowing Dave Pethers to get on up the road. And actually, I suppose maybe that's good news for Newton, because now Dave Pethers is by himself and can't be bump drafted. But there was all a bit of a costly contretemps going on there, and I don't think anyone actually changed position out of all that. No, they've just lost a lot of time. Once again, Darrell Lowe is going to try and tuck underneath on Simon Kavanagh, and I think he will have the run this time at the top of the hill.
Adrian Ray is on for a very nice run here in super heavyweights, those with the green number plates. I say we believe that there's no super heavyweights in the A finals at the moment. He's on for a round win in that category. The number 46 of Josh Pettit looking down the inside.
Just sticking on that, Toby Sutton as well, your highest placed Class 3 runner, although bear in mind we have got some novice drivers in that A final. There's 2 of them at the moment, so at the moment it would be Sutton claiming the 3rd spot in that subclass. 2.5 seconds the gap that Luke Pullen has now over Richard Newton.
That's a big lap.
Ooh,
that
no,
is a really, really
yeah.
big lap there from Luke Pullen to just solidify it. It's a good position to be in this. 51.143. And I just wonder, it's been a bit of cloud cover as the track temperatures come down a bit. As who's that in trouble? It's Stephen Netting, who's a lap down.
It's getting out of the way, actually, which is good heads-up driving from him there, I think.
So Dominic Valance has now got the fastest lap of the race. Everybody's just dropped their lap times.
Yes.
But 3.2 seconds now the lead for Pullen. What is the gap doing? Pethers is closing in. He took nearly half a second out of Newton's lead over him that time around. So the battle for second is not done yet with 6.5 minutes to go.
No, very much so. Or very much not, I should say. And yeah, Jack Cameron Drayton and Dominic Valance, both a good pace, but have gone to the back of this pack here. And actually, that's Valance having a look at Simon Lloyd side by side here through Devil's Elbow. Through the last corner, And he's going to allow Valance to have a look at Simon Lloyd as well. They're still going to be side by side all the way down the Dragon Straight. This is going to be interesting to see how they work it themselves out. Dave Pethers now within a second of Richard Newton further up. But that, in the end, has gone the way of... Oh, and that's round for Adrian Ray. And oh, goodness me, it's difficult now for him to pick this. It's blind, Andrew. It's blind what he's looking back. The cameras don't show it, but he's looking to his right going, please tell me no one's coming over that crest of a hill. So that is a horrible moment there for Adrian Ray. He's got himself going again now. But, disappointing for him. And that could shake things up for super heavyweights. We're going to have to see how close Khan Bennett and Vinod Harani have got to him off the back of that incident, as we're here now with the crucial battle over second place. And crucially as well, Andrew, 2 consecutive fastest laps of the race have meant Darrell Lowe is bringing himself into this battle as well, as Dave Pethers is trying to find a way around the outside coming up to the top of the hill. Yeah,
Darrell's found some pace here and he's found some consistency. He's forced his way back into this. There's a takeout penalty for Lenny Wood. Down the inside there goes Lowe on Pethers. That's him into 3rd place. I wonder if that was the cause of Ray going round. In fact, no, I don't think it is. I think Lenny Wood's penalty has just been rescinded to a bump and pass, so +4 instead of +6. Never mind that, because we've got a battle on here for second place, the final spot of 26 drivers in the A final. It's going to be one of these 3, you'd think, with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Richard Newton under a lot of pressure here.
What I want to mention right now, Andrew, because Lenny Wood has a penalty running in 5th place, if these 3 all come to tears, the battle would actually be between Pettit and Cameron Drayton in the battle for 6th. And this is why in these latter phase of these finals, I know that, and there's a penalty for Josh Pettit, bump and pass. So, yeah, obviously it would have to come to blows between these 3, but this is why you've got to keep fighting in these finals even now. Luke Pullen is 4.5 seconds up the road from this, as Darrell Lowe is looking for a way through at the carousel. He's going to go for it. Both of them are going to go wide, and Dave Pethers reads that beautifully to take himself up into second place. Darrell Lowe, though, is going to try and find a way through here through the compression. Can he open a gap? He can't. And that, Andrew, is an extremely impressive reading of the situation from Dave Pethers. Smart head on the shoulders there, and that has got him through up at the moment into the last of the promotion spots.
And we've seen so far today that drivers can defend round here. Richard Newton, I just wonder, has he run out of gas? It's so physical out there today. Talking to people yesterday about how this circuit and what it does to your body is a bit different to other places. I'll compare it to somewhere like a Bayford Meadows, which is quite technical, and you feel that in your core. Round here with the higher speeds, especially as you go up over the top, as Darrell Lowe's looking down the inside of Pethers again, well, to the outside now. You know, you pull quite a hard load on the neck, and you can feel your top end of the body can be a little bit tired if you've been doing lots of racing. I just wonder if Richard Newton, has he run out of gas a bit, because it just doesn't look like he's got the pace at the moment to hold with these 2 drivers ahead.
Yeah, because you're holding your head through the high speed right-hander at the top of the hill. Could be and you hold your head through a double apex left-hander at the bottom of the hill.
Yep.
So
and through compression into
and
doubles
through
as well.
compression. Yeah, good point. So it definitely is. Darrell Lowe once again is looking to tuck underneath Pethers, but he can't find a way through yet. Pethers, is he going to hold it tight here, or is he going to try and take the optimum standard braking line around the outside? No, he's going to hold it tight. He knows what the threat is here from Lowe, but Lowe has had good drive off of this corner for the last 2 or 3 laps. Which way is he going to go this time, assuming he has the run? He does have a bit of a run. He's going to have to try it round the outside or tuck underneath for the switchback out of the carousel, and he can't make it work yet. This is great positioning so far from David Pethers. Is there no, again, I thought Lowe was going to prise open the door there, but he can't make it stick. He has to do it cleanly, of course. Can't risk getting the penalty with it. But also, if he does have to let him back through, he has still got Newton right there with him, and Newton has been able to close up here in all of this fighting. Further back, I should say, Cameron Drayton has got by Pettit and Lenny Wood, so he's not waiting for penalties to gift him 5th place. He's got there on merit. So again, if this all came to blows, and Darrell Lowe really is looking to tuck underneath again here as they come up through the sweeping right-hander, but can't make that work. Once again, Newton's going to take the optimal line through the corner to try and get a good drive down the next straight. Again, can Lowe tuck underneath? Again, he's going to have to go to the outside. This is brilliant stuff at the moment. Great defensive driving from Pethers, great attacking driving from Darrell Lowe, and good opportunism from Newton behind.
Yeah, Newton's responded here. He's just got to keep himself there and hope that something a bit rash happens up ahead. But this is reminding me of the drive that we saw from Paul Williams earlier that gave him a heat win after post-race penalties had been applied, where Pethers is just placing his kart. And it's very much a case of don't overdrive the karts round here. The way he's setting things up for Carousel and making sure that on the exit he's got something underneath him to push him out the corner and get good drive, not only helps him to hold position through Carousel, it helps him for the next corner as well, and to go into compression.
I do want to. We're going to have some attention on this, obviously.
Yep.
Shout out to Luke Pullen, who's just controlled this one beautifully.
Oh, brilliant.
We'll try and catch him across the line, but this is where the big battle is at for the promotion into the A final. It's been a great drive from Pullen. It's been a great drive from, frankly, all 3 of these drivers, but who is going to take the last of these positions? Opportunities running out now for Darrell Lowe. This next corner is really the last place that you can really go for it, and Pethers has got it covered up ahead of them. Luke Pullen is going to cross the line to take the win in the B final and bag himself a spot in the A final. He will be joined by Dave Pethers, who finishes a brilliant drive for 2nd place. Darrell Lowe in 3rd, ahead of Richard Newton. Jack Cameron Drayton, you know what? He's had some difficult heats today. That's a good drive to 5th in this B final. Josh Pettit in 6th, but with a penalty to be applied. Then Dominic Valance, Simon Lloyd, Lenny Wood, also with penalties to be applied. Simon Kavanagh, Matt Griffiths, Richard Neal in that Class 3, 3rd in Class 3, as we understand it from those who have got through into the A final. Then it's Vijay Patel, Tom Stalker, Kai Crawford in 15th place, Daniel Jenkins in 16th, then Toby Sutton in 17th place. Calm Bennett is your highest place super heavyweight of the day. They're finishing in 18th place. We say that provisionally. We're fairly certain there are no super heavyweights in our A final here today. So good stuff there from Bennett, and underlines that it was a costly moment for Adrian Ray, unfortunately, from his perspective there, that gave the super heavyweights win for the day to Bennett. Then it's James Antwis, James Radovic, good drive there, having won the C final. Vinod Herani in 21st, Lawrence Chair, Gerard Moore in 23rd, Adrian Ray in 24th, 25th for Cody Richards, and Stephen Netting, we saw having that incident early on down at Carousel on the first lap, rounds out your 26 karts of your B final.
Very good stuff. Hello to Jay Elliott, who's pleased with that result for Dave Pethers. I'm not going to read out the second comment because, Jay, you're going to get me in trouble. But very, very good stuff for both Luke Pullen and Dave Pethers. We'll see them in the A final, and that's up next.
Let's take you through the grid then for the A final here at Glan Y Gors Park for round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship in our heavyweight class. Richard Allen is on pole with Chris Alcock alongside, underlining how successful a morning's driving they've had. Joe Holmes and Kurt Holmes, and all Holmes' second row there on this one for the A final, with Anwar Barul Smith and Tim Hill on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Adam Wright and Alex Pritchard. Callan Sigafus with a good morning's racing to 9th place, and Paul Williams as well lines up within the top 10. Didn't need to come through the B final this time. He's in the top 10 for the A final there, is Paul, Steve Bosley and Steve Lindley, and all Steve's sixth row for us on the grid there, and then it's Lewis Ridd and a certain Jacob Harris there on row 7, with Alexander Lamin and Harrison Wedgbury on row 8. Remember Wedgbury with a lot of penalties in his first heat, so is he a bit out of position based on where he'd be on sheer pace? Could be an interesting one to watch there. Mikey Nichols and James Bate are next up. With James Bate, I think I'm right in saying, the highest place of the novice drivers coming into this one. So Class 3 is his to lose in that regard. Miguel Hall and Samuel Bensley round out your top 20. Then it's Andrew Cherry and Johnny Elliott on row 11. Anthony Ridd and Jonathan Riley on row 12. And this time we do need to confirm the top 2 finishers from that B final. So one moment. It is going to be Luke Pullen and Dave Pethers who takes us to the 26 kart grid for your A final. And they are all chasing the trophies and the 130 points that the winner of this one will get in the championship. So this is where the real big points are on offer. I'll remind everybody as well, we've been talking about championship on and off today. 11 rounds, bearing in mind there are 3 dropped scores that will be taken off your championship tally. It's a bit more, it's a little more complicated than that insofar as it's the equivalent of 3 rounds worth. So in reality, it's your worst it's your worst 9 heat results and your worst 3 finals results. So it's, it all adds up to 3 rounds worth of scores. Why is that done? It's to account for things that might happen that are beyond your control. It's to account for the fact that life happens and you might not be able to make every single round, but you still want to have a valid shot at the championship. Just keeps things interesting. We like it. It does keep things interesting right up until the last. It does enough make calculating the championship situation a little bit more complicated on the final day of the championship, but we love it because it gives us a nice close championship pretty consistently here in Club 100 racing.
Couple of things just to remind you. Results last time out at Whilton Mill for round number 2. A final result looked like this. Anwar Barul Smith took the win. Anwar has taken both final victories so far this season in the heavyweights. Adam Wright was second. Kurt Holmes was third on the road, first in C2. Johnny Elliott was fourth overall, third in C1. Other key results from last time out to complete the C2 podium. You had Dan Underhill in 8th place and Steve Lindley in 9th place. Bill Taylor not here today. The reigning super heavyweight champion was 12th in the A final last time ahead. That means he won in super heavyweight and he was ahead of Nicholas Walker and Lee Henderson in that regard, who finished 21st and 22nd respectively in the A final at Whilton Mill. And Andrew Hicks was also an A finalist. Result of note in that he was the top C3 runner and finished in 26th place. So that's what happened last time out.
If you're unfamiliar with the format, do not worry. We haven't just missed the start of the race whilst Andrew was running us through races past. They're getting a few warm-up laps as they are accustomed to doing in the A final here, just to make sure that all of the drivers are happy with their Club 100 Rotax Evo machinery ahead of the race and getting underway. It will be another 12-minute final race for these 26 drivers, and then there'll be a bit of a lunch break here at the circuit, and we will get going with it all again for our lightweights this afternoon. So plenty of action for you to enjoy here on this Alpha live stream, with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do hope you're enjoying it. If you are enjoying it, like, share, subscribe, get people talking about this fantastic championship. Very much a jewel of the UK karting scene, I have to say, as we're seeing a few drivers choose to switch karts. In fact, it's the 2 Applewood independent drivers there who are first in, of Chris Alcock and Alex Pritchard. The number 9 of Lewis Ridd as well, you can just see in the back there, going for a kart change, so they'll be unhappy with. And we should be clear, you know, it is so tight at the top here. This doesn't mean the kart's the kart's bad. It means, as Richard Allen has also gone for a change there, it means that just something hasn't quite felt right for the, these are the creme de la creme of our heavyweight drivers. Maybe they'll feel, oh, it's just slightly off on the top end, which of course is so critical as a circuit like this, with such a long straight. It'll be, as Alex Pritchard is getting pumped for this, maybe they'll feel, oh, it's just slightly off on the low end, or it just isn't you know, oh, this one feels a bit stiffer than the last one I was in, and it's more my driving style to have, you know, little things like that. It's half about the psychology of it. You know, if you don't feel just bedded in perfectly with the kart, you'll want to try another one. You're willing to roll the dice in that regard. You know, I have to say, and I'm saying this not as someone who's working as a commentator for them, I'm saying this as someone who is nearly, it's coming up later this year, nearly clocked up 10 years of driving these Club 100 karts in some way, shape or form. They do a cracking job of keeping an even field of Club 100 go-karts in this sport, in this series, and it really is a credit to them, as that is the 20 of Steve Bosley, also electing to go for a kart change. So, yeah, we are talking about fine margins here that are causing these drivers to go for these changes. And if you are looking at this and thinking, this looks fun, club100.co.uk, you'll find all the details of all the various championships that Club 100 does. And I am forever impressed by the sheer number that they're able to facilitate in a year. And, you know, we were talking, you saw on the VT earlier, the Cadet Championship, the Junior Championship. There's this standard package with the Endurance, the SP60 and the Sprints. There's the Club 100 Experience Series that they're running. There's alls, and we obviously are familiar with the British University's Karting Championship, which is run on Club 100 machinery. It is very, very impressive, the amount of stuff. And if you would like to have a go, I cannot do it. Okay, do it. That's my personal. That's all I have to say on the matter. I don't think you'll regret it. Club100.co.uk. Give the office a call as well for details, and they'll be happy to help. B and C final winners had very controlled drives at the front. What are we going to see here in the A final? Round 3, heavyweights here for Club 100 Sprints 2022 are go. That was a very, very keen start from Chris Alcock on the outside from second place, but they're side by side as they head up to Spoon for the first time. Richard Allen on the inside doesn't seem happy about with something straight away. Joe Holmes trying to push through into P2. I'll tell you what he's not happy about, Andrew. He rolled the dice, and I wonder if it's just twigged for him that his kart doesn't feel too good on the top end.
Quite possibly. Everyone's having a bit of a chat with one another. One driver off in the background. I think it's the 105 of Harrison Wedgbury.
Was it too good for Chris Alcock across the line, Andrew? I'm just going to ask that question because as it's coming up right now on timing, it shows him slightly ahead of the pole sitter across the line, but we'll wait for that to be confirmed. They've got several ways in which they try and work that one out. So we'll have to wait and see on that one as they work their way down through the compressions and Devil's Elbow for the first time. Tim Hill having to go defensive here against Callan Sigafus as they come to cross the line at the end of that one.
That was 3 karts off.
Andrew Cherry was 1.
Yeah, and here goes Joe Holmes. Look to the inside, forced onto the grass there by Dickie Allen. That was a very aggressive move across, and Dickie Allen retains the lead. Heart in mouth stuff for the reigning champion. Here comes Anwar Barul-Smith down the inside. It's not been the perfect day for him so far, fighting with Adam Wright. Adam Wright keeps it in there, but Anwar Barul-Smith has got the position up to P3. A change for the lead. Joe Holmes down the inside of Richard Allen through Carousel, and the number 1 is in P1.
Bit of housekeeping. Andrew Cherry, Sam Bensley, Anthony Ridd and Alexander Lamin, I think all involved in an incident on that first lap. Unfortunately for them, they're towards the back of this field as Adam Wright's having to defend now against Kurt Holmes down through Devil's Elbow, but lovely move from Joe Holmes. And I think that aggression from Dickie Allen there, Andrew, I think he has clocked. I don't think he's too happy just with the very top end performance, just at the very end of the straight. I think he feels he's a little bit compromised here, and he's under pressure here from Anwar Barul-Smith. And Barul-Smith needs to make the move here, Andrew, because if Allen is off pace, he needs to get... And there it is. That is the textbook move. Bit of a twitch on the rear there for Allen under braking. And Barul-Smith is like, no, we've got to work together here. We've got to work together. He wants to take the fight to Joe Holmes because Holmes, in many ways, Andrew, compared to what we've seen from him so far in the finals, at the moment, he's on form.
This is a crucial lap, this, for this final. Can Anwar Barul-Smith, unbeaten in A finals so far this year, close this gap down? Because Joe Holmes, those of you who've watched these Club 100 streams will know what he does. You cannot let him pull away. He's imperious in these A finals normally. Hasn't had the look so far in 2022. That is a good response. In fact, what was that? It was a 10th quicker. A 10th quicker for Anwar on that last tour of the circuit.
Penalty for Jonathan Riley in the 115 for an ABC takeout, as there is the swap between Wright and Allen. And Kurt Holmes is going to try and buy into this. Chris Alcock as well on the scene in that number 30. And Kurt Holmes is going to go down the inside of Allen as well. It's an uncomfortable A final, this, I sense, for Dickie Allen. He's not too happy with something out there, I don't think. And he's in a bit of a damage limitation mode, I think. Behind this battle, Tim Hill is battling away with Sigafus and Bosley. Should mention that Kurt Holmes in this pack, in the number 33, is your highest placed Class 2 runner at the moment. But behind him, that Hill, Sigafus and Bosley battle is for the last few podium positions in Class 2.
Other battles and podium situations just to let you know about. Interesting one going on in C3 because we know Jonathan Riley has a 6th place penalty. Back down the inside there goes Richard Allen fighting back here on Kurt Holmes. Retakes 4th place. Is Kurt Holmes going to have the inside line though into Carousel? Yes he is. Retakes the position. Chris Alcock's got the best seat in the house at the moment. Sat there in 6th place. Contact warning for Lewis Ridden, number 9. Just to go back to the C3 novice situation, Howard. So Riley has the 6th place penalty. So if he can finish more than 6 places ahead of his rival James Bates, he will still be the C3 winner today. At the moment, the gap is 4 positions. So James Bates running in 24th place is on for a C3 first place trophy. Anwar Barul Smith has caught up to Joe Holmes. Joe Holmes is being defensive. This could be good here for the next 7.5 minutes. I think we're going to see a bit of a Gandalf job here from Joe Holmes. He's seen other drivers do it so far. But these are 2 of the top drivers, if not the top 2 drivers in Club 100 at the moment, going wheel to wheel once again. And you can see Joe Holmes is having to defend so hard now. He cannot get... Well, he can't do one mistake at the moment because otherwise Anwar Barul Smith's going to be in. And it looks like Barul Smith has a bit more pace here today. Over the line they go. 51.4s at the moment for Joe Holmes and Anwar Barul Smith. That's not the kind of pace that we would normally be expecting from them. Some position changes to let you know about. Lewis Ridd and Alex Pritchard have both got past Callan Sigafus. Holmes defensive to the inside once again. Gets it locked down. No opportunity for Barul Smith to get through there. Miguel Hall has got past Paul Williams. So Paul Williams did get into the A final. So he's not missed a B final at all today. He's been absolutely brilliant. Harrison Wedgbury has also got past Alexander Lamin and Anthony Ridd. But still going on here. Oh, I thought there was half a chance there for Barul Smith to get the nose up the inside of Joe Holmes' number 1 kart. But still, Joe Holmes leads here with 6.5 minutes to go. Brilliant stuff this, and it looks, let's just check him again, 51.7s. 51.7s, Howard. So some people were doing quicker than that yesterday. 50.4 for Adam Wright. Adam Wright pulled 1.3 seconds in on Joe Holmes and Anwar Barul Smith, and this is all because Joe Holmes is having to defend so hard because he knows if Anwar gets through, he's gone. He's got really, really good pace here today. So this is why he's defending so hard, but it is going to bring Adam Wright and Kurt Holmes and possibly Richard Allen and Chris Alcock all back into this battle.
Yeah, it's a cat and mouse game, this one, isn't it, between Holmes and Anwar Barul Smith. And Adam Wright is coming into this one, Andrew. And whilst he's very consistent, I'm going to have to post it. I'm not sure when Adam Wright last had a round win. I'll have to have a look at that one. But he's going to bring himself into play here if these 2 ahead of him start. I think they've kind of clocked the threat in a way, but they can't really afford to work together.
I'm going to say it, and Adam Wright fans in the chat are going to go, no, don't do it. No, it's coming. Adam Wright has not had a podium on an Alpha Live streamed sprints round. He's had some terrible luck in these streamed rounds over the years, but he's right in the fight now. In 3rd place, he is caught up to Anwar Barul Smith. Anwar Barul Smith is aware that he is there. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Adam Wright getting a bit rough and ready there. Kurt Holmes as well in 4th place. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and still plenty of time to go in this race.
Richard Allen and Chris Alcock not completely out of the picture either here.
Oh,
there's the move, going for it into the final corner. Goes Anwar Barul Smith. Joe Holmes is over on the curbs. They're both going to be compromised, and this is the opportunity for Adam right now, and this is the opportunity for Kurt Holmes as well. Joe Holmes is left exposed here on the outside as they come through there. In fact, he's even going to just let Adam have it, I think. I saw a slight gesture there to the inside to say, yeah, take it. And he is going to let him through there and not lose too much time. That was I'm going to say the phrase again, Hero Zero stuff, as Joe Holmes is going to come back into the carousel. That is a bold move under braking there. And there's the penalty for Anwar Barul-Smith, ABC bump and pass. And it was definitely contact in that final corner. It did definitely put Joe Holmes, his rival, over onto the curb. And that's the call.
That is a big, big call by the officials here for Club 100 GYG 2022. It means that whatever happens now, Anwar Barul-Smith cannot be this round's winner. Even if he finishes first on the road, he will get that penalty. So we're now looking at, and he knows it was a big, big send. I have seen them done. I've seen them done. There were a couple of them last week in Super 1. I also saw some be attempted, and they went very, very wrong. So it is a bit of a 50-50 corner for chances of doing that kind of move. On this occasion, it's not gone the right way for Anwar Barul-Smith. Joe Holmes just seems to have refound a little bit of pace here. I wonder, is this a case of, as Dave Whitehouse has mentioned in the chat, is this a case of drivers who changed karts are now starting to find their karts coming on song later in the race? Because Joe does seem to have refound a bit of pace here.
Yeah, Richard Allen has stopped dropping back. He's able to hold Chris Alcock. It's a good point. And sometimes we talk, I should stress, sometimes we talk with penalties about, oh, will the driver behind know? Joe will know. Joe will know that that was a penalty for Anwar. He'll have seen the number 2 on the digiflag. He'll know that Anwar is that number. He was, from the point of view of the rules, the victim of that bumper pass. He'll know that that's the game. As far as I'm concerned, I'd be very surprised if Joe Holmes is not aware of the situation now with Anwar. The question is, how's the pace comparing? How's Adam Wright and Kurt Holmes behind him doing? It's still a balancing act for Joe Holmes. This is Dickie Allen, still defending against Chris Alcock. Well, I say defending. I wonder if they're just working together for now, Andrew, to try and catch up onto the back of them here.
There's still a good amount of time in this race, 2 minutes. And they've got that chance there to get back up into the top 4 if they keep getting those laps in.
New fastest lap, Andrew, from Joe Holmes. He's trying to stick with Anwar, not give the opportunity to Adam and Kurt behind him.
So at the moment, we would have Joe Holmes as the round winner, Adam Wright second. Kurt Holmes is on for another top 3 overall. Really is putting in a great run of results in this C2 effort.
It's not a legitimate battle in one sense, because we know that there's a penalty still hanging over Jonathan Riley, but the battle for the highest placed novice is 1/10 of a second apart, just under 2 tenths, as they came onto this lap. So keep an eye on that one for 22nd place. So that one's an interesting one in our Class 3 runners. New fastest lap of the race from Anwar Barul-Smith.
That's good pace.
That's really
that
fast.
Is really
That's
good pace.
A 50.092. That is getting on for some of the faster pace that we have seen this weekend. We'd expect to see the lightweights go a little faster this afternoon because physics. But that is some really nice pace there, as Richard Allen takes a slightly tighter line just to deter any move here from Chris Alcock, because now we're getting to that phase where the gloves will come off. They realise they can't catch up to the drivers ahead, and so for Chris Alcock it's going to be, right, I want 5th place. I want the maximum points I can get out of this. I'm going to have you. So Allen is now having to start going defensive, as further up ahead of them, Anwar Barul-Smith is going to be surely starting the final lap of this round.
Not long to go at all. Last lap board is now out. Joe Holmes has not taken an A final win so far in 2022, but is on for one here due to the penalty for Anwar Barul-Smith. Bump and pass, if you're just joining us, a few laps ago in the race for a move attempted on Joe Holmes.
It's worth saying that whoever wins out of this battle between Richard Allen and Chris Alcock will actually be the last driver to benefit from that Barul-Smith penalty.
Yes.
So actually there's more than 1 point here for them.
There's a 3rd place in C1 up for grabs here between these guys, but we are on the last lap of the race. Anwar Barul-Smith is coming towards the finish line here. Is not going to take victory today. It's not going to be 3 in a row for Anwar Barul-Smith. You can see him there coming around the final corner. Joe Holmes is going to be back on the top step. P1 in number 1 again, as Joe Holmes takes round 3 for the 2022 Club 100 Heavyweight Sprints Championship. Adam Wright finishes in a brilliant third place on the road, second place overall. As very wide there goes Mikey Nichols. Kurt Holmes is third overall and a winner in C2 again, twice in a row that he's done that. Dickie Allen will be fifth on the road and third in class once the penalties then obviously applied for Anwar Burrell-Smith, so he'll slot in that fifth place once that's applied. Chris Alcock in sixth, Lewis Ridd in seventh, eighth for Alex Pritchard, ninth for Johnny Elliott. Tim Hill finishes a strong day in 10th place, second in C2 ahead of Mikey Nichols there. Very close between them on the line. Mikey Nichols 11th, third in C2. Dave Pethers, brilliant fight there from Dave Pethers from the B final, finishes 12th in the A. Miguel Hall in 13th. Steve Lindley and Steve Bosley both have had strong days. Good points for them for their troubles driving all the way out to Wales for those guys, so in the top 15. Harrison Wedgbury recovered. I really like that recovery from Harrison Wedgbury. Had a torrid first heat, but bounced back and gets 16th place in the A final. Paul Williams with a very strong 17th place. A good haul of points for Paul in his C2 campaign. Callan Sigafoods was 18th. Luke Pullen, the winner of the B final, finishes in 19th. Alexander Lamin in 20th. Anthony Ridd in 21st, 22nd for Jonathan Riley, but has a penalty, which means your C3 winner here today is James Bate in the number 125. Samuel Bensley was 24th. Jacob Harris in 25th, and Andrew Cherry completed the 26 runners there in the A final.
Well, there you have it. That is the result for our heavyweights Sprint A final for round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. We are by no means done with today's action. We are merely at the halfway point. It'll be the lightweights in action for us here this afternoon. So do make sure that you stay with us here on this Alpha live stream with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. Here at the circuit, there is going to be a bit of a lunch break here. We're going to be back in around about half an hour, I would say, but we'll get that confirmed to get the time up for you here on the stream. So do make sure that you join us again later on, when we'll be seeing who can take home the spoils in our lightweights. For a little while though, for a little break, it's goodbye from us all here, and do join us again within about half an hour for our lightweights.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them academy days, so it's the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time. in a pressure-free environment. And then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year. In fact, here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a license to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit. So drivers will need a license. It will be the KX license, which is free of charge, and to the driver. And and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel. You're not paying for tyres. You're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Glan Y Gors, here for your coverage provided by Alpha Live of round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. We are now going to look ahead to our lightweight classes racing in this afternoon's running. We've done the heavyweights. Fantastic action that we had here this morning. If you haven't seen it, you can go and watch that back on catch up on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at your leisure. But right now we're looking ahead to the lightweights. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm alongside Andrew Mather here in the comms position. We're from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and once again we are here to enjoy the action alongside you all and talk you through it. And we are going to get straight into the first of our 9 heats of the lightweight Sprints Championship this afternoon, which will then go into the 3 all-important trophy finals. So without further ado, let's take a look at your grid for this first heat race. Bear in mind, not all drivers taking part in this heat. We'll get onto that the format discussion in a little while. But just to go through the grid then, Ben Lambeth will be on pole, Joe Bailey alongside. Ed Bars and Callum Martin will be on row 2. Bryn Olban and Dom Cliff are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Jeremy Deeks and Daz Teal. Charlie Summers and Keith Seagal round out your top 10. Rhianna Percox and Stephen Westwood are on row 6, with row 7 being occupied by Steph Theodoru and Andrew Rabbage. Rob Langthorpe and James Scanlon are row 8, with Dan Grocott and Tommy Lee on row 9. Row 10 is going to be Andy Berry and Harris Ahmed, and then it's Matthew Cliff and Nicholas Lacasas to round out the 22 karts that are going to start this one. First heat for the lightweight running here today. A little bit overcast over the circuit at this precise moment, but I've got to say, as this shot of the paddock shows you, we have been pretty blessed with the weather this weekend here at Glan Y Gors in Conway, situated just on the border between Conway and Denbighshire. Beautiful part of the world, and we've had a really fun weekend here at Club 100. There was the SP60 format and the endurance race here yesterday, and then we've got the sprint action on the Sunday, and it is that which we are bringing to you live throughout today. If you were with us this morning for the heavyweights, do hope you've had a nice break, nice refreshment. I've got a little bit of egg on my face. I think I said we'd be back with you within half an hour. I forgot that there was a half-hour test to be run as well as the lunch break for the marshalling crew, so that's why we're a bit of a longer break than I foretold, but nonetheless, it's great to have you all back with us, and we're looking forward to some fantastic racing in our lightweights. We've got the 3 subclasses, I should say, in the lightweights. Don't forget, classes 1, 2, and 3, with 3 being our novice class. Some of our less experienced drivers, but can often spring a surprise, give us something really cool to talk about. So yeah, going to be good to see how that all transpires over the course of this afternoon in this glorious sunshine in Glan Y Gors. 9 heats, as I say. Each driver will contest 3 heats out of the 9, so you can think of it as 3 rotations of 3 effectively, because once we get to the end of heat 3, all of the drivers will have competed in their first heat, and so we'll go into another rotation and so on and so forth until we've done the 9 heats. There are championship points on offer in the heat races, 20 points on offer to anyone winning one of these heats, and then it's 19 points for second place, 18 for third, and so on and so forth. The point system in Club 100, nice and simple, just decrements by 1 point with each position. And it is about championship points, but the big points in the championship are on offer in the trophy finals. 130 of them on offer to whoever takes the top spot in the A final, and it all cascades down throughout the finishing positions for the A final, B final and C final. The heats are ultimately all about setting the optimum grid position that you can in the finals. In order to keep that fair, every driver has the same random grid position. The grids are random, but done in such a way that each driver has the same average grid position across all of their heats. So if you start on pole in one of your heats, you're going to start last in another one of your heats and somewhere slap bang in the middle, such that you have the same average grid spot, and that's how that works. So average grid position is the same for everybody, and then across the heats trying to accumulate as many points as possible to determine the grids for those A, B and C finals. If you have a terrible time of it in the heats, there is still the opportunity for redemption because there are promotion spots available from the C final into the B final, and indeed from the B final into the A final. It is the top 4 finishers of the C final go onto the back of the B final grid, and the top 2 finishers from the B final go up onto the back of the A final grid. So if it does all go to tears in your heats, there is the option to do that, and indeed we have seen drivers have some very impressive drives up through those finals in the past in order to achieve that. That's all quite a way away though. We've got the heats to come first, but I thought I'd cover all of it because A, we've got a bit of a lull just while we're waiting for everyone to get the final bits and pieces together, and B, once we get going, these heats really come thick and fast, and we've got a very densely packed load of racing action for you to enjoy, make no mistake about that. This Glan Y Gors circuit then, I mentioned where it's at, in the rolling hills here of North Wales. You can see Snowdonia National Park off in the distance. You can see Snowdon. It's a nice clear day today, so you can see that as you go down the back straight here. 1.1 kilometre circuit, plenty of height undulation, long straight in the first set to the Dragon Straight. It's all about the straights in the first half of the lap, and then it's a nice it's quite a technical lap on the way back down the hill through the infamous compression corner complex and Devil's Elbow as well to try and finish the lap, and then it's about carrying the speed onto the next lap. Makes for some very interesting racing. We're going to talk a lot about racing in packs, racing intelligently, being patient, reading the situation well, being in slipstreams, working together to get onto the next pack. Those are all factors that we saw at the forefront of this morning's action in the heavyweights. So that's all to come. But I think that's enough rambling for me. It's probably about time that we say hello to Mr. Andrew Mather alongside me. Hello, sir.
I don't like technology. Screw me over the last 20 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the coverage for the lightweights. And yeah, really looking forward to this. The weather is exemplary here today at Glan Y Gors. Quick bit of housekeeping. Where are we with this season? Well, we're at round 3, so we've completed 2 of them. Here's how things finished last time out when we were at Whilton Mill. It wasn't a streamed round, but this was your result last time out for round 2. Mike Coppin was your round winner, ahead of Daz Teal and Fraser Brunton. Nice and easy, 1, 2, 3 in C1 and overall. In 4th place, though, we did have our C2 winner. It's Dan Seeger at Whilton Mill, ahead of Dante Dillon and Garrett Berry, finishing 6th and 7th in their A finals respectively. C3, we had one C3 get through to the B final. That was George Lawler on that day, finishing in 9th place. And then 5th and 6th in the C final were Harrison Kirkham and James Browning. So those were your podium trophy winners last time out. Championship scores look like this, still very early in the season. Fraser Brunton is your championship leader on 373, ahead of Mike Coppin by 3 points. Daz Teal, of course, finished 2021 very strongly. He's had a strong start to 2022 as well. He's there on 366. Dante Dillon is 4th on 361. Reese Pope is 5th on 355. Garrett Berry is currently... Sorry, I've missed your C2 leader, though, noting that Dante Dillon was, or is, your C2 leader. Garrett Berry is 6th overall in points, 2nd in C2 on 349. Ed Bars at the moment in a very strange position for Ed Bars, 7th in points at the moment on 344. Hasn't had a good time in some of the heat so far, so he'll be looking to pick things up today. Dan Seeger is in 8th on 338. And before I get on to other drivers who have won a heat so far this year, let's talk about George Lawler being your C3 leader on 241 points, 40th overall in the points. 6 places ahead, actually quite a good lead, 35 points over Oliver Johnson, who's 2nd in C3. Matt Ellis, further point back in 3rd. And just to mention, all of our drivers who've had heat wins so far this year, they are listed as follows: Hussein Rashid, Christopher Powell, Andrew Ward, Michael Preston, Matthew Cochran and Samuel Essery.
So we've covered the format, we've covered the state of play coming into today. We've even mentioned how hopefully these shots are doing justice to what we're talking about. The beautiful location that we've got here at Glan Y Gors. You can see the shots of the National Park in the background. It's really, it is a really cool place to drive as a driver. It's a bit of a driver's favourite, this circuit. This is going to be the key bit that we're seeing them going up now, the Dragon Straight. And there's Snowdon in the background as they swoop up here towards the Spoon complex. But let's talk a little bit about how you can follow all the action this afternoon here at Glan Y Gors. Obviously, there's this Alpha live stream. If you would like to have if you would like to supplement that with some additional detail and a little bit of a view of what's going on here in our little comms position here, a bit behind the scenes mixed with some additional details, as that's a bit of a moment there for the 17 of Domcliffe, just testing the limits of the circuit there. But yeah, you can come across to our parallel live stream over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Do come on over. And
which now has operative sound,
which now
didn't a few minutes ago.
Indeed. Guys. So do go over there, and we've got a few additional graphics bits and pieces to help you follow the racing in even greater detail. So if you've got the ability to do so, you can follow the action via that. And if you want to go, if you've got another screen free or all of that, then head on over to live.alphatime.co.uk, click on Club 100, and you will have the live timing screen as it's here in the box, live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Club 100. All confirmed results and all grids that are already posted are available at results.alphatiming.co.uk, and click on Club 100, and you can see there the results for this morning's running, last year's running. To be honest, going back quite a few years, you can, if you want, you can really swat up on your Club 100 results history there, and as I say, see the grids as they're posted for this afternoon's racing.
As I did, because the last time we were here for a sprints round, if you weren't here this morning, was the 17th of June 2018. And a few of our drivers who are out there in this competition today were there on that day. But all ready for heat number 1 then. So Ben Lambeth will take us from pole position. Joe Bailey alongside on the front row. Away we go for 7 minutes here at GYG. Good start for both on the front row of the grid. And away we go up to Spoon for the first time. All looking fairly regimented as they go up to Spoon Curve. It's been a clean start from the lightweights here. Ben Lambeth leads there on the inside, but no, nicking through has gone Joe Bailey. So Joe Bailey is taking the lead as they go through Spoon for the first time. Are they all going to get through? That's pretty good from the lightweights. There's a bit of penalties at a jump start. It is a jump start. So yeah, we saw one of these this morning. Joe Bailey has deemed to have gained an advantage from having done a jump start. And he got it wrong by 0.04 seconds, Howard.
Yes, indeed. And we may see more of those than usual, because there is, if you can time it just right, there is a legitimate start that second place can do that really does pay dividends on their way up the hill. We saw, I felt Richard Allen was the pioneer of it in heavyweights this morning, but we saw some other drivers timing it right as well, as is that Ben Lambeth coming back at.
Yeah, Ben Lambeth running wide, and he's going to be on the outside now, and he's going to lose a number of positions to the likes of Callum Martin and Ed Bars.
No, it's Ben Lambeth to the front.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, number 30 is at the front. It's all right. A lot of white helmet, black suit combinations, but no, that is Ben Lambeth, because I think Joe Bailey went wide at Club Corner, and that's allowed the 4 drivers now in front of him through. So it is now Ben Lambeth, Callum Martin, Ed Bars and Daz Teal, your top 4. Excuse me, no, because Ed Bars has also deposed Callum Martin of second place over the course of this lap, so even more change than I mentioned. And indeed, that's Ed Bars to the front of the field now, through on Ben Lambeth. So change for the lead. Ed Bars is to the front in the early stages here at Glan Y Gors.
I'm going to put a theory out here to defend myself. Have we got more black suits now in Club 100 than ever before?
I think so.
Stop doing it. Buy some different colours, drivers. 5 minutes to go.
I'm saying nothing.
You're saying nothing. You're saying nothing as your race engineer stands to the side of you. 5 minutes of this one to go. Ed Bars is back up front. Here comes Bryn Alban. He's been doing a lot of laps so far this weekend and has had some very good pace on home soil, of course. And he's just got past Dom Cliff there for 6th place. I can tell those 2 drivers very well because they're in non-black suits. Rihanna Percock's trying to make her way through past Dom Cliff now.
And is through.
Yep.
Good move there from Rihanna in the number 99. As behind them, there's this battle developing between Joe Bailey, Charlie Summers and Stephen Westwood as they come on to lap number 4. And head up the hill again. Ed Bars not being allowed to run away with it here. Ben Lambeth and Daz Teal keeping him very honest here at the head of this one. And lest we forget, we are streaming around, so we might see some good stuff from Daz Teal today.
Yeah, as I say, had a very, very strong finish to 2021. has had 1 heat win so far this season. Best result in finals has been 2nd place.
Yes, the cameras seem to be a good omen for him. So when we stream around, he seems to have a good time of it. Coming on to a new lap, has he got a run on Ben Lambeth up the hill? If he wants to keep touch with Ed Bars, you sense, although it's good pace from Lambeth so far, but you sense that Teal wants to get through here, and he's going to go and try and find the space in Spoon. He's going to try and prise the door open. Got to be careful here to get the balance right between, you know, being alongside at the right moment and prizing the door open, which can be viewed as a bump and pass. So it's a difficult thing to get right here. Now they move into the more technical part of the lap. It's harder to find a way through here, but as Rihanna Percox demonstrated a couple of laps ago, and as many heavyweight drivers demonstrated this morning, it is possible to do so.
And Daz can do it into the elbow, because he did it to me yesterday with a lot of ease, I'll say. 3 minutes of this race to go. Bars from Lambeth Teal. Now you will have seen Ben Lambeth has had a track limit warning. We're mainly looking at the last corner here for those who weren't with us this morning for track limit. There it is. Thank you, Dom Cliff. Right on cue. And there's a big curb on the inside of the last corner that you'll see when we get to it. But there's also a scissor curb on the outside on driver's left, where the drivers have been told, do not touch it. JV will not be happy. That will be track limits. So we've seen a couple of them come in so far in this race, but it's gone into a steady rhythm, this one so far, Howard, with Bars out front just pulling away a little bit from Ben Lambeth. Daz still quite happy to sit there in third for this precise moment of the race.
Yeah, exactly. And indeed, you know, having one eye on the long game as well, doesn't want to throw away a good haul of points. Once again, he has a strong run through Club Corner.
Very strong. Very good indeed. New fastest lap of the race from Bars, 50.664. Can Daz Teal find a way past? It's a good line to defend to the inside. Oh, now there was a bit of contact there between Lambeth and Teal has forced the door open. Bryn Albin's coming into it now, and the number 16 down the inside of Callum Martin. He really is in good form this weekend. I saw him out in the test session on Friday evening, and he looked well up for the challenge here at GYG this weekend.
Very much the appropriate helmet design as well.
Oh yes,
the Welsh Dragon, the Welsh flag design, being worn with a certain amount of pride, I would imagine, on this weekend. This Glan Y Gors alongside Landau, the two circuits that we routinely visit in Club 100. Rihanna Percox there in the blue, yellow and pink helmet, coming up onto the back of this battle as Callum Martin tries to have a look back at Bryn Albin, and that was an interesting place to begin the exchange at the turning point there. This is where we talk about patience. He might have been able to find a gap on the inside there under braking. If you go for it on the turn-in, you've got to be alongside in order to try and stamp your authority through that right-hand turn-in. It's at the braking point where you start to try and find a way through. And there are opportunities because there's a bit more grip for braking, unusually in a way. Well, actually not unusually. There's a bit more grip for the braking on the outside.
Yeah.
So there's an optimum line, and we saw it a lot this morning. Drivers who are defending positions, as we might see Ed Bars having to start thinking about doing on this lap potentially, if Daz Teal has a good run here, will keep it tight on the braking, but it does mean they have to brake a little bit earlier. So you see drivers going wide and trying to get the switch back. What happens this time? The door is left open, and that is Daz Teal going for it on Ed Bars. Ed Bars will have the inside line there, but is Daz Teal going to go to the inside for Carousel? We've seen a few moves pay off like this, but he can't make it stick. So it would have to take something a bit bolder through this technical section where Teal is strong, but Ed Bars...
Good experience from Bars there. He just held the outside line, carried the speed, didn't panic when Daz tried that attempt on his lead. But coming down into the final corner now, this is where we saw the action in the A final for the heavyweights. It's going to be a win for Ed Bars, a big win for Ed Bars, trying to get his season back on track here today at GYG. He takes the maximum points from Heat 1 ahead of Daz Teal. Ben Lambeth is the top C2 there on the road in third. Callum Martin fourth. Bryn Albin, good result for Bryn there in P5. Rihanna Percox sixth. Stephen Westwood, good drive from Stephen there in seventh place. Dom Cliff was eighth. Charlie Summers ninth. Jeremy Deeks was 10th. Rob Langthorpe 11th. Your top C3 was Haris Ahmed in 12th. Joe Bailey in 13th. Steph Theodoru won't be happy with that in 14th place. Andrew Ravage 15th. Second in C3 was Stan Grokotz in 16th. And another C3 in 17th in Andy Berry. Keith Segal, Tommy Lee, James Scanlon, Matthew Cliff and Nicholas Lacassas finished the 22, and that's a pair of legs walking down. Was that JV's legs?
It was, yeah.
Oh, of course. So tanned, so beautiful. Look at him. An exquisite example of the human form. Let's get ready for heat number 2. That's up next. Let's compose ourselves. Let's have a look at the grid for heat number 2 in the lightweights here at GYG. Andrew, oh dear, it's curse time. It's curse time, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Ward, the third member of the DDMM Barnstormers, has pole position for this one. Dan Seeger alongside on the front row, Hussein Rashid and Matthew Cochran on row 2, Russell Cooper and Sam Slater is your third row of the grid. Jake Wilkins and Garrett Berry start on row 4, Reese Clary and Justin Draper complete the top 10. Dean Everest and Reese Pope are on the 6th row of the grid. Martin Joyce and David Hamer are there on row 7. Greg Smith and Zach Stout start on row 8. Jagjit Singh and Harrison Kirkham on the 9th row of the grid. And then to complete the grid, we have James Browning and Olivia Ojo on the 10th row of the grid. Adam Britton on his own on row 11. There's 21 karts scheduled to be in the field.
Now, Andrew Ward does have a distinct advantage compared to yesterday in that he hasn't got me with him to hold him up.
That is true.
You know, so...
But he has got us now in the comms box where,
we are
as we have been mentioning,
commentators' curses.
The last month in particular, the curse has been very strong. Very, very strong. And there is time, ladies and gentlemen out there, that if you have cake in your possession, bring it to the comms box. We're up on the top floor of the clubhouse, and you will be saved, possibly, from the comms box. 80% of the time, it works all the time.
You know how when you go to the supermarket and your favourite brand of squash has gone for double strength and then quadruple strength?
Yeah.
We've done that for 2022, it would seem. Fast acting.
Very fast acting.
Fast acting, super effective.
If you're one of our iRacing drivers a couple of weeks ago, it even managed to travel faster than the speed of light.
There you go. Which is weird considering as you were saying it through the medium of sound, which is also slower. But no, I get what you mean. Oh, sorry, that was my one, wasn't it?
Safe.
That was my curse. Anyway, we'll see how it goes anyway. So these 21 karts will take to the track. And one last thing I didn't mention about I was talking about the random grid slots and the average. The one thing I didn't mention, the one aspect of that was that the Class 3 novice drivers, they do all start at the back. So they won't have the same average grid start position as everybody else. Within that class, they still are cycled round so that they all have the same average grid slot within that class. But that is done because it's just a little bit nerve-wracking and intimidating. If you are a novice driver, maybe this is your first ever Club 100 sprints round, it's a little bit harrowing to be put on pole when you've got all these drivers around you. So for those novice drivers, they do start towards the back. They cut their teeth, as it were, over the course of the season, and if they move up to the Class 2 order in subsequent seasons, or we have had it before where certain Class 3 drivers have moved mid-season. It does happen. It's at that point that they will then be treated exactly the same way in that regard. But that's just to, and as I always say this, as someone who used to compete in BUKT Rookies, which was in Club 100 machinery, at a time when they did run random grids, I am very much in favour of this because there is nothing quite more nerve-wracking than being on the front row. It's a great shot. I love it.
Who put that static camera there this morning? We didn't have this last week. Oh, it was Morgan.
It was Morgan.
Very good.
I mean, I don't want to take away from Morgan's achievement, but anyone can put a camera in there. Sorry, Morgan.
Yeah,
actually, no,
they didn't
I say
last
that.
week.
I'm terrible at setting up these cameras.
Oh,
so that's not true in of itself. All I'm saying is I feel like Snowden is doing the heavy lifting of making that shot amazing, albeit Morgan did have to put the camera.
I'm giving... Oh, dear, this is a bit of a rough and ready... this
practice.
boys.
This is warm-up.
Come on.
But yeah,
no, we didn't have this shot last week for Super 1.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Anyone who was on the crew last week, come on, step your game up. I want better for Clay Pigeon in a few weeks' time. Talking of future streams, whilst we've this is the weird segue. 21st of May, we're back in 2 weeks' time on the Saturday. I'm going to say it again. On the Saturday, a Club 100 stream on a Saturday. We've never had that before, but we've also never had a round of the Club 100 Cadet Championship. It'll be a historic day in the history of Club 100. We'll be down at Buckmore Park for the start of it all. We very much hope you will be with us here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. It'll be myself and John Ratcliffe on commentary for that. We'll have a bit of comms box cam. It'll all be good. For round 1 of the cadets and round 2 of the juniors as well. So what was last year the Young Drivers Championship, now renamed the Juniors Championship, part of the alignment with the Motorsport UK ladder. Very excited for that, I say, in 2 weeks' time. And for anyone watching who's going to be involved in that, we're going to try and get it together over the next couple of days to send out a DDMM comms box information sheet, because we're going to have a lot of young drivers who we've never seen race before. We want that those stories about them to tell the people all about the new drivers here to Club 100.
Do you want my junior championship random reference, random segue?
Go on.
They just went past Marshall Post 2, or they have actually before they went through the right-hander there. They went through Marshall Post 2. I believe that's currently manned right now by Bailey and Chris Morgan.
Oh,
they're on that post right now. They're lending a hand with marshal duties today. Got talking to Chris in the lunch break. It was great to catch up with him actually. Bailey, a driver who we've seen, of course, a lot in the Sprint Championship. This year he's opted to do the endurance format. And the Club 100 experience as well, we should mention as well. So great to catch up with him and talk a little bit about how they're enjoying their racing in another form of Club 100 racing.
Here we go then. Heat number 2 is our endurance teammate going to be cursed into turn 1. Away we go for 7 minutes here at GYG. Ward holds to the inside there, side by side with Seeger. That's perfect. That is a perfect start from P2 for Dan Seeger. Maybe. He did cross the line, the 0.023 across the line.
We'll see how they call that one.
Yep.
But as they come into the spoon, it's looking clean enough. So
there is a level of tolerance that we should mention, but apart from that, pretty good for our drivers at the front of the field. Seeger from Ward into Carousel, and Greg Smith to the outside trying to gain positions. This is his starting from the back position.
Battling away there with David Hamer in the number 24, and he's also, I think, got by Martin Joyce. No, I think Joyce has been able to hold him off actually on this first lap. As they come around to cross the timing beacon here, it is going to be Dan Seeger who leads this one, ahead of Andrew Ward. Just a reminder that there's a contact warning for the 21 of Martin Joyce. Just as a reminder, our Class 1 drivers are running the red number plates on their karts today. The Class 2 and Class 3 runners are running black number plates, as Seeger takes the tighter line that we've been talking about to go defensive against Andrew Ward. Behind them, Matthew Cockram in that 27, and then side by side here between Garrett Berry and the 78 of Jake Wilkins.
Reese Pope following through there really nicely. Very impressive season so far from Reese Pope, one of our younger drivers here in the seniors. He's already gained a lot of experience over the past couple of years here in sprints, and is growing ever more the faster racer here in the lightweight sprints. He's going to have a go at Garrett Berry into the final corner. No, thinks better of it. 5 minutes and 15 to go. It's Seeger from Ward, Cockram in third, Garrett Berry fourth, Reese Pope up to fifth, confirmed on timing. Jake Wilkins down to sixth. Couple of track limit warnings coming in for Aidan Britton and Harrison Kirkham.
Garrett Berry just got by Matthew Cockram around the outside, and he's got through on Andrew Ward as well. Where did that come from? Sorry, I flailed at the screen there in the comms box here, because that was an incredible run for Garrett Berry through Club Corner and up the hill. He definitely has that car underneath him, and he's immediately up to second place. Is the driver of the number 22. And he's already said, you know what, he's suddenly come on fire here in this third lap of the race, and he's now all over the back of Dan Seeger. But if he's got the pace that he had last time up the Dragon Straight, I'd keep an eye on him this time round.
One heat win so far this season for Garrett Berry, sixth in points at the start of things here today. He's pulled out to the outside. He's going to try and go around the outside of Dan Seeger, who's got a lot of waft in that engine. He is going to go for the outside move, And he's got it done. Brilliant stuff from Garrett Berry. Takes the lead here at Glan Y Gors.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Garrett Berry, and that's the second lap in the row that he has gone around the outside. He did the same thing to Matthew Cockram a lap ago, who incidentally has just dropped back behind Reese Pope last time around as well. So it's now Garrett Berry ahead of Dan Seeger, Andrew Ward and Reese Pope. Cockram rounding out your top 5. Just dropping off a little bit off the back of this top 4. So 2 Class 2 drivers ahead of 2 Class 1 runners at the moment. Everyone in the same machinery, we should stress, between these subclasses when we're talking about them. We're not talking about differences in machinery. It's just based on experience and former achievements, basically, of, you know, we'd expect you on balance to be towards the head of the field. Yep. Gives everybody something to race for. Dan Seeger, not for the first time, having to think a little bit about an attack here from Ward, and Ward's going down the inside at Carousel, and that's nicely judged there, and Reese Pope is ready to pounce as well. Seeger slotting into place behind them.
Yeah, that was another really nice move from Reese Pope. That's twice he's done a move like that in. Oh, there's an attack there from Pope on Ward. Ward manages to deal with it well. There's a bit of a turning action there going through the 13 kart for a short moment. 3 minutes to go. This is great news for Garrett Berry because he's galloping away. 1.2 seconds is now the lead for Ward. For Berry over Ward. Curb warning for our leader though. I wonder if that will have been through the last corner. So again, it's and down the inside goes Reese Pope through Spoon on Andrew Ward and takes second place. Well done.
Yeah, got a lot of confidence in the car as Reese Pope, and gives the gesticulation to say, let's work together here. I'm not sure though, Andrew, if they got enough time. Garrett Berry is really dialed in with this circuit, and is clearly he's got a cart under. I say that actually, he's just got a curb warning, but he's got a cart underneath him that he feels he can push with here. Should say slightly further back, you can see there actually Jake Wilkins in the 78 leading the sort of next train of karts who are battling away for 6th place down. See him in the back of some of these shots.
It's interesting seeing the different lines through the Devil's Elbow complex between this group here. It's quite pronounced in places. Good speed from Pope, a 50.337 last time around. Is definitely the second quickest driver out there on the road. Matthew Cockram's holding in there nicely as well. Number 27 in the red and white, just at the back of that group.
Harrison Kirkham, high place Class 3 runner at the moment, just got up to 11th place recently by going past Dean Everest, so he's driving very well in amongst the Class 3 runners.
Max Prentice asks a good question. Have they redone the Turn 1 exit curb? I think it has been worked on at least a little bit. I will admit the last time I was looking at that curb was 5 years ago when Willie Tube binned me off in a BUKC race at Turn 1. No, I think they have done a little bit of work because there's still the old whitish curb just coming around here on driver's left. That white blob there, that you don't want to be hitting. I know that for a fact, but yeah, I think they have done a little bit of work there here at GYG. A good battle involving Hussein Rashid going on here, and round he goes, and that's
Justin Draper.
Yeah, Justin Draper round. That's probably going to be a takeout penalty for Hussein Rashid. And all I'm going to say is cake. Cake was not delivered. That's the third one of the day.
In everyone's defence, as we're watching a battle here between David Hamer, and there is the penalty for Hussein Rashid. That is David Hamer through past. I think he might have just taken a position back from Harrison Kirkham, having been passed earlier in the lap. As our leaders are on to the last lap. In everyone's defence for delivering us cake, I'm not sure everyone's aware where we are today. We are a bit hidden away here at GYG in the clubhouse, but it's a very nice position to watch this racing from. Garrett Berry then on his final tour of the circuit, and he's controlled this one nicely since getting to the front. I think Reese Pope and Andrew Ward have tried to work together to get on to the back of him here. Pope has the fastest lap of the race at 50.093, which, you know, that pace has some rude health to it, but he's not going to have enough, I don't think, to reel in Garrett Berry. He'd have liked a few more laps, but it is Garrett Berry in the 22 who's going to take the win in heat number 2. Reese Pope will finish second with Andrew Ward in 3rd place. Dan Seeger is next, Matthew Cochran rounding out the top 5. Jake Wilkins in 6th, Hussein Rashid has taken Wilkins on the last lap and will negate some of his takeout penalty. Russell Cooper is then in 8th, 9th for David Hamer, and Harrison Kirkham rounding out the top 10. The highest placed of our novice drivers is Dean Everest, Adam Britton, Martin Joyce in 13th place, Greg Smith in 14th, Jagjit Singh next in 15th place, James Browning in 16th, Justin Draper in 17th, Zach Stout in 18th, and Lydia Ojo round out your 19 finishes for that second heat of the day. And already I can hear the whistle being blown for the karts to go out for heat number 3. Let's take you through the grid then for this third heat of the day. Sam Essery will start this one from pole with Ned Douglas alongside. It will be Luke Phillips and Tim Penny on the second row of the grid. Ramanas Sakauskas and George Lyne make up row 3, next up on row 4 it's going to be Yusuf Bin Suhail with Dante Dillon alongside. Mike Coppin and Chris Woodger round out the top 10. Ashley White and Tom Eastwood are on row number 6. Fraser Brunton is next with Amy Breacher alongside. Evan Craig and Matt Ellis are row 8. Kim Ely and Joe Radcliffe are row 9. And rounding out the 20 kart grid, it's going to be Yusuf Serhajono and Hakon Lees. That's how they line up for heat 3 of round 3 of the lightweight 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship.
Intrigued to see how our championship leader deals with this. This is their from the back grid slot for a C1 and C2 driver, so just ahead of all the C3s, the novices, who similarly have a front middle back situation in terms of where they start their races from. A little bit of caution is what I'm thinking on this first one. There's some very racy drivers in that mid pack just ahead of him.
Indeed. And
should mention as well before we get going, Ramanas Sakauskas does it again. Did a solo run of the endurance race yesterday, 2 hours, and ran very, very well as well. So well done to Ramanas for doing that.
I'm impressed because this track in dry conditions is a bit of a roller coaster. It's quite tough on the body in many ways, and I tell you what, I went out I was the first out of our team in practice yesterday for the endurance, and we were sat stationary in the cars for a little while. There's a concrete wall in the pit lane. It was baking. It was like I was in a bread oven. Well, as much as I can speak to that.
Have you experienced with sitting in a bread oven?
No. Anyway, Ramanas was also those conditions, and then ran the entirety of practice and quali and the race. I'm forever impressed by his stamina with regards to that.
He's a lot younger than us, though, so he's got that.
There is that. But I love that shot as well. I have to say, this shot as well for me is the the Glan Y Gors shot with Snowden in the background and going down there through the compressions and Devil's Elbow. The clubhouse there as well. Fantastic to see so many people out and about here, making the most of this glorious weather that we've got this weekend. As I say, because it's for a lot of our drivers, there's a slightly further trip to make. A lot of people make a good weekend of it. That's why we've got quite so many drivers who have done the full package, as it were, this weekend of maybe doing the SP60s and or the endurances, and now are taking part in the sprints. I say it's not just that, of course. It was the point you were making earlier, mate, that we haven't actually been here for a sprint championship in a little while. So for a lot of the drivers, for some drivers, this is their first time and they wanted to really get bedded into this circuit. So yeah, but it's great to have so many people out and about, and speaking to so many people in the paddock as well. Great to have you along.
This will be the last race of these heats, where there will be some practice laps beforehand. This is on the basis that there could be drivers out there who have not done a practice lap at full speed so far this weekend. But that's it now. There won't be any more of these 3 or 4 practice laps that everybody does before the races. We'll be whipping through them after this one. The run from heat 4 to heat 9 went very, very quickly for the heavyweights this morning.
I'm trying to think which circuit it was in my very first season of sprints where the BUKT had never visited it, And I turned up, and I hadn't booked any test session, and I had those 3 laps to learn the track. I'm trying to think which one it would have been.
Lid.
It might have been Lid. It might have been Lid, because I don't think I went to Ellough Park that season. Yeah. I don't recommend that if you can avoid it. It's good to know the track a bit better than that. Actually, it might have been Shellington. Anyway, as Andrew says, after this, all of the drivers will sort of have finished our first rotation, as it were, of the 9 heats that we've got. So after this, every single driver in this lightweight field will have contested 1 heat race. The third of which we are looking ready to start here. Samuel Essery on your left, driver's right. Ned Douglas alongside in that high-vis helmet in the number 19. Away we go into Club Corner. Ned Douglas coming across there, I think, to try and deter anyone from going for a move, and it seems to have worked well for him, but in doing so it's allowed Essery to get away quite strongly up the hill here as they sweep through. And that's a big moment there from the mid-pack. Someone going off at high speed there.
Might have been, no, it's not Dante Dillon. I just saw Dante's helmet go through. We'll try and track who that was. We haven't got sector timing round here at this particular circuit. It's all looking a little bit rough and ready in the midfield. Is off there. Is that Yusuf bin Sahel having a bit of a moment in the 116? It might well have been, or as we're coming through. But that's a great start for Samuel Essery. No, sorry, Yusuf's got himself up to P2, so it was another one of our 3-digit numbers towards the back. We'll figure it out in a moment's time. But C3 champion from last year, Samuel Essery, really on top of things here. Has got a heat win to his name so far this season already. So it's Essery from bin Sahel, Tchaikovskis. Looks like George Line was our driver off this corner here. Coming up over the top of the hill through turn 2.
Has now crossed the line though, so he's circulating again, Andrew, and
good news.
Was in good enough condition, both man and machine, that could resume racing. Actually, hasn't gone into the pits, as far as we can tell.
Down the hill, Dante Dillon is having a fantastic season so far. Sweeps through carousel there. Chris Woodger, who has a penalty for rad flap. So rad flap adjustment by George Line compounds his issues. He's got a penalty there, and he won't be doing that again now that he's had the notification. But Chris Woodger, I should give mention to Chris Woodger, because Chris Woodger, different era of course, different setup of the competition for the sprints, but was our A final winner in the lightweights 4 years ago when we last came here. So we know he's got a bit of metal round here and can put a good result in. Dante Dillon down the inside of Ashley White there, clean move there from Dante, and that's him up to 5th place. Go for 4th now, past Ramanas Sakowskis. Ashley White follows through. So Essery leads, bin Sahel 2nd. Mike Coppin did well on that first lap, has got himself up to 3rd place.
I want to say Dante got a podium in lightweight SP60 yesterday.
I think he did, yes. Yes, he did. Driver who also drives for Nottingham Trent University. And there's another BUKC driver on your screen. Cardiff's Fraser Brunton, current championship leader by 3 points. This is quite a key race actually, because I've noted that you've got both Coppin and Brunton in this same race, 1 and 2 in the championship at the moment. Good move there from Fraser Brunton down the inside, gets another position. So this is looking good at the moment, and that's Dante Dillon closing in on Mike Coppin now with a good amount of time on the clock. I wonder if Coppin and Dillon will work together at this stage to try and close down Yusuf bin Sahel.
Good drive from Sam Essery.
Yeah,
so
really
far,
good.
Got to say. Really doing well here. What have you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong, mate, because we do have a lot. He's a driver who's worked his way up from Class 3 a few seasons ago.
C3 champion.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, really worked his way up and now right up at the sharp end. So credit to him for that. As Mike Coppin maybe just taking a slightly tighter line there, and clipping that curb, Andrew, and that's going to compromise him, and that might be the opportunity that Dillon needs. Actually, he hasn't got the overspeed, has he, quite to convert that, but we spoke about that a bit this morning. That inside curb at Spoon, it's pretty nasty. You don't want to clip it, even with the rear wheels, bearing in mind the rear of the cart is slightly wider than the front. It's easily done, but it's costly because it really upsets the cart trying to get the traction up and over the next crest, which brings you onto the Snowdon straight.
Yep. but it does look like they are closing in on Yusuf Bin Sahel. They've got themselves organised now. 50.321 last time around for Dylan. Let's see what the lap times are like this time. Yeah, not bad. 50.9 for Bin Sahel, 50.7s for both Coppin and Dylan. And I think Dylan will just keep doing this now. Keep pushing Mike Coppin up towards kart number 116. Because Dylan will be thinking in this situation, I'll try and gain 2 positions out of this with relatively little cost. They have now caught Yusuf Bin Sahel. This has been a brilliant lap so far for both Coppin and Dylan. This speed is carrying them towards now. If they can get past Bin Sahel quickly, they'll be thinking about potential for the race victory. 2 minutes of this race to go. At last count, it was a second between Essery and Bin Sahel.
Good drive nonetheless, this from Yusuf.
Yeah, very good.
You know, to be being reeled in fairly slowly by these two is not too shabby. So good pace for Bin Sahel.
Fraser Brunson's flying as well, has just set a 50.158. So there, you just saw him on the screen, black suit with the orange details, and then the white helmet is very, very quick indeed. As Coppin goes down the inside of Bin Sahel to take second place. Dante Dillon's trying there as well. He's going to be on the outside now as they go down the Snowdon Straight. And here is Fraser Brunson. Not a moment too soon that Coppin and Dillon had to get through there, and Dillon's not got the job done. Here comes Brunson. He's gained the position. So Fraser Brunson sat on the inside there, followed the wheel tracks of Yusuf Bin Sahel, and he's been rewarded with 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Brunson goes for the inside of Bin Sahel and gets that job done as well through Devil's Elbow. So really throwing down the gauntlet, or statement of intent one might say, from Fraser Brunson here. And now Andrew, great job from Essery up front. He's good by a second from Mike Coppin, but you've got Coppin there, second in the championship coming into today, now being pursued by the person leading the championship in the form of Fraser Brunson. As behind him, Dante Dillon tries to get past Bin Sahel again in pretty much an identical attempt to what we saw last time around, and again can't make it stick. And this time it's Ashley White in the 64 who Dillon needs to be conscious of about losing too much time and allowing to have an opportunity to pass.
Important lap this, Coppin, because they're going to have 2 more after this, or at least another full tour. Yes, they're going to have 1 more as Dillon finally gets through past Bin Sahel. This is all about, has he set himself up into a position where he can take the race win? I think he's a little bit too far back here. Fraser Brunson's going to be thinking about Mike Coppin's second place, especially when he pops in a 50.088.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is Mike Coppin defending against Fraser Brunson here, and
Whoa!
Brunson's gone for it. Brunson's gone for it, and how is that going to be viewed by race control? Mike Coppin is not happy with that, and that is the championship rivals coming together in their very first heat of the day, their very first moment where they're on track together. Yeah, very early on in this championship, of course, but that is a statement of intent in many ways from Brunson, and we'll have to see how race control view that one.
Well, Samuel Essery has been supreme out front in this race. He's had no trouble at all. He's going to take a second heat win of the season. Samuel Essery takes heat number 3. We'll be very pleased with that effort. Fraser Brunson on the line is second, Mike Coppin third. Dante Dillon pops in a 49.953 at the end there. That's one of the fastest laps we've seen so far this weekend. Yusuf Bin Sahel in 5th, Ashley White in 6th, Chris Woodger 7th, Aramanas Sakauskas in 8th. Tim Penny 9th, Kim Ely top C3 there, completing the top 10. Ned Douglas, Matt Ellis, Amy Breacher, Luke Phillips and Hakon Lees take us down to 15th. We're going to get ready for heat number 4. Heat number 4, then here is your grid. Greg Smith has pole position for this one. Martin Joyce alongside on the front row. Dean Everest and David Hamer are there on row 2. Reese Pope and Callum Martin form up row number 3. Russell Cooper and Ben Lambeth are on row 4. Dan Seeger and Ed Bars have a lot of experience there on row 5. Keith Segal and Jake Wilkins are on row 6. And then we find Charlie Summers and Sam Slater on row number 7. Garrett Berry and Nicholas Lacazas are there on row 8. Olivia Ojo and Zach Stout on row 9 before we find Dan Gokot and Harrison Kirkham completing the 20 kart field.
Spoke to Greg Smith quite a bit yesterday.
Yeah.
It's good to catch up. Always comes over and says hello. trying to get the basics right today, he was telling me, and he'll be aiming for a decent finish. Away they go then for heat number 4, and it is a good start for him from pole. Reece Pope once again is looking racy, but he's going to get nerfed onto the grass there a little bit in his attempt to take second place, and that's been costly for him there as Martin Joyce has held on to second place as they all sweep around. Garrett Berry is off and wide onto the grass there in the number 22, but manages to come back on, and meanwhile, Keith Segal has had a moment as to...
Oh my goodness, 3 of them off. This is Ed Barr's, Ben Lambeth's in there as well.
Yes, indeed, as is Charlie Summers in the 54. My goodness me. Okay, this has been a bit of a dramatic start here. The start has been called good. Not enough karts have come to a stop to cause race control to throw the full start flag. Dream start, though, in many ways, for Greg Smith, who's going to lead them round to finish this first lap. And Martin Joyce has been able to retain second place. Not too often that we've seen that, to be honest. It's either hero or zero stuff from second place. But this is the 40 of Dean Everest, who's battling away. Reece Pope has eventually got by, as has Dan Seeger, and now he's going to be exposed to Harrison Kirkham. He's started from the back in the Class 3 runnings there, so he's had a mega start to this race.
Well, that has been a very, very topsy first lap of this one. Greg Smith is your leader. Martin Joyce second. I'm just looking further back to where Ed Barr's down in 15th. So Ed Barr's, Ben Lambeth, Charlie Summers, Olivia Ojo and Keith Segal all in trouble on that first lap. Really not good stuff for them at all.
But plus 11 places there for Kirkham.
Yeah.
Right? That's a good reading, good instinct reading some of those situations. Notably, Andrew, I'm not seeing any penalties coming up yet. And we should mention as well, for how that last race ended, we don't know the situation with any penalties yet. That will have been decided post-race for a move that Mike Coppin wasn't too happy, clearly.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that all transpires. How are the results?
+4. I've just had that from Motorsport Magpie, David Whitehouse. That is a +4 for Fraser Brunton on Mike Coppin, and I think I tend to agree with that one. Crucial few laps these for Reece Pope in terms of trying to get past this traffic. You'd say on current form, he's got that pace to catch up to Greg Smith as he's having a look to the outside. That's a very different one from Reece Pope. He's got to get through. He's got to find these, because otherwise Greg Smith has got a nice lead here. 1.4 seconds at the last count. Make that 1.8 for Greg Smith. Because at the moment, this group here haven't got the pace to close him down. Fastest driver is our top C3, Harrison Kirkham. So 50.774. Pope now down the inside of Martin. With a long way alongside in the braking zone. I'd say that's a little bit different to what we saw with Brunton, because he wasn't fully alongside on the entry. Dan Seeger has got past Harrison Kirkham there. And that's why I think sometimes it can, pod-to-pod contact can look as... Oh, in fact, Haim has been very kind there to Reece Pope, left him a lot of room, and Reece Pope has got through. We see pod-to-pod contact a little bit sometimes in Club 100, but at least in my view, and when I've officiated before, if on that little point just before you get on the brakes, if the karts are alongside and then the kart on the outside turns in, it's not really on the driver on the inside. But if it is one of those lunges, they've kind of like driven through the side pod of the driver on the outside, I can see why the penalty's been given. Ed Barrs is having a tough race here. He's had a bump and pass penalty. He's stuck down here in 11th place.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, this. Obviously, he was involved in the drama on the first lap, and he's now got that penalty, as Andrew says. It's an interesting one. Our champion from 2 years ago in this category, he was carrying that number 1 plate last season, and obviously with the number 2 finishing second in last season, and he's not yet been able, Andrew, to get things going with this campaign. I don't feel, sorry, where Garrett Berry's up to 7th. This is a man who was off wide up the hill on lap 1. He's on a mission today, isn't he? After that win in the first heat.
Pope has got through into second place past Martin Joyce. So now the race for the lead really begins. It was 2.8 seconds for Smith over Joyce when we last counted. We're about to get that updated in a few moments' time, but I imagine it's gone up again as there's been battling between the 21 and the number 9. Yes, it has, at 2.9 seconds. I don't think Reece Pope has got enough time here. I think Greg Smith could be on here for his first ever, if I'm not mistaken, as Garrett Berry's on the grass again, trying to go around the outside. He has made it work.
This is on David Hamer. He's just finding moves. It's not that he's finding moves where people aren't in terms of where he is on track, but the way he's doing them is
brave.
Yeah.
I'll sure be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't think Greg Smith's had a sprint victory before. He definitely hasn't had one this season. He was in C2 for the first time last year, and C3 the year before that. Just over 60 seconds of this race to go. Greg Smith responds with, was the fastest lap of the race, 50.5 versus Reece Pope's 50.1. The gap is now 2.5 seconds, but there's not going to be more than 2 laps left of this one. Garrett Berry's now your fastest driver out on circuit. Penalty for Jake Wilkins, forcing a driver wide in a battle that he's been involved with there. Here we're looking at the battle coming down the hill. This is the number 32 of Callum Martin, and Harrison Kirkham just ahead.
I'm going to say that Greg Smith hasn't had a heat win before, mate. I'm not seeing any on his scorelines from the last seasons.
Martin Joyce has been caught by Dan Seeger. He's having a great season so far. Is Seeger going to look for a move into the last corner? No, I think he's just going to try and it is a good thing about this Glan Y Gors circuit that if you've got that patience, as we've been talking about, get a good run out of the last corner, through the first corner, which is flat in these conditions, set a move up for the top of the hill. We are now on the last lap. Leader as Dan Seeger goes down the inside of Martin Joyce there. Right on cue. Thank you, Dan. Garrett Berry's going to try and get past Martin Joyce as well. But Greg Smith has come through the levels, and this is going to be a real feel-good moment for the driver in the number 23. Hasn't had a victory in Club 100 sprints individually before. Here he is, down through the Devil's Elbow for the final time. There might be a quite big celebration about to come here, because Greg Smith is a winner in Club 100. Heat 4 goes to Greg Smith. Reece Pope takes second place. Martin Joyce is pipped to third place there by Dan Seeger. So Dan Seeger third, Joyce fourth. Garrett Berry fights back to, I think that's one of the most remarkable top fives he's had so far this season. But a top 5 it is. David Hamer in 6th. Harrison Kirkham is your top C3 in 7th. Callum Martin 8th. Russell Cooper and Dean Everest complete the top 10. Ben Lambeth in 11th. Not a good race for Ed Bars in 12th. Nicholas Lacassas in 13th. Second of his C3s, Jake Wilkins. Charlie Summers completes his top 15. Dan Grocott was third in C3 ahead of Zach Stout, Keith Segal and Livia Oyo. Right, well there we go. That is Heat 4 done. We'll take a short break and be back out on circuit for a moment for Heat number 5.
Let's take you through the grid then for Heat number 5. Just as the drivers are getting ready. Amy Breacher will take this one from pole with Tom Eastwood alongside Chris Woodger, and Fraser Brunton are on row 2 with Ashley White and Tim Penny on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Bryn Olban and Sam Essery. Joe Bailey and Luke Phillips round out the top 10 with Justin Draper and Jeremy Deeks up next. Row 7 is going to be Dom Cliff and Yusuf bin Sahel. Then it will be Daz Teal and Hakon Lees. Harris Ahmed and Matthew Cliff on row number 9. James Scanlon and Evan Craig. And then James Browning and Andy Berry to round out the 22 kart field there. And a slight delay getting them going there, because I've been able to get through the grid and they're just coming off now. And that is Chris Woodger having a little bit of hold of getting the car going, but he's underway now. So they will take to the track. No warm-up laps, remember. They will go straight into their rolling up laps, ready for this 5th heat. I told you they came through quite quickly. I think Ami's there going, where is everyone? But yeah, no, very happy for Greg there. That was a good win for him in that heat just then. And as I say, yeah, very friendly driver, always comes up and says hello, comes and has a chat, and well, he told me he wanted to go back to basics and have a good weekend. That was that was quite. You nailed the basics there. I'll say that. Got the win in. That was fantastic stuff. As we get ready then for this 5th heat. So it's Breacher in the number 15, Eastwood alongside in the 12.
At least should be, but I don't see the number 12.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it is. It's Chris Woodger who's...
Eastwood's not here today.
So okay, so slight rejig of the grid.
One.
Yeah, so Amy Breacher on your left, driver's right, and away we go. What can she do from pole? Is Chris Woodger going to be able to time a charge from 2nd place? I think he got that one. Ooh, we're going to see what they say on that one. It was tight across the line, but he has managed to get by on Amy Breacher as they swoop up through the hill. I'm delighted to say that for the first time in a couple of heats, no one's going off stage left as they come here. Oh, okay, some people have gone off stage left. I think that might have been... No, we'll look to confirm who that is actually. But it is Chris Woodger who leads them through. Oh, is it?
No, Ashley
White's gone through. Great few corners for Ashley White to get up. So it's Ashley White ahead of Chris Woodger. Fraser Bunter, but Ashley White has a, so the way in which Ashley's got through there is not befitting the letter of the law according to race control. Amy Breach is still hanging on there, I think, for 4th place at the moment, as Daz Teal is trying to make early progress up through the field, as there's a big moment there for Dom Cliff through the last corner in the number 17, manages to hold that one together as the rear steps out on him through the final corner. Yeah, Ashley White with that penalty, so it'll be 4 places added to wherever he finishes the race. Chris Woodger in 2nd, and then Fraser Brunton there in the 46. He's going to have a move on into carousel. He's looking for it on Woodger. It's going to have to be in the latter phase, and he's getting through, but Woodger will have the inside for the next section, and look out for Amy Breach behind to try and come back through. He'll get the switch back though, will Brunton, and that was nicely read ultimately over the course of a few corners for Fraser Brunton, and he's got the job done and is up into 2nd place, which is a net 1st by dint of the penalty against Ashley White.
Does like a switchback, does Fraser Brunton. That was very nicely done indeed. Now, can Fraser Brunton set about Ashley White? May not necessarily know that it's the number 64 ahead and that they have a penalty. So 1.1 seconds was the gap at the end of that lap, which was lap number 2. Amy Breach is having a strong run here. He's top C2 at the moment. In C3, it's James Scanlon at the front of the C3 order in 14th overall.
Tim Penny having a good battle with Bryn Olban at the back of this pack as well. I say battle, they might be just keeping their powder dry at the moment because they're coming up onto the back of this. There they are. So Sam Essery in the number 20 now coming under increased pressure from the 14 and the 16 karts respectively.
Where did Daz Teal start this race?
I think this is his lowest one, but I will double check.
Yeah, because at the moment he's down in 11th place.
Yeah, he was effectively at the back. He was the first kart, not a C3. Well, he was just ahead of all the Class 3 runners. So yeah, this is his one from the back.
He's got up to 10th place now. He's got past Justin Draper on that last lap. Dom Cliff and Luke Phillips follow him through, and Dom Cliff can keep doing that. That's a good wheel to be in the tow of, as the number 20 Samuel Essery looking to try and get past Amy Breacher there, not quite able to do so on that occasion.
And yeah, I still say Tim Penny just positioning his car perfectly to deter a move from Alban here. He's actually doing some really good defensive driving. He was taking that tighter line over the crest of the hill into the spoon earlier on in the lap. So I think Bryn Alban's going to have to get creative here if he wants to make up positions, but that might be a run for Penny on Essery anyway, because he's in the slipstream here. Amy Breach has got a bit of the gap to be a buffer.
They need to keep working together because Daz Teal's pace is good, and he will close in. They've got to think about the latter 60 seconds, 90 seconds at most of this race, which we're still a minute and a half away from.
Vincent Hale as well is reeling them in, actually.
Yeah.
4/10 faster than this pack on the last lap. You can see him now coming into play in the red and white suit.
If they fight too much, they'll give more time away to the likes of Vincent Hale and Teal behind, who will be snapping at their heels when they get into that final minute of the race. I've been mentioning that there's a cone penalty for Justin Draper out there, so he's having a bit of a tough time in 13th place at the moment. But 2 3/4 minutes to go. The lead is 1 second for Ashley White, but remember he has a penalty. So at the moment, Fraser Brunton is inheriting the race victory. Chris Woodger in 2nd place, Amy Breacher in 3rd. Penalty for Dom Cliff, takeout penalty, not seen on our screens.
It's against Jeremy Deeks, I would imagine,
yep.
who unfortunately has just dropped to the back of the order. Good run off of the corner there for Tim Penny, and old Essery's coming across there to try and shut the door. That was, you got to be careful doing that. Yep. Let's put it that way, because that might have been a little late to be coming across and closing the door, but it stays as they were either way. But I feel like there's a certain amount of there's pressure building in this pack of karts for me, Andrew, and I do hope it turns up some good overtakes rather than some haphazard overtake attempts.
There is, but the pace of this group is still pretty good.
True, true.
You know, they've just all been in the low 51s there, compared to a 50.9 for Yusuf bin Sahel, a 50.6 for Daz Teal. Gap at the front of the field keeps wobbling back and forth around 1 second, and now the battle's in. Yusuf bin Sahel comes on the scene, gets past Bryn Elban there. He's in no mood to work with these drivers at the moment. He's having a look, half a look down the inside there on Tim Penny. And no doubt that bin Sahel will have been aware of the pressure coming in behind from Daz Teal. You just saw him in the back of shot there, flash through the background. We're now in the last 90 seconds of this race. It's go time for all of these drivers if they want to get a top 5 in this heat, heat number 5. 4 more heats after this to come. Remember that our race leader on the road has a penalty, so it doesn't matter for Fraser Brunton. The lead gap is going up. He's going to inherit that win anyway if he can just hold himself there ahead of Chris Woodger. This has been the kind of Chris Woodger drive that I've been expecting whilst getting ready for this event. As I say, he's pretty strong round here, and has got a good amount of experience. And we've mentioned it before that generally some younger drivers in the lightweights who haven't necessarily raced here before, and that'll be a big thing for the likes of Woodger this weekend.
They have been able to. Oh, and there's the move from Penny, trying to get by on Essery, and it's all gone. It's held him up, certainly, because Yusuf bin Sahel has come onto the scene and he's going to get by on all of them. Bryn Olban is conscious not to get a penalty, and there's Daz Teal in the number 4, passed on Essery. He is on the scene. I was about to say they were putting serious pressure on Amy Breacher, but in a few corners they've allowed Breacher to get back on up the road. So there is Amy Breacher, and then here's the battle, which Bryn Olban is getting to the head of there as they come over the crest of the hill. Now Tim Penny in the 14's trying to go through on Yusuf bin Sahel and gets that job done. What can Daz Teal do now down the Snowdon Straight, because bin Sahel is surely compromised? He'll be down the inside into the carousel, as is Sam Essery behind them. And Bryn Olban now points to his head to say, let's think about this. Tim Penny's through, Daz Teal is through. There's pod-to-pod contact as they come into the compression here.
Yeah, the shark is in the water, and it's a form of Daz Teal. They were all tripping over one another, apologising to one another for the contact. Here comes the checkered flag. Ashley White takes it on the road, but Fraser Brunton will inherit the 20 points due to White's penalty. 2nd for Chris Woodger, a brilliant 3rd for Amy Breacher, and on the line, 4th will go to Tim Penny. Ashley White will then slot in into 5th place ahead of Daz Teal. Samuel Essery in 7th, Yusuf bin Sahel in 8th. Bryn Alban in 9th, Luke Phillips 10th. That was your top 10. Dom Cliff in 11th, Justin Draper in 12th, Hakon Lees in 13th, James Scanlon 14th. So Lees is your top C3 runner, pending any penalties. Joe Bailey was 15th, Matthew Cliff 16th, Andy Berry in 17th, Harris Ahmed in 18th place, James Browning in 19th, Jeremy Deeks in 20th, and Evan Craig 21st.
It was a good drive for Daz Teal, wasn't it, from effectively from the back of the C1 and C2 runners there. So good points secured there. Fraser Brunton with the win overall, though. Good points for him also. Coming up next here at GYG is lightweights heat number 6. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 6. It'll be Rob Langthorpe on pole with arguably, I think, one of the best beards in the paddock, Steph Theodora, alongside Rhiannon Percox and Andrew Rabbage are on row 2 with Stephen Westwood and Matthew Crockram on row 3. Ramanas Sakauskas is back for even more racing. Really, really impressed with that. With Andrew Ward alongside on row 4, Ned Douglas and Hussein Rashid to round at the top 10. Mike Coppin and Dante Dillon are row 6. Row 7 will be Rhys Clary and George Lyon, hoping for a better sprint heat this time around for Lyon there. And Adam Britton and Yusuf Sohajono are row 8. Tommy Lee and Jagjit Singh are on row 9. Matt Ellis and Joe Radcliffe round out your top 20 with Kim Ely on row 11. Alone on that row for now, but there's 20 other co-racers to get stuck in with ahead. So plenty to go on there.
Keep your comments coming in and your questions as well. And remember that 2 weeks' time we will be back, but on the Saturday, 21st of May, the first round of the all-new Club 100 Cadets Championship, which you'll be able to watch live, and round 2 of the Junior Championship. Full day of racing down at Buckmore Park.
I'm half expecting some comments in now to suggest everyone's favourite facial hair of the Club 100 paddock. Because now they've said that.
Well, I like the one directly behind me.
That's true.
Good.
That's true.
But
we've sat down at the opportune moment on our stream there, so you can all see Morgan's.
You can just probably see the. I've just realised now that we've moved the camera up, you might not actually be able to see it on the comms box cam. So we're getting old. We're getting old. Oh yeah, you can still just about see us. But yes, no. +4 penalties. Cheers, Dave. Keep these coming in. We've not got enough screens, or actually no, screens were fine. Bandwidth not. So +4 penalty for Yusuf bin Sahel. He falls to 12th in that last heat.
We are talking internet bandwidth, not our own.
Oh no, we're struggling with that.
We're
as
struggling
well.
with that too. But that time he was talking about that.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Elliot. It's what I like about this place. It's a very chilled vibe. I think it's something to do with the air. It was like this at Super One last week. That I just don't get me wrong. I'm not criticising it, but sometimes in the middle of a race weekend it can be a bit of a tense atmosphere.
Yes.
And everything was just a nice level of mellow, relatively, last week at Super One.
It's because the engines die down and suddenly you can hear the birds and the sheep.
Yeah, no,
all that.
The distant rumbles of the A5. It's all good.
Hey, that's a.
And then an
to be fair,
Impreza WRX comes flying through and ruins everything. Obnoxiously loud exhaust. But yes, no, it has been a little bit of a holiday out here for the last few weeks for those involved with the Alpha Live broadcasts. 3 weeks in a row that they've had some form of broadcast here, just on the edge of the Snowdonia National Park. But we're not quite sure what I think is it a HT lead or something being replaced, or not quite sure what's the hold up at the minute. In fact, I
wonder if maybe they've had to do a refilling of the Bowsers, and that maybe held up the fueling of the karts, is a guess.
But our Club 100 staff be hard working or hardly working at all. Working hard or hardly working, that's the phrase. But no, Sam will be another one with a junior drive. Actually, not a junior. Elliot will be racing in the cadets next time. We've got Club 100 action on your Alpha Live screens. If you haven't already, do click that subscribe button and the notification bell so you don't miss a single video, a single stream. We have got a couple of other streams running today as well. Don't go and watch them right now because the racing is going to continue here at GYG. But you've got British Kart Championships at PFI, if I'm not mistaken. I probably am mistaken. And the one that I definitely will be having a little watch of later is the Rotax Trophy Switzerland stuff. From Alpha Live's first international. Actually, no. I tell a lie. No, not first international. First in Italy.
Yes.
Furthest afield because it's further away.
Yeah, okay.
Than Le Mans. So they've never been further from Northamptonshire of Alpha Live. They've been at Franciacorta, which is a relatively new kart circuits. So even those who know their stuff might not be aware of Franciacorta. But Franciacorta was a circuit I went to just under 2 years ago. Brilliant. I would love, if JV is watching this back, when we get back to the point when we can start doing international travel for Club 100 again, I think a Club 100 visit down to northern Italy, near the Alps, for a full weekend around Franciacorta, sign me up. That would be very, very nice. Make it happen, JV. But yeah, they've been covering some Rotax racing there this weekend. Alex Goldschmidt on commentary, Luke and the team out there. I hope it's all gone very well. I'm sure it will have gone very, very well. But yeah, definitely give that a watch later on after we've finished here in Wales. So grid now heading out, and Rihanna's going for a kart change there. That's why she's overtaken the pace karts. Not happy with something, so we'll bring the kart into the pits. We'll do a very quick removal of any lead ballast. The number board, there's a spinner as well. That's going to be a very lucky spinner that Rihanna's gone in for a kart change here. Because means that the race won't start. Drivers are allowed to do this. This is absolutely fine per the regulations. What's happening here? Just getting some help to. We'll go to the front of the queue of the karts that are sat in pit lane, and then take that one out. So we'll have a few more, or at least one more formation lap here for heat number 6. All of these drivers, this is their second heat. David makes a very good point. It's the first international customer. Yes, that is true. Because we did go to Le Mans for the Le Mans 24-hour kart race as part of the 24-hour karting series. Of course, that's organised by the great team up at Teesside. So yes, he's also put a load of frogs in the chat. I thought you didn't like that, David. So you're misbehaving again. Rihanna still just getting things right too. Actually got to the back of the queue. Okay.
That's because they were fueling.
Yes, they've already fueled and they've already got the drivers for the next set of heats ready. So it looks panicked, but I assure you it's not. It's just efficiently getting through all the changes. So Rihanna will have felt that very experienced drivers raced in quite a few sprints championships for many years, raced for Birmingham in the British University's karting championship as well. She will have felt something on the kart that just made her think, no, this isn't going to do.
Just to be clear, yeah, it's permitted, but it's she did need to. You have to make that call very quickly.
Very quickly.
Mostly because half the time the race would start, but also if you do it on the second lap. It's a bit of a complicated. You're allowed. We had the practice laps earlier.
Yeah.
You can change during the practice laps, but there is a bit of. If the checkered flag's gone out for the end of those practice laps and you change kart then.
Yeah.
It's a bit more complicated. Anyway, I'll stop about that because we've got a race to watch. Rob Langthorpe on your left, driver's right. Steph Theodora alongside trying to time the charge from second. Away we go then for heat number 6. Rihanna Percock slots in to second place unless Steph Theodora can get a better run round the outside. And it looks like Stephen Westwood may have had a good start as well as they all head up the hill for the first time. Is everyone? No, someone is on the grass and there's a big, there's loading in the middle there and someone was riding up on the back of another car. It's been very costly, I can see, for Steph Theodorou, and that is called a false start. And there was just something about how they went out of that shot. The first shot where they swooped through that made me go, that was going to end badly.
That was going wrong all the way from the bottom of the hill. I say I don't mince my words with this kind of thing. We always call it as we do. That was poor. Yes. That was really poor from this particular group of drivers. And I'm going to say it, lightweights have not been as good as the heavies so far.
Nope.
That's your formal DDMM telling off. So grid will be formed up again. Now I just wonder,
take some time
the kart that rode up I'm not too concerned about. The kart that was ridden up on top of, that looks radiator side to me.
Yeah, so we
I just saw Andrew Ward holding his radiator. That I don't know whether there's any. There's a damaged kart out there. All of these look okay. I think Andrew Ward's gone into pit lane.
I agree. So I think that might have been.
He was right in the middle of all of that. And for explanation of the folks at home, if these radiators get damaged, you see them on the right-hand side of the karts, for the driver's right, that is. If you lose one of them, and you can lose them if there's an impact to the side, we're always told if you go in right-hand side first, check your radiator, make sure that's okay, because if that comes off and one of these Rotax Evo engines is run without water cooling for a period of time, they can blow. Andrew Ward has now re-emerged out of the pit lane.
Yeah, difficult to say because it all happened pretty quickly. I think it might have been George Lyon in the 18 who was the driver who rode up on the back. Because I can see his sort of orange, white and black suit. I picked that out when the incident was occurring. There is Andrew Ward coming into slot into position.
His position of 8th place. See Freddie Gallagher at the back of the queue there. Not racing in this race. He's working with for JV and Club 100 this weekend. Right, now let's see if we are ready to go then for heat number 6. I suspect some time will have been taken off the race distance here. We'll confirm that in a short moment's time. Rob Langthorpe to the left of your screen, Steph Theodoru to the right. Away we go then for heat number 6.
5 minutes.
5 minutes heats, 5 minute heat then, so 2 minutes knocked off the time for these drivers. So if you're towards the back of the field, you've got to be efficient with your overtakes now. Steph Theodoru's not had a good start at all. It's gone backwards, way backwards from the front row of the grid. Good start for those on the pole side in that inside lane. Much better this time. Bit of grass cutting. One driver around.
Dillon, I think.
Yeah, I think that was Dante Dillon. It is Dante Dillon. That is a big moment in the context of this day's racing for the lightweights. That's one of our favourites for getting through to the A final and doing well in the A final, Howard. Off at the exit of Spoon.
Yeah, notably there's a contact warning for George Lyon here, who's battling away with Hussein Rashid as they go down through the compressions. Penalty issued for Steph Theodoro, and that is for a takeout. So that must have been, he has been attributed with blame there for taking out Dante Dillon there. And not a good start there for Steph. Just was hung out to dry as and then it all came to blows as Mike Coppin tries to move on Ned Douglas up the hill and makes that one stick.
Yeah,
and I don't think Douglas, no, he wasn't fighting that too much, was he?
Yeah, he was very compliant. Gave the gesture to say, yeah, I know you're there, come on through. And the reason why I think you may play that tactic if you're Ned Douglas, like Mike Coppin will go forward. If you can keep in his toe, there could be things to be gained from it. You can see him trying to do that, trying to go around the outside of Langthorpe and the 26 there of Sakauskas.
And he's made it work. He's through and he's already onto the back of, is it Matthew Cockram?
Yep.
He's now on the back of.
So Rihanna Percox leads at the early stage of this race. Stephen Westwood there in second place, continuing his strong form so far this season. Those two just need to work together now. They've got a 1.3 second gap over Cockram behind. Track limit warning for Andrew Ward. Cockram trying to defend from Coppin there, and unfortunately it's not worked because Mike Coppin is through and up to third place.
Yeah, absolutely. Rihanna Percox feeling the need to go defensive here against Stephen Westwood. You can see her taking a shallower line into the carousel, so she's wise to the threat from behind here, but the trouble is this is going to allow Mike Coppin to pull up onto the back of them fairly quickly, I think, because she's running that slightly compromised line to deter any moves. So I don't think they're going to pull out away here as there's a penalty for George Lyon. And
now that's his second of the day. That is his second of the day for George Lyon, and that is for adjusting the radiator flap, the little flap you see with the Rotax Evo logo on it. You are not permitted to play with that or move that rad flap in any way, shape or form, as Percox defending hard there from Westwood. So you see how they're all down at the moment. The little red flaps will have been, but George Lyon will have adjusted that. And And I mean, you do see that in Rotax owner racing.
Yes.
Because maybe some people are going, well, people do that as Coppin goes down the inside of Quest with their really nice move by Mike. That was top draw. Really good stuff. You know, people will ask, oh, well, that happens in owner racing all the time, Andrew. Yes, yes, it does. But the point being that these engines are owned by Club 100. They're maintained by Club 100. They are their engines. It's not for the drivers to decide how they want to change the cooling rates and the performance levels of the engines as they choose in the middle of a race. Coppin down the inside of Rihanna Percox. Another really good move by Mike Coppin. He leads here in Heat 6 at GYG.
Yeah, that has been an imperious rise through the order for Mike Coppin over the last few laps. I'm highly impressed with how he's executed those moves, Andrew. And I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not here to stir things. He wasn't happy with that move that was pulled him early in the day, and I think he may have set his sights on. He's a man on a mission for certain here, and he's trying to maximise the points in this heat where he hasn't got any of those immediate championship rivals around him. As he pulls on to the last lap, this has been a very impressive rise up to the head of this one for Mike Coppin.
Yeah, he's fired up today. You can see he's just hopping. That's it. That is Mike himself. That's not a George Russell porpoising thing. That's Mike trying to G up the kart and get the momentum up the road. How effective it's being, I would question. I'll have a chat with him in the paddock about it later. We are on the last lap of the race, though. This shortened 6th heat of the day due to a false start on the first attempt to get it going. How well's Matthew Cockram done here? Yeah. Really strong run there in 4th, as has Stephen Westwood in 3rd. Down through Devil's Elbow for the final time here in this one. The final race of rotation number 2 for the heats. Mike Coppin is going to take a big, big victory here at GYG. That is what his day needed. He's got the win. This is a very, very strong run from Mike Coppin so far today. Rihanna Percox, as they're not sure, have they seen whether the checkered flags come out?
They don't.
Now they have. Now they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Rihanna Percox finishes in 2nd. 3rd for Stephen Westwood. 4th, Matthew Cockram. 5th for Ramanas Chakauskas. 6th for George Lyne, but has a rad flap penalty. 7th for Rob Langthorpe. 8th for Hussein Rashid. 9th, Ned Douglas. 10th, Andrew Ravage. 11th for Steph Theodoru. 12th for Andrew Ward. Not good races at all there for Theodoru or Ward. Kim Ely wins in C3, 13th overall, ahead of Matt Ellis and Adam Britton. Tommy Lee was 16th, Jagjit Singh, Yusuf Sohiono, Dante Dillon and Joe Ratcliffe complete the 20 runners in that field. We're going to move very swiftly on to heat number 7.
Here's your grid then for heat number 7 of our lightweights for round 3. Daz Teal is going to start this one on pole with Charlie Summers alongside Justin Draper and Sam Slater are row 2 with Jake Wilkins and Fraser Brunton on row 3. Ashley White and Amy Breacher are next up with Tom Eastwood and Chris Woodger to round out the top 10. Luke Phillips and Russell Cooper are on row 6. And then it is Dan Seeger and Tim Penny on row 7. Sam Essery and Harrison Kirkham are on row 8. Hakon Lees and Nicholas Lacasas are next, and then it's Dan Grocott and James Scanlon to round out your top 20, to round out the 20 in this 7th heat. We are into the final rotation of heats, everybody. This is for these drivers. This is their last chance to get points in the heats to optimise their position on the grid. 2 more heats after this, but none of these drivers will be in those heats. We've had every other combination of the top 3 in the championship coming in today. This is the race that has both Daz and Fraser in.
Ah, okay.
Is that combination. We've not had that one yet, I don't believe. So that could be an interesting one to look out for.
Big chance this for Daz Teal to secure a race victory. That's what he'll be aiming for. Ready to go then for 7 minutes in the 7th heat of the day for the lightweights, and away we go. Anti-pole side of the grid have not had a good run there. That was wide from Charlie Summers. Teal will lead as they go up to Spoon Curve for the first time. It's looking a lot cleaner so far, Howard. This is better.
Yeah, you can sort of see early on as you see that turn-in shot. It sort of tells you what the story might be, and there's a moment there for Chris Woodger at the back, though. And that's round for the 1-2-2 of Hakon Lees as well at the back.
Jump start penalty for Charlie Summers. That was quite a big one, over a tenth of a second ahead of Daz Teal as they crossed the start line.
And already Fraser Brunton has got himself up to second place here. And Russo is Teal from Brunton with Justin Draper in the 80, holding on to third place nicely there as they come around to finish this first lap.
So I say, quite a few drivers in trouble on that first lap. Dan Seeger was one of them. I saw him cut across the grass to the left. I think Hakon Lees was also involved in the 1-2-2. James Scanlon's not had a particularly quick first lap either, so not good news for any of those drivers. Fraser Brunton, he really is on form. I've seen him race for a few years, and he's taken a huge step up from last year, and he was pretty good last year. These two had a great fight late on in the final at Bayford Meadows, the back end of the 2021 season. On that day, it was Daz Teal winning ahead of Fraser Brunton. This could get quite tasty, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Don't go make a cup of tea now. This could be one of the heats of the day. Teal holding on to the lead for the moment. And you'd expect at this moment, Howard, the two of them to work together, consolidate first and second for each other, and then fight out for the win in the last lap or so.
Yeah, you would expect that. I'm sure Fraser won't begrudge an opportunity to get by, but for the time being at least, well, I say that looked like a little bit of a look to the inside in a way from Fraser there. But yeah, pull out a bit of a gap and then worry about having the battle or not. Go down the inside at Carousel. And I suppose, to be fair, Ashley White is currently hounding Justin Draper for third place behind. Yeah. So there is a little bit of a relief there from the pressure behind perspective. And Fraser Brunton's done it. He is through and up into the lead of the race. Now, has Daz Teal got the pace to stay with him today? We've seen good pace from both of these drivers. And meanwhile, Justin Draper here doing well to hold position so far against Ashley White. But we know that Ashley's been on the pace today. Won a race on the road, but with a penalty, taking the ultimate race win away earlier today. And I think that's going to tuck underneath there for Ashley. No, the door's closed by Justin there. And that was a lock-up there. Big lock-up for Ashley White into Spoon Corner. And behind them, I think that's Luke Phillips and Jake Wilkins exchanging places through the carousel. The battle over 6th place.
Justin Draper needs to not fight this too hard. That if Ashley White is quicker, you know, it might be okay to let him go, because this is a good opportunity for Draper to get some big points in a heat. Doesn't want to fall back into the clutches of where Charlie Summers and Jake Wilkins and Luke Phillips are. Hello to Mr. Hicks, by the way, Steve Hicks. Hopefully Charlie Summers doesn't barrel roll out of this race like in iRacing. Very much hope so.
I agree with the sentiment of that.
He's doing all right at the moment. P5. Track limit warning for Samuel Essery. That drivers are pushing hard now. One of the best braking zones in the country, if you ask me, going over the top of that hill. It's a corner that rewards the brave. It's very easy to get wrong, though. 3 minutes to go. Brunton leads. 50.2 for Brunton last time around. 50.5 for Teal. Draper 51.0. All three of those times personal bests for each of them. Other position changes to notify you about. Phillips has got past Wilkins. Dan Seeger continuing attempts at a resurgence past Amy Breacher. So 10th now for Seeger.
Slightly surprised that Chris Woodger hasn't been able to make a bit more progress back up on a bit of a recovery drive.
Yeah. Yeah, 51.0 last time around for Woodger, was less than 0.2 of a second behind Lacassasse.
This is Luke Phillips, who got by on Jake Wilkins a couple of laps ago and is now on the back of Charlie Summers in the battle over 5th place. This is for second highest Class 2 position in the race, the highest runner in that class being this man here, Justin Draper, still defending against Ashley White, judging that he's making the judgment call, at least that he's got the pace at the moment to remain in place and not let Ashley bite. Not that he in any way needs to. He's the highest placed Class 2 runner at the moment. Keeps the line shallow there in the braking zone for Spoon.
This is good. This is a really good drive from Justin Draper. Just wants to keep this up at the moment. There will be an attack at some point from Ashley Wise, I'm sure of it, because they're not catching up to Brunton and Teal. At the moment, they're just trying to manage the race and keep that gap out to Charlie Summers behind in 5th place. And they're doing so at the moment. It's about 1.8 seconds. It's very much a 2x2 at the moment in the top 6 of the order. Harrison Kirkham's having another strong race here, Howard. It's up to 9th place. New fastest lap of the race for Brunton, 50.177. Bit wide there from White round the final corner. So that's going to leave him with some work to do here.
New fastest lap of the race from Fraser Brunton, Andrew, to seal the deal in many ways at 1.1 seconds now to the good over Daz Teal. So
Chris Woodger has got past Lacassasse and Breacher now, so Woodger up to 12th place, and here comes the attack from, that was deep on the brakes, and that's the thing. There's a little drop just as you come down the straight. It's not as pronounced as you see, or more pronounced than you're seeing on the stream, but it's the kart goes light, the weight goes forward, and you can lock a brake there if you're very hard on the brakes like Ashley White. They did very well to not career into the back of the number 80.
Yeah, and it can throw some drivers up. I have to say, I'll be honest, yesterday in the endurance I had a driver behind me who was a lap ahead. He was one of the leaders, running relatively high up. I gestured them through on the inside into carousel, and they went into a spin. They just didn't judge it right on the inside. There was no contact or anything, but yeah, it is it's a bit of an unusual. It's deceptive. Yeah, it looks simple, and it's not so through that carousel.
Fraser Brunton on his way then to another race victory. Here's the fight for 5th place. Summers in the 54, Phillips in the 153.
Opportunity for Essery as well in the 20 here if he can read it well. But here is Fraser Brunton. He's going to come round and take the win in heat number 7, setting himself up well for the finals. Daz Teal takes 2nd place. Justin Draper holds on for 3rd against an attacking Ashley White. And likewise, Charlie Summers hangs on for 5th ahead of Luke Phillips and Samuel Essery. Harrison Kirkham staking his claim in Class 3 there, finishing in 8th overall. Jake Wilkins in 9th, Dan Seeger rounding out the top 10. Chris Woodger in the end recovering to 11th ahead of Tim Penny and Amy Breacher. Nicholas Lacassasse, Dan Grocott, James Scanlon, Russell Cooper, and 17th, I think. Oh no, Hakon Lees, sorry, will cross the line now in 18th place. And that's how they finish heat number 7.
Very good stuff. That's all of those drivers done for their heats. We'll see them out again in the finals. We're going to get ready then for heat number 8. That's out next. Let's have a look then at the grid for the penultimate heat of the day here at GYG. Yusuf Bin Sahel has pole position. Reece Clary joins him on the front row. Mike Coppin having a very good day so far, 2nd and 1st in his heat results so far. Starts this one from row 2. Dom Cliff is alongside of their P4 on the grid. Jeremy Deeks and Andrew Rabbage are next up on the 3rd row of the grid. We then find Stephen Westwood and Rob Langthorpe on row 4. Steph Theodoru and Brianna Percox start on the 5th row of the grid. Ed Bars needs a big result here. It has not been a good day so far for Ed Bars. He's on the 6th row alongside the home favourite, Bryn Albon. 7th row of the grid, we find Joe Bailey and Callum Martin. Ben Lambeth and Andy Berry start on row 8. Joe Ratcliffe also needs a good result here. Was disqualified from the previous heat for being underweight. Matt Cliff is on row 9. Livia Ojo and Yusuf Sohoyono are there on row 10. Matt Ellis and Zach Stout complete things on row 11.
Trying to work out if this will be Ed Barr's.
It will be Ed Barr's. I think it is.
Yeah,
he's had a heat win and a very not heat win. Was down in around 12th or 13th place. So needs a decent result here to get into the A final.
The smart money here would be on Mike Coppin. It's his highest grid position of the heats, and we've seen him really being on a mission here today. Fraser Brunton just taking a heat win now. Mike would dearly like to match that result, but there's 21 other drivers who like it to go differently. So we shall see how this plays out. And as you say, mate, Ed Bars as well needs a good one, a good race here. Let's see how they get on then. Penultimate heat race, last heat for all of these drivers. Yusuf bin Sahel will lead them away. Mike Coppin is going to try and do a charge from second place. I think he might have timed that perfectly, you know. He's going to have a good run up the hill. We've seen this executed several times successfully today, both in heavyweights and lightweights, but he's going to be a little bit wanting, I think, on the outside there, unless he can find the gap on the inside, which he can't, as they all come in. Rob Langthorpe versus Steph Theodorou versus Ed Bars in the mid-pat there, and I don't think it's worked for... Oh, and there's drivers off towards the back as well. We'll have to update on who that is, as there's a change for the lead there. Mike Coppin has got through now on Yusuf bin Sahel, and that's round. And oh my goodness me, that's the 52 Jeremy Deeks round. I think he was actually spun out well off to driver's left in the end there, but from that camera angle, that was a bit scary to watch.
Yeah, that's the little berm on the exit of Carousel, which I've seen quite a few drivers struggling with over the past 2 weekends. Yeah. And it's one of these very sharp drop-offs, and then the grass runoff also slopes away from the height of the circuit. So yeah, everyone did very, very well there to avoid the spinning Jeremy Deeks. There's also confirmed problems for Stout and Ojo. Indeed. Now, I assume were our two spinners up at the top of the hill there on lap 1. So Mike Coppin leading. Rihanna Percox down the inside of Steph Theodorou for 5th place. Yep. Andrew Rabbage just behind there in the black and red suit with the blue and white hooped helmet.
And Rob Langthorpe through on with Albon there, which I think he's taking a position back off of Albon, because that's not where Albon started the lap. This is Dom Cliff versus Stephen Westwood over 3rd place.
Hourly track limits. Some of that was quite wide from Dom Cliff there, and all over the scissor curb. It's quite rough out there. Looks like Westwood is down the inside and it's got the move done. Here comes Rihanna Percox. And in fact, yeah, is there a problem for the number 17? It was in the air.
Yep. And there's no yellow flag that I could see.
I didn't see a yellow flag either. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there with Dom Cliff.
I guess there was contact maybe in the braking zone. He just wanted to raise his hand in apology. I'm not sure. And Ed Bars is getting through. So yeah, I think Dom Cliff might have an issue there. And the 30 now of Ben Lambeth is having a go at him. So I wonder if we might see him pull into the pits here.
I think that big run across the curb might have sent the highly technical term has sent something a little bit awry. Because something's not right with that, but it had just had a big bump. Andrew Rabbage down the inside. That's a bold move from Andrew Rabbage. We like that a lot. And has got past Steph Theodorou for 5th place. Ed Bars is now on the scene. Cannot afford any issues in this race, I feel. This has been a hard season so far for Ed Bars. Needs to pick his moment. He's still got plenty of time in this race. That's part of 4 minutes to go. There was a track limit warning, just to confirm, for Dom Cliff and Matt Ellis as well.
Yusuf bin Sahel is impressing me today, Andrew. I've got to say it. He's there in 2nd place, and he's on pace. You know, he's having a good series of heats here. Is Yusuf? It'll be interesting to see how that continues into our finals. This heat race and one more, and then we will be calculating the grids. As there's Steph Theodorou down the inside of Andrew Rabbage, taking the position back that he lost a lap ago, and Ed Bars in the number 2 takes the opportunity to follow through as well on Rabbage there. So that is Theodorou up to 5th, Ed Bars up to 6th.
That's just really well read by Ed Bars there. Saw that Steph was going for the move, kept things under control, absolutely slinged the kart in there, didn't need to. Just pick the line, get through that gap that was made by the number 85. Fastest lap of the race has just gone in from our race leader, 50.347 from Mike Coppin. That's just been snatched away there by Stephen Westwood. I think another really good run here is Westwood, 50.247. The driver in the 31 in 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, something's happened to Rob Langthorpe on that last lap. He's dropped well down the order. From 10th place, he's down to 15th.
Good work between Theodoru and Bars. They've caught up to Rihanna Percox. So she's got a lot of work to do here to close up to Stephen Westwood. Hope this three can work together.
Who in turn, by the way, Andrew, is really in the gap now to Binsa Hale for second place. That's gone down by half a second on the last lap. And I think just visually you can see he's closed up even more. Here they are. Binsa Hale in the 116 and Stephen Westwood in that number 31. And then here is the battle for fourth place of Percox, Theodoru and Bars.
I think there may be a move coming in from Steph Theodoru because the gap is not closing with this trio trying to close down the duo of Sahale and Westwood ahead.
Percox is very tight on the line into Spoon Corner. She knows what to do to defend around here, and there is Westwood down the inside of Binsa Hale for second place, and a nicely done move there.
That's a properly good move.
Yeah.
I rate that a lot from Stephen West, because we've been talking about the entry into Carousel a lot. As Binsa Hale's fighting back. Well, I rate that as well. That's a good spirited drive here from Yusuf Binsa Hale. I'd say the crucial thing about the entry to Carousel is setting the kart right and keeping it balanced. Not really for the corner entry, but for corner exit.
Yes.
It's so easy to push out. I'm going to barrel in here. It's going to be great. As Yusuf Binsa Hale retakes second place.
Which way is Westwood going to go? He was switching either way, as meanwhile Steph Theodore is trying to go up the inside of Rihanna Percox, and he's got that job done. Has Ed Barr's got an opportunity? Westwood is having to get creative here. He's trying to sell the dummy, and they go any which way here. But I agree, mate. I mean, we saw from Jeremy Deeks early on in this race
how it's gone
to the inside here into the compressions, but Binsa Hale will come back at him, and his arms are aloft. This is fantastic racing here through Devil's Elbow. There's a penalty for Theodore for bump and pass. Presumably, that's judged on his move on Percox at the start of this lap, as Mike Coppin, incidentally, is on the last lap. But who's going to take second place? This is a highly entertaining battle here between two of our Class 2 drivers.
Stephen Westwood trying to get in the slipstream again. I think he'll try and set one up for Carousel. That seems to be where he is strong. He's having a look up the inside, going for it up the inside. Can he get it stopped? Now he's got to get this run down the hill correct, because here come the others. He's going to go defensive now. It's getting very, very tight here. Ed Bars is in it as well. Any of these could finish in second place. It's all good news for Mike Coppin. He's gone. He's got the race won. But Stephen Westwood, defending now, has put in some brilliant overtakes so far. Is there going to be an opening there for Yusuf Binsa Hale as they come down into Devil's Elbow for the final time? This will be a really good result for both drivers if they can get to the finish line. Steph Theodore is still there as well. Here we go. Mike Coppin has taken the race win. Stephen Westwood take a bow. Proper good second place there from Stephen Westwood. Yusuf Binsa Hale is third. Steph Theodore fourth on the road but has a penalty. So Rihanna Percox will be promoted to fourth. Ed Bars is fifth. Andrew Rabbage in seventh. Ben Lambeth in eighth. All of those four drivers will all move up. Steph Theodore will slot in eighth place. Dom Cliff in ninth. Callum Martin completes the top 10. Bryn Albin in 11th. Matt Ellis was the top C3 driver in that particular race. So the man third in points in C3 at the start of the day. That's a good result for Matt in the number 70. Joe Bailey next in 13th. Andy Berry 14th. Rob Langthorpe, not a good race for Rob Langthorpe at all there in 15th. Ahead of Matt Cliff, Joe Ratcliffe, Jeremy Deeks, Zach Stout, Yusuf Sahoyono and Livia Ojo.
Right, that was heat number 8. We have one more heat rate left of the day ahead of these trophy finals. Heat number 9 is coming right up for you here at GYG. Here's your grid then for heat number 9. We've seen some really good overtakes from Garrett Berry today, but if he does the optimum race this time, we won't see any. He's on pole for this one, with Dante Dillon looking for a better third heat after a dramatic second one earlier on. Keith Segal and George Lyne are row number 2. David Hamer and Reese Pope are on row number 3. Row 4 is Greg Smith and Martin Joyce, Dean Everest and Hussein Rashid to round out the top 10. Ramanas Chikauskas and Ned Douglas are row 6. And then it's going to be Matthew Cockram and Andrew Ward on row 7, Kim Ely and James Browning on 8, Adam Britton and Harris Ahmed on row number 9, with Jajit Singh, Tommy Lee and Evan Craig rounding out the 21 car grid. That's how they line up then for this final heat. Last chance for these drivers to optimise their grid position for the trophy finals. They'd love to all be in the A final. They can't all be. And there will be a slight pause just whilst also all those grids are calculated at the end of this one. And we go into the longer races as well, we should say. These heats have all been 7 minutes, unless there's been a false start, in which case a couple of minutes have been knocked off. 12 minutes it will be for our trophy races, finals races that we go into after this. Sorry, I thought, was there a stat there for the stat book?
No,
Pages turned to the stat book, I came to a case. Garrett Berry will lead them out onto track in the number 22. And this is going to be an interesting one, actually, Andrew. I think there's a few drivers in here who, you know, Garrett Berry's been driving well today. We've seen Greg Smith take a heat win. I feel like this is quite a... I'm just trying to recognise how many Class 1 drivers we've got in this. So we've got Andrew Ward in this one. Reese Pope is in this one. I think that's it for Class 1 runners.
Quick public service announcement for those interested. Next round of these championships, there'll be at Clay Pigeon on the weekend of the 25th and 26th of June. Head across to www.club100.co.uk for all the details if you want to enter future rounds. What I will say though, not a lot, if any, spaces at all, but always worth an inquiry if you've watched the action here today and want to get involved.
Yeah, and it's, you know, if you're looking at doing this, I don't know,
book a test session.
Book a test session. Are you planning to maybe do a campaign in 2023? Get on the socials, get interacting with people. Lots of questions that you might have for getting started in Club 100. There is a community there that you can interact with and start paving the way for that. Here we go then for heat number 9. Garrett Berry will lead them away. Dante Dillon in second place as they head up the hill. It looks like George Line has got the better of Keith Segal. There's some rubbing with the tyre smoke there coming off there at the rear of the field as they all head round there for the first time. Greg Smith jinks wide, and is that someone on the grass as a result there? That looked like the 24 onto the grass as we've got a driver around. So David Hamer it was who was on the grass but has kept going, and I didn't quite catch the number of who's spun there.
Yeah,
we'll have to look at the end of the lap. But it's Garrett Berry versus Dante Dillon still at the front as they come out the carousel and towards the compression section. Greg Smith leads Andrew Ward and Ned Douglas, and Dante Dillon here trying to find a way through, and he's going to open the door to George Line, and Dante Dillon is off on the grass off the back of that contact with George Line, and he's going to try and resume where he was, and he'll feel a bit he feels a bit aggrieved, no doubt, but what that's done is given a gift to Garrett Berry at the end of this lap, because it's given him several kart lengths to play with at the front of the field.
Some jurisdictions to tell you about. Greg Smith has got a forced driver wide penalty for forcing a driver wide in the number 23. So that'll be some positions down for him. Contact warning has been given to George Lee.
As Reese Pope is through on George Line for second place through Spoon Curve. Has Line got a counter-attack for Carousel? I don't think he has. Ned Douglas now down the inside of Keith Segal. Can he judge that right? Yes, he can, and without making contact with Andrew Ward's kart just ahead of him, which was a gap that was closing for him to slot into. So nicely judged there by Ned Douglas.
Kim Ely, if we hadn't mentioned already, was the spinner at on the first lap. So unfortunately Kim is down to 21st position. Kart's number 33. Penalty for Reese Pope.
Okay.
Bump and pass.
So that might have been, I mean, he went by on George Line in that lap. I think we caught the end of it though. I'm not sure we can call it either way from what we saw, which is good because that's not our job. Greg Smith defending against Andrew Ward and Ned Douglas. I could see there up the hill as George Line is now back with Dante Dillon. Now these two, in fact Dante Dillon's read that really well. He's back up to second place there all of a sudden. So he's through.
Because Garrett Berry's off the front of this group, isn't he?
Yes. Yes, sorry. Understood. Yes, Reese Pope there with the penalty now for Chikauskas for a bump and pass as well. One might imagine that's for a pass on Matthew Cochran. Last lap. So yeah, Garrett Berry leads. Reese Pope 1 second back. Then it's Dante Dillon and George Line. Martin Joyce in 5th place. I feel he's having consistent some quite consistent results is Martin Joyce today.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, we've not mentioned him too much. This battle's still going on, now led by Joyce. Hussein Rashid in the 71, Greg Smith in the 23. He's just pulled away a little bit from Ned Douglas and Andrew Ward here. We've still got half of this heat to go. Through the compressions now. Douglas and Ward closing up a little bit more back onto the back of Greg Smith again, so this could become a 5-kart battle over 5th place, led by the 21 of Martin Joyce. New fastest lap of the race from Reese Pope, 50.6. He would very much like to get up and onto the back of Garrett Berry, but remember that Reese Pope is carrying that 4th place position penalty to be applied at the end of the race for a bump and pass. As again, keeping the line tight is Martin Joyce, but Ned Douglas has gone for it on Greg Smith there, and Smith doesn't seem too happy. What I saw of that looked firm but fair.
Yeah, I didn't see much wrong with Ned's line there. It's one that if you're in that position, the door is going to close on you inevitably.
Yeah. Andrew Ward's got by now as well. So this is Greg Smith down to 9th place for him.
3 minutes to go. A lot to play for, I feel, in this race. You know, drivers that are maybe on the cusp of getting from B to A final. Need to get those good results in. Fastest lap at the moment is Dante Dillon's 50.466, so he's closing a 10th and a half on Reese Pope on that last lap.
Rashid's realised he's got to get creative here if he's going to find a way through on Joyce, but he's got to be careful, because if he opens the door to try and get the switchback, for example, out of here, he'll just open it for Ned Douglas, who we've already seen is not too scared of putting a move on down the inside there. So this is going to be a difficult one, to be honest. It's going to be a difficult one as well. You know, if Andrew Ward's wanting to, as a Class 1 runner, try and optimise points, this is a difficult field to pick his way through at the moment, because Martin Joyce has locked in. He's decided he wants to, I say that, he's not really hindering his pace, but he's just taking those tighter lines that just deter the moves in the key places. As there's another fastest lap of 50.3 from Reese Pope. He has a lot of good pace here. He can negate one position to be docked at the end of the race by taking the lead of the race. And Ned Douglas there trying to get the switchback through the turn-in. Can he open the door? Yes, he can on Hussein Rashid. And that was nicely judged by Ned Douglas there. And again, I think that's firm but fair. By and large, from my book.
Rashid was trying a bit of a move on Joyce ahead, and it's exactly as he called it, Howard, that he needed to be careful to not open the door for Ned Douglas. And Ned just held that inside line. So, yeah, I'd agree with that. Good stuff from Ned Douglas. I was just going to say, though, the dynamic at the front of the order has just changed, because that lap going in from Reese Pope, I think he's responded to the pace from Dante Dillon behind. This is properly on now at the front of the field. Dillon has now responded. He's now in the 50.3s. Berry has responded as well. He's down into the 50.4s, his fastest lap so far in this race. We've got a proper scrap here at the front. 2 laps to go. And
if you're George Line, that's a bit of a present as well, because he's having a fairly quiet time of it in 4th right now. But this could come back to him. And I think he could do with a good result, could George, because he's had a few dramas today through his heats. He was off in the first heat at the top of the hill, I want to say.
Adam Britton, if we've not mentioned already, has had a bump and pass penalty. He is at the moment, though, the top C3 runner in 10th place. Be a little bit of time on the clock as these drivers come round the final corner, so they'll get 9 laps in. But look at Reese Pope, he is right there now. 50.182, one of the fastest laps that we've seen today.
Yep, and cannot win the race outright, remember. Got the bump and pass penalty, but because it's a position penalty, it's still very much to his benefit to get by here. But going tight there is Garrett Berry. We've seen he's been good at passing today. He seems to also have a knack for defending around here as well. He'll stay tight here into Carousel. And unless Pope can tuck underneath or maybe find a way through here into the compressions, but again, Garrett's going to go tight. And I don't think Pope will have the overspeed here as they work their way down through. Oh, I thought Dante Dillon was going to have a look there, but it's been good defence here from Garrett Berry. And he's going to round the final corner now and take the win in heat number 9. Reese Pope finishes second, but has that 4th-place penalty to be applied. Dillon in 3rd, George Line in 4th. Then Martin Joyce is going to hang on just about, although Rashid and Ward both got by on Ned Douglas in that last lap. So it's Joyce, Rashid, Ward and Douglas. Greg Smith in 9th place, Adam Britton in 10th, but with a bump and pass penalty to be applied. Chikauskas in 11th, and it's Dean Everest. Jagjit Singh, who I think will net be the highest Class 3 finisher because of the penalty for Adam Britton. Harris Ahmed in 14th, 15th for Tommy Lee, Matthew Cockram next in 16th, then it was David Hamer, James Browning, Evan Craig, Keith Segal in 20th place, and Kim Ely to round out 21 finishers of heat number 9 of round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Lightweight Sprint Championship, coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. And things are just going to calm down for a moment here at the circuit whilst everyone calculates the grids for the trophy finals, which are coming up next for you here at the circuit.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them Academy Days, so it's, the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year, in fact here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a licence to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit, so drivers will need a licence. It will be the KX licence, which is free of charge and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between £190 to £200 per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel, you're not paying for tyres, you're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So that it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Here at Glan Y Gors then, we are looking ahead to our trophy finals for round 3 of the lightweights. Here's your grid for the C final. Hakon Nees will take this one from pole, which, yeah, there was a spin and incident on the first lap of the last heat. So on such moments do these things turn, and he's on pole, but he's in that C final, so he'll be looking to get through, one would have thought. Andy Berry is alongside him. Jeremy Deeks and Nicholas Lacasas are on row 2. Callum Martin and James Scanlon are next up. Then it's Matthew Cliff and James Browning on row number 4. Zach Stout and Yusuf Serhayono are on the 5th row. Keith Segal and Evan Craig are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Sam Slater and Tom Eastwood. Olivia Ojo and Reese Clary are row 8. And then it's Joe Radcliffe on row 9 in 17th place. That's how they line up for the C final. And there are 4, I will remind you, 4 promotion spots available for these drivers. But as we always say, this is where it gets interesting from a tactical point of view. You need to think carefully about those golden tickets, the top 4 places, and many of these drivers are Class 3 drivers, which means the experience is less so than those in the other classes. So will they all have their heads screwed on straight for the promotion, or will they be going for glory with the win?
And keeping it clean as well. We saw
yes.
Earlier on this afternoon, quite in the morning, but in the early session where we had the heavyweights, we had a top 4. We had a top 4 that was well clear of the rest of the field, but one of them having a penalty that meant that driver in that situation did not end up in the top 4 that went through to the B final, and yeah, there was a lucky recipient in 5th place on the road that got a free race out of things. Keep the comments coming in. Hello to Zombie, says hello in the chat. And on the DDMM feed as well of Comms Box Cam. There is a voice, but no Howard. Okay, is that now?
Oh, sorry. No, that's because I'm off shot. Hello.
Ah,
that's what they mean.
It is.
I was reading the grid, but off camera. That's what that's reference
to. Couple of things to let you know about. So we've talked about the cadets and juniors at Buckmore Park on the 21st of May. That is a Saturday. I just feel like I need to reiterate this because someone's going to come in and go, "What? You didn't tell me this?" It's a Saturday, which is not normally when we stream, obviously, for a Club 100 stream day. So I think I've told you enough about that now. Other Club 100 related things to tell you about the following week on the 25th of May over on the DDMM channel. I should say actually the week of the 25th. There won't be a live stream for the next round of Club 100 iRacing, but there will be a subsequent video for it.
Yes.
That is at least extended highlights. If they all behave themselves, will be a full race replay. But we're in race director mode, aren't we? Which one's Niels Vittich and which one's Eduardo Freitas?
I don't like to say. I leave that for others to decide.
But yeah, we've got that coming up, and if you are an iRacing and a racer in Club 100 or BUKC, past or present, do get involved in that. More rounds of Super 1 as well coming up in the combined efforts of Alpha Live and DDMM for you. Next round for them is clay pitching at, or just at the end of May, first weekend of June I should say. But here we go, ready for the C final. It's all about getting in that top 4 and getting through into the B final. 12 minutes on the clock here at Glan Y Gors. Away we go for the C final in the lightweights. Good start for Hakon Lees at the front of the field, but it's running a little bit wide through turn number 1 on the run up to the first braking zone of Spoon Cove. And I think it's Jeremy Deeks who's got through in the number 52 at the front of the order.
And he's going to go for the lead here into the corner if he can find a way through. They are side by side at the apex. I think that may have gone the way, that has gone the way of Callum Martin. Actually, it was the 32, not the 52, who's managed to find a way through there at Spoon Curve and gets to the head of the field because they work their way through. But I'm delighted to say, if I can manage it, that was a remarkably clean start there as they came over the crest of the hill for our Class 3 runners, although that was a suboptimal moment there for James Scanlon in the 115.
Yeah, there's been quite a few position changes at this start. I don't think that the even side of the grid got a particularly good one, but it's Martin from Lacassas, Deeks, Berry. Ooh. If the race was to stop now, that would be your 1, 2, 3, 4 through into the B final.
Wide moment there for Lees, our pole sitter, now immediately under pressure from James Browning in the number 43. So that's another sideways moment there for James Scanlon, although that was more of a graceful drift than the previous one.
The number 83 coming through there, that's Matthew Cliff. So Matthew Cliff's on the move here in the early stages of this race. 10.5 minutes to go. Field sweeping down the hill now. Let's count them through as they come to the end of the second lap here at GYG. Big thanks to all the team here at GYG who've not just taken care of us here at Alpha Live and DDMM and Club 100 for the last week. The week before that as well. And just a problem for Hakon Lees because he's run wide again there through turn number 1, and everybody's having a go at the inside, including Keith Segal. Keith Segal's on the move here. Had an entertaining C final at Buckmore Park, I seem to remember. Lees just seems to be struggling, I feel, here on the brakes. Whether it's there is differences that you find as you get more experience in these Club 100 karts. All very evenly matched on pace, but you have to be flexible as a driver to get the best out of each kart. And we found it yesterday that we had a second kart that braked slightly differently, turned in slightly differently to the one that we'd had before. I just think Lees is struggling to get on top on this particular kart that he's got.
Yep, it can come and go in terms of how you feel in the kart. This is the lead battle, we should say. Lacassas pursuing Callum Martin, and this is the difficult one. Because what you don't want is for this to end in tears.
Yes.
But if you're Nicholas Lacassas and you're, say, I don't know, pursuing your first ever race victory in Club 100 machinery, there's the temptation to go for it. And maybe you can do that cleanly, maybe you can't. But the key thing here is that you still both want to finish in the top 4. And speaking of which, that is Andy Berry getting by on Jeremy Deeks over 3rd place. So putting himself in a better position there, and it puts Deeks on the bubble and under attack from James Scanlon.
Does indeed. It's very tight in that battle for 3rd downwards, and here it is. This is the key area on circuit. Can James Scanlon find a way through? Track limit warning for Lees.
I'll say this, a lot of Class 3 runners in this field.
Yeah.
Not a single penalty so far.
No.
And we are nearly a third of the way through the race. So, fair play to those drivers.
Contact warning for James Scanlon.
Don't undo what I did.
black suit, white arms, and the white helmet as well. Just trying to find a way through. Oh, someone's hit a cone there because it's not
Howard
its correct
said
orientation.
Howard said there'd been no penalties, so obviously someone's going to hit a cone. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If you're Scanlon, you do want to push at this point. You're fighting for the last promotion spot here, as Lees has another track limit warning. It's a weird one, this, Andrew. You were saying how he seems to be struggling with the kart a bit, is Hakon Lees, and he's getting these track limit warnings because he's running wide. So, a little bit unusual there, but this is the key battle on track right now. Who can bag their last ticket into the B final? And trying to find a way through on the inside. James Scanlon is not leaving things wanting on giving this a try. but he can't find a way by so far.
That was well defended by
Yeah.
Deeks, just to hold the outside line. Not give Scanlon too much room there. You know, don't give him too much respect. You're fighting for a spot in the B final here. But you know, he could have chopped down, turned across him, had an incident. Oh, all arms in the air and all of that business. But no, he just nicely held the line there that compromised what Scanlon was trying to do. Look, he's just giving him a bit of a gap now, a bit of breathing space. Maybe trying to get his head down and focus on catching up to Andy Berry. You've got to think now it's going to be 2 from these 3, because the gap back to Matthew Cliff behind is 4.2 seconds. And the likes of Cliff and Browning and Segal, they are fighting for points and fighting for pride. Now they're not going to go further than this C final unless something interesting happens in this squabble here. This is
yes.
Yep, and here it is. This is all the way down from 6th. Keith Segal down the inside of James Browning there.
Trying to. Couldn't make it stick. That is the 114 of Zach Stout, who's made some moves this lap.
Yes.
Because he's now ahead of the 122 of Hack on these.
Yep.
And so now here so Hajono, there's frustration across the line there. I've not actually seen any penalties come up.
I think that was for running wide onto
just yeah.
Not only does it risk damaging the cards, it's definitely not quicker either.
No.
You lose your momentum.
And indeed,
speed.
Yeah.
Oh,
and that was an unforced error there. That is round for Zach Stout, and you can see the frustration there. And I think, Andrew, that might have just been a case of mistakes compounding upon mistakes and causing you to get increasingly frustrated, and you can start to stiffen up and become more staccato in your movements and all sorts that can lead to things running away from you.
And I think a bit of panic as well. I can imagine what's happened there. He's just come over the brow of the hill, got on the brakes a little bit too late. The back end stepped out. A driver with lesser experience might not be able to know what's going on there. It's like, oh, actually, just back off the brakes a little bit. Let the kart. We're talking minute seconds here. It's down the inside. Deeks, or holding to the inside. So this is defending from Scanlon. Scanlon's going to try and get the. It has a little bit of a gesture there, but Deeks has his right to defend. You know, as I say, I've had some moments like that over the past couple of days, where the back end starts to try to overtake the front end. You're hard on the brakes. Just back off a little bit, let the kart realign, and then get back on the brakes again once you're back in a straight line. You know, that's not something that comes naturally to all drivers. It definitely didn't come naturally to me when I first started piloting these karts. James Scanlon, though, still trying to find a way past Jeremy Deeks. Jeremy Deeks a bit isolated now, though. Hasn't got Andy Berry ahead of him and hasn't got that toe.
We're just talking about how you can sort of stiffen up and drive differently if you're starting to make mistakes. The other thing is pressure. Jeremy Deeks so far doing a really good job of absorbing this pressure and just focusing on where to position his kart. From a little bit of experience, like when you are on for a good result, it's so easy, particularly in a situation like this where you've got a podium or a promotion spot in the offing.
Yeah,
it's so easy to start to stiffen up, to become paranoid. You know, start to your mind wanders a little bit about what the other driver's doing, or you become too focused on, oh, I can hear the engine off to my right now. It's so easy to make mistakes when you are under this kind of pressure, and so far Jeremy Deeks is doing a very good job of absorbing that pressure. Callum Martin, we should say, 4.7 seconds to the good out front, as now it's a very wide line that Scanlon is going to try to get the switch back here onto the Snowdon Straight and try and set up an opportunity into Carousel, but Deeks, as he has been doing for a number of laps now, holds the inside, doing a good job here. But yeah, Lacasas is some 4.7 seconds back, but it is himself from Callum Martin at the head of the field. But Lacasas himself has 2 seconds in hand over Andy Berry, who has 2.2 seconds in hand over these two battling away. And then here comes the battle of, it feels like everybody else. Matthew Cliff has been leading this one for a number of laps now over James Browning and Keith Segal, who's been working his way up steadily through the C final, to be fair, for Keith Segal, one of the most experienced drivers in the field, but he's not had the most competitive outing we've seen from him in the heat sprint, so we're just seeing how far he can get on up this order. It will take something extraordinary now for him to be in the pound seats for getting promotion. New fastest lap of the race from Callum Martin, a 50.819. As we cut back to this battle over the final promotion spot, the 4th place battle between Deeks and Scanlon.
Yeah, that's still the key one here. Got to keep your concentration up though. If you're either of Callum Martin, Nicholas Lacassas and Andy Berry, out there on their own, but could easily get something wrong. Here's the battle for 4th place, the final spot in the B final. It's a good run this time for Scanlon. He's going to be pushing Deeks up the hill. Deeks will show him to the outside though. Scanlon doesn't have the pace to go around the outside. This is good defence from Jeremy Deeks at the moment. Scanlon will try and get underneath, but no, there's no way through at the moment. And they continue this status quo at the moment. Deeks there in 4th, Scanlon in 5th. All you've got to feel is Scanlon can be a little bit braver on the brakes and stick. Oh, now he's made a mistake. See, now he's overdriving.
This is the desperation starting to set in here for Scanlon, because it's going to be a bit of a painful drive home. I think if you leave anything on the table in trying to take this spot.
On pure pace, Scanlon is quicker. I think that is quite key to quite clear to see. But Deeks is driving so well and so consistently, not making any mistakes. Scanlon simply cannot find a way through. Final lap board has been shown to these drivers. Callum Martin still leads by 6.5 seconds. Around the outside is looking Scanlon. I think he's got to stick a nose up the inside, or at least show a nose up the inside into this next corner. He's not close enough. Nope. He's not close enough to Jeremy Deeks through here. Jeremy Deeks can start to breathe. There's a back marker there who gets well out of the way. That's good driving from Olivier Ojo. Callum Martin takes the win in the C final. Nicholas Lacassas is through. Andy Berry 3rd. 4th is going to be on the line. Very well driven by Jeremy Deeks. Had to fight for that one, had to keep the concentration up, but is rewarded with a B final spot. Rest of them coming through the field and over the line now. James Scanlon finishes 5th. Matthew Cliff 6th. James Browning 7th. Keith Segal 8th. Hakon Lees. Good recovery actually. That was a really tough first half of the race for Hakon Lees, but gets 9th there in the C. Joe Ratcliffe 10th. Evan Craig 11th. Zach Stout 12th. Yusuf Seriono in 13th, and Olivier Ojo a lap down in 14th.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Seriono there. Lost a few positions on last lap, so I wonder if that battle, which had been raging all race, came to blows at all. So there might be some post-race penalties further down the order there, but a good C final, good battle for that last promotion spot. It is a case of commiserations, I think, to James Scanlon, because that was a good, earnest effort, and you could tell that he had keen on his mind. If I make this move, this has to be clean. Yeah. This has to be, you can't throw it away on a penalty. And Jeremy just positioned his kart very well there. So, very impressive stuff. The top 4 of Callum Martin, Nicholas Lacassas and Andy Berry and Jeremy Deeks we expect to see in a moment's time on the back of the grid for our B final, which is coming up next.
Let's have a look then through the grid for the B final here for round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championships. Ramanats Chakauskas has pole position and will be looking to hold that position to get through to the A final. Ned Douglas likewise on the front row. Only 2 spots through to the A final here from a B, so all of these drivers are looking to take one of those 2 spots. Andrew Rabbage and George Line are on the 2nd row of the grid. Amy Preacher and Charlie Summers on the 3rd row of the grid. Rob Langthorpe and David Hamer on row 4. Justin Draper and Dom Cliff on row 5. Jake Wilkins and Russell Cooper start on row 6. Steph Theodoru and Matt Ellis start there on row 7. Dean Everest and Harris Ahmed on row 8. Adam Britton and Jagjit Singh on the 9th row of the grid. And then we find Joe Bailey and Kim Ely on row 10. Tommy Lee and Dan Grokut on row number 12. And we'll have confirmed in a moment. There it is on our screens here in the box. Callum Martin and Nicholas Lacazette on the 12th row of the grid. Andy Berry and Jeremy Deeks completing the 26 karts in this field for the B final.
I would like to submit my entry for closest ever margin to decide whether you're in the A or the B final, because Ramanas has 65 points across the heats.
Okay.
And a fastest lap time of a 50.650. Luke Phillips is on the back of the A final grid with exactly the same number of points at a 50.649. It is 1/1000th of a second has determined that Chikauskas is in the B final and not the A final.
Wow.
So I'm going to submit that that's the closest, because
that's the
you can't get closer. You can't get closer. So if you're Ramanas, he probably hasn't clocked that particular detail.
No.
If you're Ramanas, there's a sort of you should be hoping to get through.
Yes.
You really should hope to get through, because on such fine margins, that I think would be a bit galling.
The other one to point out as well, I know he's learnt the lesson now, don't touch that rad flap, but George Lyne now on the second row of the grid, had he not had those rad flap penalties, would have been in the A final right now.
Yes.
So I think he'll be looking for a clean run through here.
So yeah, 4 drivers tied on 65 points. 2 of them got into the A final, 2 of them are in the B final. So just goes to show how close everything is over the heats, and when you see the drivers battling frenetically over positions in those heats, that's why it all comes down to extremely fine margins. As Andrew says, George Lyne without those penalties, starting 4th in this one, would also have been safely into that A final. There may be other penalties that have come to bear on this one to put people down on this B final grid, but the long and short of it is it's all now about who can get the top 2 spots in this one and get promoted onto the A final grid, and indeed, for those who don't, can they optimise their points? How much can they come away from today with? We are into rolling up laps here. Rob Langthorpe, the only Class 1 driver in this field. We know he's had a difficult day of it in some of these heats. So he's definitely a driver in the number 58 there, the only red-plated driver in the field. On balance, he would very much hope to get through to that A final. Here we go, though. The 26 is Ramanas Chikauskas. Ned Douglas is in the number 19 alongside. How's this one going to play out? The B final is away. And it's a bold start for Andrew Rabbage, but from 3rd place, but it's allowed Amy Breach to go through. She's going to try and go through, but she's on the grass there as the gap is closed on her there as they run up the hill. And Ned Douglas is going to make contact in the middle. This is going to be a mess at the top of the hill. There's going to be several karts off there, and do you know what? That's a much cleaner shot we cut to than I was expecting there from that one, because that looked scruffy out of all of that. And I think George Lyne has managed to get to 2nd place out of all of that. And Ramanas, now Ned Douglas is off again there. Wheels on the grass, and that's caused Justin Draper to have a moment of it in the number 80 as well. There's a curb warning for Ned Douglas. I'm not too surprised, because he launched off of the curb at the turning point at the top of the hill. And that's a moment as well for the 51, who's got damage. So that's Adam Britton, whose race has ended before it began, I think, because I think he's... no, he is battling for position. My mistake. Okay, so that was a frenetic start to that one, and I am honestly... I'm surprised, but sort of impressed that everyone's still running, to be honest, after what we saw at the top of the hill there. George Lyne, though, is going for the lead of the race here, if he can at all find it on Chikauskas. If you're Ramanas, you just want to control this one. You do not want to be falling into 2nd place. But George Lyne, we've seen, has been quite aggressive today, and he's gone through. And Chikauskas was out wide there. I didn't see too much contact there through that, but Ramanas was raising his arm there aloft to sort of say, Wait, what are you got to do? This guy's put in contact. That one didn't look too bad to me. But either way, we'll see what the clerk of the course makes of it. It's for them to judge, not me. But George Lyon is to the head of the field. Dom Cliff in second, and Rob Langthorpe up to third, with Ramanas Chikauskas down to fourth place. Yeah, some big moments already in this one, as there's a penalty for Adam Britton for omitting part of the circuit. Ooh, so that's why we saw him on the way down the hill. I think so much kicked off at the top of the hill that he just elected to go on the cut through, and that is going to be a 1 lap deducted, basically, because he's deemed to have cut, as they'd say on wacky races, he's taken a sneaky shortcut. And, as Ned Douglas is fighting back here through on Steph Theodorou, he has really got the bit between his teeth here and is trying to take this one by the scruff of the horns. But don't take the bull by the horns or the scruff of the neck. I don't know what mantra I was coming out with then, but he is determined. Let's go with that.
This is a very inside joke to my old workplace. That is the Thomas Kane strategy by Adam Britton. As I say, I have seen that penalty be awarded before for pretty much the same reason, when a mate of mine who previously raced in the heavyweights decided that Landau didn't want to do the full circuit because he'd been taken out on lap on corner 1. He can't do it. I
am unsurprised to see that penalty for Ned Douglas, if I'm honest. It's just too robust, too aggressive on the overtake attempts there for bump and pass. I honestly thought we might see something for what happened at the top of the hill on lap 1, but as I say, loads of people seem to recover it back onto the track. Rob Langthorpe then is in the wheel tracks of Don Cliff. At the moment, he is the first of the disappointed drivers in inverted commas, in that he has not got a promotion spot right now. He's the only Class 1 driver in this field, and he will definitely have his eyes set on making sure that all Class 1 drivers get up into this A final. That's not because he has some great feeling of camaraderie with his fellow Class 1 runners. It's that he knows that if he doesn't do that, it's going to have been a costly day for him in the championship. Closing up here between the top 3 as they come down through Devil's Elbow. Big dip down there. I don't think the cameras do justice to how that feels in the car as the track just falls away from you on the way down through that corner.
And it's one of those, there's a quite wide-ish curb as you go through that, the last of the little rights. If you get the run on the angle on it absolutely spot on, you just kind of like glide over the top of it. If you get it wrong, as a change here for the lead of the race, Dom Cliff past George Lyon there. Good move into Spoon Curve here. Now will these two try and work together to drop Rob Langthorpe? Rob Langthorpe has been in this position before. Very experienced driver, used to race for the Newcastle University team in the BUKC.
He's going to go for it. George Lyon's going to go back on Dom Cliff and made that work, to be fair.
But it's a curb where if you get it at the wrong angle, there's the complete opposite. As I think we've got a change for 4th place as well, haven't we? Ramanas Chikauskas has dropped behind Ned Douglas. Penalty for Andrew Ravish, an ABC bump and pass.
I feel sorry for Ramanas Chikauskas because I mentioned quite how close he was to a final. And he seemed to be, as I say, I could have misread that one. The clerk of the course has deemed that move was okay. By George Lyon, as Cliff is going to try down the inside of the carousel. They've got to be careful here. They're going to open up the door of opportunity here for Rob Langthorpe. I wonder if these two are thinking a bit too much about the race victory. Although, to be fair, they're not going to easily pull away from Rob Langthorpe, are they? So maybe they have to do this this battling and try and be the one who's got a buffer of one kart behind them. But you've got a feel for Chikauskas here. He was really on it with pole position. He got a good start. He seemed to be upset with how the move was made of him, but it is what it is at this moment in time. Steph Theodorou and Justin Draper are going side by side up the hill. There's a bit of 2 wheels on the grass for Theodorou. I feel like Steph's had a challenging day of it.
Yeah.
I feel like he's had a lot of... he certainly had to have his elbows out, and I wonder if he's feeling a little bit punch drunk from this one today, which is easy to feel around here. You know, it's easy to, as we said, you taken offline for some reason, you'll be losing multiple positions.
They have got past Chikauskas, though, on this particular lap. 5.5 minutes to go in the second half of this B final. You're watching live coverage of the Club 100 Sprints Championship for 2022 here on Alpha Live. Commentary from DDMM, Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell in the comms box for you. Contact warning for Callum Martin, who's our winner in the C finals at the 21st position. Nicholas Lacasas has had a good run from the B final as well. It's his 16th place.
Good point.
Still at the front. Rob Langthorpe's just waiting for the moment. As I say, he's very experienced with this game. He knows that what's important is that second place. A win would be nice. Little trophy, a little plate to take home. But the opportunity to be in that A final and get even more points for his championship bid, that's what will be more important to him. Ned Douglas at the front of this group. They've got to keep pushing on as well, because the gap is 2.4 seconds between themselves and the back of the lead pack. If that lead pack does start fighting, Rob Langthorpe starts getting it in there, that gap could close with 4 minutes still on the clock.
It's an interesting one, though, because Ned Douglas now has the bump and pass penalty.
Yes.
He's a bit of a... He's kind of like... He's almost a bit more in it for himself. I suppose it's still advantageous for him to work onto the back of the leaders, but...
Negate the penalty.
That's true. That's true. So I suppose it doesn't change too much, but I don't know, he might be a bit crestfallen or a bit frustrated at how this one has played out. Amy Breacher putting pressure on the back of Sakauskas there at the back of this pack, and then behind them it is the 78 of Jake Wilkins, who's leading a pack of himself, Andrew Rabbage, Andy Berry, who's just got past Dean Everest for 11th. Head up the hill once again. Here are your top three. Is there anything on this time around? George Line is taking that tight line in the early phases just as they crest the hill. And that's making it difficult for Langthorpe to find a way through. But as Andrew says, he's been driving these Club 100 karts for quite a while. And we'll know that he's got to pick his moment carefully here. Just a little bit this lap, you feel that Dom Cliff has been able to drop George Line slightly. So this time coming on to lap number 12 of this B final. Has anyone got a run as we head up the hill this time? You can see Langthorpe ducking his head, trying to find any advantage that he can to get onto the back here. And has he been able to tuck underneath there? He's trying it. He's trying to open the door. Getting that balance right between creating the opportunity for yourself and not being deemed to have bumped and passed the driver.
The rest of this lap is really crucial for Rob Langthorpe, because there's a bit of a gap now between himself and Line. If Line's able to close up to Dom Cliff, they've then got a buffer. They've then got a buffer that they can work from to start to drop Rob Langthorpe. So Rob's got to get back on them very, very quickly. He's doing so. He's pulling them in. So that's a good indicator as well, that he has a bit more raw pace than Line. That's what I'd say at this stage of the race. They have really dropped Douglas, Draper, Theodoru and Chikauskas now.
Theodoru's got past Chikauskas there for 6th place. So he is working his way up the order, as Rob Langthorpe will try and get the switch back, a better line out of this corner to set up an opportunity, but he's not close enough this time to make a move.
Dom Cliff's just dropped a big one as well. That 50.554 last time around was his fastest so far in this B final. And even though Line similarly did a PB, it was only a 50.7, so the gap was at the last count half a second. This is coming back towards Rob Langthorpe now, as Line starts to get a bit more isolated.
Yeah, it's an interesting, and this could come back to Rob Langthorpe here, although George Line has been strong in this latter part of the lap.
And he's just heard me, because he's just responded with a 50.5 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it did occur to me, you can't judge this, so I do not encourage this as any way to go racing at all. It did occur to me, though, that if Rob did do a move that could be deemed a bump and pass, and then obviously lets George Line through, it would actually isolate it. I'm not encouraging that, because you can't judge that in the moment, and it would end in tears, and I wouldn't had ever condoned that kind of driving. I'm just saying, the slight 4D chess approach. It was just a couple of laps ago when he went for it. I was like, that's how that would actually play out.
Line's wide. Wide there through. But again, I say Domcliffe hit a big lap in early before. Is this a tyres thing again? We have been talking about tyres a lot this weekend, and especially in the warm yesterday. Similar track surface in places to somewhere like Llandau in the same nation of the world as we are on the last lap. You can. As down the inside goes Langthorpe's going for second place. He's not able to make it work. Has he got a run? Has he got alongside as they go down towards the carousel?
For Langthorpe, this might be a drop score either way if he doesn't make the A final. He's got to go for it, because if he gets a penalty, all right, he's lost 3 or 4 points. From his perspective, it's worth going for it, but I think he's run out of opportunities, Andrew.
Yeah, it was a good go from Rob Langthorpe. Domcliffe has responded well, had a bit of pressure, brought the tyres back in maybe. He's going to come round to finish in first place. And Rob Langthorpe's gone for it. He's gone for the big one. Oh, not quite worked that time. Domcliffe takes the win. George Line by the skin of his teeth. Whoa, I had flashbacks to a week ago on Sunday in a race that I commentated on of 2 drivers that ended up stage right, shall we say. But yeah, Line gets home in second place. Rob Langthorpe in third. Ned Douglas fourth. Justin Draper fifth. Steph Theodoru sixth. Ramanas Chakauskas will be disappointed there in seventh place, having had come so close to getting in the A final. Amy Breacher in 8th place, Andrew Ravish 9th, Andy Berry,
which gives the Class 3 honours to Harrison Kirkham as the only Class 3 to have made it to the A final.
Good stuff. So Andy Berry finishes second in C3 here today, on the road at least, pending any post-race investigations or penalties. Dean Everest in 11th, Matt Ellis in 12th, Adam Britton in 13th. I'm pretty sure I saw that Adam's got a penalty in there. So Berry and Ellis on the C3 podium. Jake Wilkins finishes in 14th place, Harris Ahmed in 15th, Tommy Lee 16th, Nicholas Lakatas in 17th place, Joe Bailey was 18th, David Heyman 19th, Jagjit Singh 20th, Jeremy Deeks in 21st, Kim Ely in 22nd, Dan Gurkot in 23rd, and these are all the drivers that had problems. Russell Cooper 24th, Charlie Summers 25th, and Callum Martin 26th and last in the B final.
There we go then. There is just one more race to run in our lightweights of today, of the weekend here at Glan Y Gors with Club 100, and that is the lightweight sprint A final, which is coming up for you next here on your Alpha Live stream.
Here's your grid then for the A final for the lightweights, round 3 of their sprint season. Mike Coppin has pole position, 89 points out of a possible 90. Garrett Berry is there on 86 points. Fraser Brunton is on the second row of the grid here today, alongside Reese Pope. Daz Teal starts on the third row with Stephen Westwood with what should be one of his best grid slots ever in an A final there. Brilliant stuff from Stephen. Rihanna Percox and Samuel Essery are on row 4. Ashley White and Dan Seeger row 5. Yusuf Bintahale and Chris Woodger, the winner of the lightweight A final last time out in 2018, is there on row number 6. Andrew Ward and Matthew Cockram on row 7. Ben Lambeth and Martin Joyce row 8. Ed Bars and Bryn Alban there on the 9th row of the grid. Dante Dillon and Harrison Kirkham are on row 10. Harrison Kirkham has already secured the round victory for C3 by simply being in this A final. Hussein Rashid and Tim Penny are there on row 11. Greg Smith and Luke Phillips are on the 12th row of the grid. And to confirm from the B final, Domcliffe and George Line will be on row 13. It's 26 karts as normal in this A final. Hello to Peter O'Connor. I'd just like to make it perfectly clear that the opinions of Howard Mitchell are not the full and complete opinions of DDMM, but Peter O'Connor agrees with the tactical suggestion to Rob Langthorpe.
I didn't say he should. I'm saying that's what would transpire if it happens.
Very good. Just to remind the result last time out in the A final, Mike Coppin was your winner. Daz Teal was second. Fraser Brunton was third. That was also your top 3 in C1. Dan Seeger finished in 4th overall and top C2. Dante Dillon was 6th overall, second in C2, a position ahead of Garrett Berry, who was 3rd in C2. I want to talk about Harrison Kirkham, because he was in the top 3 last time out in C3, but virtue of a 5th place in the C final, that is a massive jump to go from the C final, the worst place of all in one of those promotion type finals, one spot outside of where you want to be, but he's in the A final here today after a sterling amount of work.
He had his Weetabix, didn't he? Other cereals are available. Just when we've got this slight lull, it's worth saying, because it is our last race of the weekend. Andrew was talking earlier on about the circuit. Thank you to everybody at Glan Y Gors, who have made us all feel very welcome. And it's been great to come back here. And a few shout-outs to all the others, but obviously to Club 100, to John Viger, JV, man with the plan at Club 100, and all of his team who have made this weekend possible. They are based down in Kent, so this is a big jaunt for Club 100 and all their staff to come up here, and they've done that, and they've made it all happen. A big weekend here, and that's been great, and it's been lovely that we've had such nice conditions for racing off the back of that effort. So thank you to them. And we do hope you've enjoyed the streamed coverage today. If you like what you've heard, other than the lovely Rotax Evo engine sounds, if you like what we've heard from us, we are Double Dash Motorsport Media. Please do consider giving us a like, a subscription, a share. We're also across all forms of social media, really,
Facebook,
at the moment.
Twitter, Instagram, all at Double Dash.
Indeed.
Nice and easy to remember.
And double-mm.com if you want to find any of the links to the social media. And we get up to, we do the commentating, we do the racing, we do, but that both in a virtual world, and we do the things. And do please follow along with everything that we get up to. And Alpha Live, of course, who have made the stream possible today. Thank you to Morgan Jones, who's been doing the directing here. It's been good to see him again. Actually, been a while since we've seen him, so good to see him. To Darren Hassan, who's been the man with the plan behind the scenes here at Alpha Live. To John Ratcliffe, and to Chris Simpson as well, who have been manning the cameras this weekend and making all of that happen. So thank you to all of them, and do please, in the same way I was saying of ourselves at DDMM, if you like what you've seen, like, share, and subscribe with Alpha Live, and they have so much stuff going on. You might want to hit that notification bell as well for all of their streams that are going on. You can watch all of this back. You can watch any of the other Alpha Live streams back. You can go back over Club 100s of years past if you so wish. It's all there for you on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
I know I'm going to pay testament to you, mate, because we won't go into all the who's and what's, but this is going to be the last race that we call real life race. We've still got the iRacing stuff, but it's going to be the last time we're physically in a comms box together for potentially quite a while, mate.
Little bit, yeah. A few months out for certain life events to occur. As I don't know what Mike's doing. They're celebrating. They've heard I'm off air for a few months. So no, it's for good reasons. But just a few months. I've got my second off season.
Yes,
second off season, and we'll be back later on in the year. And I'm sure in the interim there will be plenty of fun racing action to enjoy across all forms of Club 100 racing, not least with that Cadet Championship kicking off in a few weeks' time for the first time ever, along with coverage for the first time of the Junior Championship as well, which I'm also quite excited about. So, cheers, mate. And, let's enjoy this last one as the drivers are getting into their car and waiting for the blow of the whistle. There it is. That was very nicely done, Jibbo. Engine notes go on. It's quite a... I don't think we acknowledge this moment, but it's cool. It's cool to be in the car and that whistle blow and the engine's coming on. We all like that. we all quite like it. It's like, it's when
Even when JV does it himself because he doesn't have a whistle, like on Friday in the test session, he went, I haven't got a whistle. And the way everybody went.
Lovely.
But yes, it's been a really good weekend, a really good couple of weekends here at GYG. But at the same time, I'll be glad for a weekend off this weekend, to enjoy more of Alpha Live's content that they're going to have, or that they've had today and that they've got coming up in the weeks ahead. Whilst the guys are out for their warm-up lap, I'm just going to remind myself, if I can see, what the guys have got coming up. It'll take me a moment.
Oh, okay. I wasn't ready for that cue.
I'll
Drivers out on their practice lap at the moment, so this is just them getting the iron. We saw for the heavyweights this morning there was a flurry of drivers who chose to change karts here, so it is going to be interesting to see who elects to pull into the pit lane. And as we stressed this morning, this is not because the karts terribly out of form. We're talking about subtle differences here, and it's half of this is going to be about the psychology of the driver. Do they feel like they're in tune with their kart, or are the little bits and pieces, just small fine margins here that are making them go, I don't like this one. I'm willing to roll the dice, because it is going to be the margins are so tight in this field that they are, they're going to be discerning about which kart they actually settle on. So key moments here for the drivers to go, how does this one feel? Is this good? Can make poor judgments, of course, because some of these, the karts are cold. So, if you're rolling the dice, is it actually going to have been a kart that would have paid dividends later on? Dan Seeger is the first of those drivers to make the call.
I can't see anything scheduled. It's probably me pressing the wrong button down, but are we all right in the case of it not me pressing the wrong button to blame DJ? Yeah, Darren says yes.
Classic Sports Car Club at Anglesey next week.
Be good.
There you go. Oh, that's a good, yeah.
That will be good. Love Anglesey. Great circuit.
There you go, mate. You said you wanted some good content.
Well, I'll watch
there
that.
You
That's
go.
Good. Person who's with me might not want to watch it, but they're going to have to live and learn. Anyway, moving on.
Right.
12 minutes will be on the clock for this lightweight sprint A final. So far this season, it is a win apiece for Fraser Brunton and Mike Coppin.
I do just want to, given how we've seen some changes, some differences between the pole side and the anti-pole side, I've just realised how do we like the top three in the championship being the top three positions on the pole side, and then a load of disruptors being on the left-hand side?
I disagree with you there. I think it's way too early in this season to call those.
No. Sorry. When I say just, that's a fair challenge. Garrett Berry today has just been
on it,
all in, going for it. In that sense, I consider him a bit of a disruptor, because he seems to just be like, we're just gonna throw everything at this and see how it goes. You're right. We are very early on in the championship at this point, but for those three drivers, I reckon that's already on their minds.
Garrett Berry's best so far in an A final this year is 7th. For Pope, 5th is the best so far. Both of them are 5th and 6th in the championship, not respectively, because it's Pope ahead of Berry at the moment. Just waiting for Dan Seeger to get into position. His best result so far this year in an A final is 4th. Last time out at Whilton Mill. Ready to go then. There's a tension in the air here on the edges of Snowdonia. Mike Coppin will take us from pole position. Garrett Berry making sure that he does not jump the start. Away we go for 12 minutes. Coppin comes across. Brunton's already cutting on the inside, has got the move on the inside. Coppin protests, but Fraser Brunton takes the lead early on here. He's been pushed through by Stephen Westwood, who's up into second place. Coppin trying to fight around the outside. That was very close to the grass, but they've just about all made it through. Rihanna Percox is fighting through as well from about the fifth row of the grid. All sorts of chaos going across the grass and off the grass. Andrew Ward spins. Does not have good luck in an A final that's streamed yet again.
And Dylan's off on the grass as well and has lost out heavily too. There's a few people licking their wounds already in this A final, and it's caused them to spread out at the front as well.
Percox down the inside of Binzer Hale there, going for an overtake. 3, 4, maybe even more wide through Devil's Elbow is just not going to work here today at Glan Y Gors. It's survival mode out there at the moment. It's off there. Was that was that George Line? I think off at the back of the field.
Yep.
So at the end of lap 1, Fraser Brunton leads, and round, almost say yes, definitely round goes the number
Martin
21.
Joyce,
And into the wall. There goes Dante Dillon. I think he's okay, but he got caught out there by the spinning Martin Joyce.
He didn't have much choice. He had to. I don't think he could make. He thought that going left was the safe one, and then Joyce was spinning and spinning, and he just ended up making the wrong call at the wrong time. And that was it's good to see him getting out of the car immediately, because that was a bit of a nasty one there for Dante Dillon.
So Fraser Brunton leads. Stephen Westwood is in second place. Ashley White is up to third place at the moment. This is a really topsy-turvy order through part of the top 5. Daz Teal has made his way up to 7th place as well. Where has Yusuf Binzer Hale gone in all that? Because Teal is up to 6th place now behind Rihanna Percox. As out of the race is Greg Smith. Being talked to, or just having a chat with one of the Club 100 staff.
I think that's up at the post, up out of the carousel.
Yep, yellow flags are out for the run up the hill.
Sorry, I mean off to driver's left as they come through Spoon is where Greg is, and there's a post that covers sort of that and
the
start
exit
of carousel and of
carousel.
Compression. Well, Mike Coppin finds himself behind Ed Bars here. That's not where he expected. Garrett Berry's not where he expected. He's down in 14th place.
So I think Mike's protests will be that there was a little bit of loading that pushed him out wide on turn 1. I'd have to have a little look back to see if that was the case or not, because honestly I can't quite replay everything that was going on in my mind through turn number 1. Ed Bars is up to 8th place. Cone penalty for Yusuf Binzer Hale. I didn't think I'd seen Yusuf clip a cone out there. So that's
salt in the wound, really, though. He's had some kind of drama that's put him back down to 25th, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well out of contention in this race. Had a good set of heats. And it just shows he's not guaranteed a good result in these finals. They are ferocious. They are cutthroat. 9 minutes of this one to go. You're looking at Samuel Essery and Ed Bars, currently 7th and 8th. Feeling that Ed Bars, if he wants to make progress in this final, needs to find a quick and efficient way by Samuel Essery, because they are not closing in on Daz Teal. They really should be at this point, because Daz Teal is isolated on his own there. He's 1 second behind Rihanna Percox. You'd expect even a driver of the standard of Daz Teal with just one engine to lose that gap to Essery. It just doesn't seem to be coming down.
It is early in the championship, but I am going to mention not a good day here for Dante Dillon in terms of this trophy final. As Ed Bars goes down the inside of Sam Essery, and Mike Coppin is not going to wait around to see if the opportunity comes his way. And Sam Essery, he's not too happy with that, but Coppin,
I don't think Coppin would have expected him to be there.
No, that's true, and he was alongside. I think that's fair. But in Class 2, mate, Garrett Berry, I refer to him as a disruptor. He is second in Class 2 in the championship right now. So this could be a big day for Class 2 here, because it's been a costly one for Dante Dillon. Garrett Berry has dropped down the order in this one, but he's got the pace. We know he can make confident moves. So let's see how far up he can get. Your highest placed Class 2, and someone who's had a cracking day so far, is Stephen Westwood in that second place. This is brilliant stuff at the moment. We're watching Reese Pope in third. Ashley White there in the 64. Is in fourth, and then Rihanna Percox in the 99 in fifth. And all of these 3 drivers are ahead of Daz Teal, Ed Bars, Mike Coppin. It is going to be very difficult to execute any passes amongst drivers of this experience. But these are all they're 2.5 seconds back from Stephen Westwood, and the key thing for me, Andrew, is they don't want to be fighting right now in many ways. They do want to work together here, because otherwise Fraser is checking out at the front. Stephen Westwood is checking out at the front. Yeah. Beautiful skies over Glan Y Gors here.
Not good news for Dan Seeger, if we've not mentioned it already. Down 7 positions on that last lap. Something's happened to him out there. He is running.
He did a 53.997 last time around, and our winner in C2 last time out is down in 21st position.
Yeah, something's a bit awry with that one there. With that race effort. Reese Pope clearly trying to guide this team up towards first and second place if he can at all help. It's not working at the moment though. They're dropping back from Brunton and Westwood. And Westwood is keeping Brunton honest, by the way. It's only 0.4 of a second, the gap here.
Westwood's quicker at the moment, 50.104. That was the fastest lap of the race, but Mike Coppin has just taken that. Mike Coppin and Ed Bars are looking quick as well. The trouble is, I just think they're a little bit too far back in this order to influence things at the front come the end of this race. They've only got 5.5 minutes of it to go. Still Reese Pope. I didn't know whether Reese changed his kart. We did see this, a little bit of this, theorising that we saw this earlier in the heavyweights A final. That those who changed karts, went to cold karts, very much came on song in the second half of the race. I'm going to put a theory here that I think that's happening with Reese Pope now, because all of a sudden he's just dropped into the 50.3s.
Daz Teal is as close as he's been on the back of Rihanna Percox here. Is he going to be able to find a way through at the top of the hill? Ashley White is close to Reese Pope as well, but I think is committed to working together. It's as they were coming out of here. Westwood could do these Class 1 runners a massive favour, by the way, if he goes for the outright victory.
Yeah.
If they start battling, and you could see them there just ahead in that shot, he really is staying in touch.
Brunton has dropped his pace again, though, in terms of dropping the lap time. It's now was 50.2 last time around.
Daz Teal down the inside at through the last part of the compressions and gets the job done on Rihanna Percox. That puts Percox out of sorts, and Ed Bars is going to go for a last corner overtake here, and he makes that one stick. As that is
Ben Lambeth, possibly.
I think it might be, yeah. There are your leaders. There's Brunton and Westwood, and Stephen Westwood is not letting Brunton get away with this. He was faster on the last lap that time around.
Tim Penny's just putting a 49.691.
What?
Where the heck has Tim found that? I mean, I guess it may be toe assisted, but I think that might be the quickest lap we've seen all weekend.
Yeah.
That is brilliant pace for Tim Penny, currently in 15th place. So I don't know, is it a little bit cooler out there? Is it, again, the tyres are finding this, even the worn tyres, finding these conditions a little bit more favourable than what we've had earlier in the day? Here are your leaders. Fraser Brunton out front sets a new personal best, 50.208. He's just holding that gap at the moment. Has a check over his shoulder. 4/10 is the lead, nearly 5 over Stephen Westwood. Reese Pope's kart has come alive. I'm sure of it. In the second half of this race, he's just done a 50.127. The trouble is, the gap is 3.1 seconds. And side by side of Bars and Teal. Bars is through, and that's 5th place.
Yeah, good move, important move there for Ed Bars. And they're starting to work their way through here, but it's probably not battling over the positions they were hoping to, if they were being honest. Westwood not quite as on it, I don't think, this lap. I think he was a bit out of sorts through Spoon Curve, so I'd expect the gap. I'm wrong, he's pulled in the gap, so ignore me. It's still nice and tight at the front of this one. And Stephen Westwood, what a day he's had.
Bumper pass penalty for George Line. Where is George at the moment? He's in 15th place on the road.
Yes, he is.
Gap between second and third still holding at 3.1.
It'll have been on Matthew Cochran, that bump and pass.
Yep.
Harrison Kirkham has also got by Andrew Ward. That's for 18th place. Well, a couple of minutes left. This is not the lead battle I thought we'd be covering.
Nope.
But it's very welcome. Very welcome indeed here. As Westwood stands on the brink of challenging for a round victory here. I don't think the subclass they're in matters at this point. I think who wants the bragging rights of taking a round victory here. I mean, there'll be a Class 2 trophy on offer to Westwood, but right now I think it's basic racing driver instinct that he'd like to win, please.
90 seconds of this final to go. Ed Bars has caught up to the back of Ashley White, so we need to keep an eye on that battle as well over 4th place. Ed Bars it just seems to be the story of Ed's season at the moment, that everything's not quite coming together. He's got the pace in this final to win it. The trouble is, he started from, what was it, 15th place on the grid, way too far down to make that time up, even in an extended final. And again, the gap goes back up to 0.4 of a second. Westwood drops back to a 50.4 on the pace. Still well clear of Pope. Here is that battle, well picked up by the guys on cameras, for 4th place between White and Bars. Bars down the inside, brilliant. That's a wonderful move from Ed Bars, gets him 4th place, and you can see he's pumping himself in the kart to try and hold on. Here comes Ashley White back again. He's going to have to hold the line round the outside. He has done really good stuff from Ed Bars. That gets him onto the podium in C1 at the moment. Can he find a way to get to Reese Pope? We're about to go on to the last lap though. Fraser Brunton is 1 lap away from a second final win of the year, a second in front of Alpha Live cameras, but Stephen Westwood has not given this up.
He absolutely has not, and he's pulled another 10th in on that last lap. What is the run like up the hill though? Is it the case that Brunton is a bit stronger in this first part of the lap? Now's the time for Westwood. He can't find the gap there though. What's the drive like off of Spoon Curve and down the Snowdon Straight for the last racing lap of today? I don't think he's got an opportunity there either, but I think it's in this next part of the lap that he is stronger, but it's the hardest part of the lap to make a pass. Brunton goes into the compressions now. This is really the last opportunity unless he can do something in the last corner. We have seen people go for it in the last corner here at GYG. Into the last corner they come. Fraser Brunton needs to hold on, and indeed he will, to take his 2nd round victory of the year. Fraser Brunton wins round 3 of the 2022 Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship. Stephen Westwood, your highest placed Class 2 runner. What a day he has had. This is surely his best result in his Club 100 career. He takes 2nd overall and is by quite a way your highest placed Class 2 driver, your Class 2 winner for today. Reese Pope finishes 3rd, Ed Bars in 4th. Rounding out the Class 1 podium there, Ashley White in 5th. Then it's Daz Teal in 6th, Rihanna Percox in 7th. Mike Coppin, surely frustrated given where he started this race, on pole in 8th place. Then it's Chris Woodger in 9th. Luke Phillips is your next Class 2 runner down in 10th. 2nd of the Class 2 finishes. Garrett Berry rounds out the Class 2 podium in 11th place. Tim Penny is in 12th place there, with Sam Essery in 13th, and it's George Line, albeit with a penalty to be applied, in 14th. 15th for Hussein Rashid. Dan Seeger is next in 16th place. Matthew Cockram in 17th. Andrew Ward, difficult A final for him there in 18th place. 19th for Harrison Kirkham, already sung his praises as the highest placed novice Class 3 driver of the day. Ben Lambeth rounds out the top 20. Then it was Bryn Olban and Martin Joyce in 22nd. And then we had a lot of drivers, mate, who didn't take the finish there. Dom Cliff, Dante Dillon, Yusuf Bin Sahel and Greg Smith all effectively retiring from the race. So quite an attrition rate in that one. But that is it. Great drive from Fraser Brunton. Closes out a fantastic weekend of racing.
It does indeed, and thank you everybody for your support and watching the stream today, and if you've watched it back on catch-up if you've been racing here today. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. If you want to give us a follow and a like and all of that business across your social medias, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, we're all at Double Dash MM. Really does help us out. Our next commentary will be in a few weeks' time for the first round of the Club 100 Cadet Championship and the second round of the Junior Championship. Both of them will be on the same day, Saturday the 21st of May, down at Buckmore Park. You'll be able to watch that live here on Alpha Live. If you've enjoyed the stream and the content and the pictures, big thanks to John Ratcliffe and Chris Simpson for their camera work. Big thanks to Morgan and Darren behind for their hard work here in the comms box producing the stream. Do give Alpha Live a subscribe and click that notification bell for more. We're going to wrap things up here at GYG. Thank you to the circuit and everything they've done. I hope you've enjoyed coverage here of round 3 of the Club 100 Sprints Championship for the seniors. We'll be back in 2 weekends' time down at Buckmore Park for the first and second round of the cadets and juniors. But for now, enjoy the rest of your evening, and bye-bye.